Hello trainers and welcome to the European League Masters, the next step in the European League journey presented by Unity Clash. 8 teams have earned the right to battle it out in our round robin format over the 7 weeks to be crowned the first ever Masters champion. From veteran teams to brand new squads, this is the best of EU Grassroots Unite. And we are so close, chat. We are so close to the playoffs. We have the group stages here. I'm your host, Spartan Tano, and I'm joined by the incredible casters. We have Lobo. We have Night Terror here today as well. How are we doing, you beautiful gentlemen? I'll hand over to you, Lobo. How are you doing, my guy?
Oh, mate, I'm doing fantastic. I've been out all day seeing the wonderful sights of London, and now I'm here back again to check out what's going on with the group stage. I was here yesterday. We saw some upsets. We saw some downfalls. We saw the top teams maintain their incredible form. So, mate, it was hype. We had some insane secures, some insane battles coming up. So I'm really excited to get going with these group stages.
And how are you, Night Terror? I know you love being here for these EUL games. How you doing, buddy?
I'm so glad to be the honorary EU here. You know, we have, like, in order, Tano, Lobo, both of you are in London. Now I am delusionally in London, I guess, you know, just enjoying the life that I have here in Singapore. But I'm great. It's been great. EU has been a blast and will always continue to be a blast. And these 8 teams have a lot to show for. So, why don't you take us into a lot of what we have here today? I'm going to sit back, relax, and see how this one pans out.
Alrighty, we've got a lot of stuff to bring you before we kick off with these games here, chat. We've got some stand-ins, we've got some group stages to show you, we've got team profiles to show you as well. So we're going to kick it off here with the stand-ins, Lobo. I'll start with the left side, you take over from the right-hand side. Rework Esport Gear and Rework Esport Core continue to be the teams to beat here in this league, although each of them have been going at each other as well. Team Int just on the outskirts of that top 2 position. Fantastic games from them yesterday, though a lot of competition was brought their way by Supernova. Los Duros just on the outskirts of it as well here, buddy, though in a very admirable position. 4-3 they've got with their win-loss record, and they are a crazy team to look at.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned it. Supernova running up that 5th spot, MTZ in those 6 spots, 7th spot with Italian Diff and Phantom Forces. Now, we watched all of these teams go up against each other yesterday. Supernova won the first game, but Italian Diff had to reverse sweep them to leapfrog Los Duros, who managed to take down Phantom Forces yesterday as well in a beautiful 3-game set. So Los Duros were in 3rd, Team Int were in 4th, then Team Int came into 3rd, and Los Duros dropped down to 4th as well. So a lot of hopscotching going on in those standings between 3rd and 4th and 5th as well. But my guy, none of these teams should be upset about their performances. MTZ put up a brilliant game against Rework Esport Core yesterday, and it was so fun to watch. But mate, we're in the group stages right now. This is how the seeding is going to be done for those group stages, so I'm excited to see what these groups look like.
Well, let's have a nosy at them and chat. Me and Shivam have been losing our minds at Group B. Boy, is it one stacked group. Let's have a look at Group A so far. We've got Rework Esport Gear, Los Duros, so 2 from that left-hand side of the leaderboards, looking pretty strong. MTZ Esports and Phantom Forces from that other side of the leaderboard, looking to see if they can bring the action to the top of this league. But it's all about this Group B, my guy. All of those teams are incredibly close. Core, of course, leading the way right now. Team Int just behind them. But Supernova's new roster is incredible here in this league. And boy, have they been putting in some fantastic sets recently.
Oh, absolutely, my guy. Supernova's new roster is looking so good. And, you know, Italian Diff had a bit of a rough start, but they have started building up some momentum. The games we watched them in were absolutely no walkthroughs at all. They're getting their moments in. They're getting their licks in. A bit of difference in how they play these final team fights and, you know, team fights across the board, and they could start racking up wins in this Group B. So it's all reset, Tano. Wins and losses all reset. Group A, Group B, back to 0. So it's time for them to climb that ladder again. And I'm curious if the 2 rework siblings, as Bridget called it yesterday, can keep those top spots.
Oh, exciting. We're going to go through the rosters now. This is eSport Gear. It's Frigo, Skull TT, Bone, Icarus, Beach, and Classics. And what a team they have been as we have a quick look at their match record, bro. They have been momentous here, defeating every single person until they come up against their opposition. It's the twin team core that they ended up losing to 0-2.
Beautiful game from them yesterday. Beach on that Sableye was an absolute highlight. I hope Shivam could show us that highlight where we got the Chaos Glower on a flying Talonflame and just stared in the face of him while he scored a beautiful 30 as well. One of the moments that we had yesterday. But this team is ready to go. They did go 2-0 against Italian Diff. I mean, keeping it going. So a lot of good momentum coming from this time. But now time to take a look at their sibling, which is Rework Esport Core.
eSport Core, here we go, buddy. Get these names on up. Everybody knows them. Cascade, Dodo, Meru, Azalito, and Aaron. And let's have a look at their records as well, because this is the other team that has just dominated this league across the board, really only having competition against themselves. And look at that round 4, though, bro. Supernova being the outlier here. I mean, they took them to a game 3 and take the set 2-1, which is the difference between being in that 1 spot and being in that 2nd spot.
You got to be consistent to stay in those top 2 spots, my guy, and Core has done that as well. I mean, what more can we say? 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 1-2, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. MTZ put up a really good fight in that second game in round 7, but just unfortunately, the Core was too strong to be taken down. Let's take a look at our next team. Gonna be a fan favorite here, Tano. I know one of your favorites, one of mine. My favorite is coming up a little bit later, but I'll let you take this one right now.
It's none other than my GOATs team in here in the squad. We got the mighty 6-4 Pancakes. We've got the best Cypher in EU, Zika, DJ Dwayne, and the incredible support on By the Pig as well here. This is the match history that they currently have, and they've done well, to be honest, buddy. We've seen them in that 3rd spot right now. Everybody is hoping that they can defeat the mighty Rework, but they will have a job doing so because they went down 0-2 against Gear earlier on in that round 5.
Yeah, but taking Core to a 2-1, a game 3 situation, always shows what Team Int has been able to do. Now, we've been told that Team Int is not exactly what it stands for. It stands for Team Intentional. It means everything they do has intent, Tanner, and you gotta respect that.
Yeah, no, you do. I'm always going to believe that it is Team Int for wanting to go in for stacks, bro. That's where we're getting it from. I believe Night Terror is here with us, but we'll let you have Los Duros here, Loba. I know it's your favorite team here as well.
Oh, absolutely. I love me some Los Duros. They are my favorite. They are a fan favorite as well. Louise and Oscar, they're absolutely stunning. Danny, who has been making waves these last 2 weeks on those attacker picks. Albanoa got a beautiful, I want to say, steal as well on a Blissey with an egg. So all hats off to them. And No Way as well. These guys have been playing together for a while. They're fun. They're exciting, and they're not afraid to change it up. Misfortunes a little bit on this 2-1-2, 2-0, 2-0 going, taking down, I believe that was the old Supernova roster, going down 0-2 to Rework Gear and the Core as well, but beating MTZ and taking Banner Forces to 2-1 in our very opener. And my God, man, that was an absolute classic. Bridget was saying we need to give Banner Forces some points just for their performances.
Yeah, they are a very impressive team. We've got Supernova up next. Their new look roster here. Night Terror, you want to walk us through this one, my guy?
No, you guys can have it. Yeah, you guys can have it. It's just a lower shadow show. They're fine. I'll take Supernova. Supernova, one of the more impactful teams that we've seen as of late, having win the weeklies and also having a very clean composition in terms of the fact that their roster generally newer on the side of things here. In their match history, we take a look. It's a little bit rough across the board here, but I gotta be real with you. They're definitely making some waves moving into the last few rounds here. And as we take a look later on, gonna be seeing some Supernova action, right? I mean, it's gonna be a big bang happening at some point, and I think this is a match to behold at some point when you guys get to watch it.
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely a team that has found a new roster and started improving since that mid-season. Or let's have a look at another one that has been doing the exact same. Italian Diff. Brand new roster coming in to that mid-season. Well, I believe they came second. They were incredible in it. It's Brutal Hunter, Galna Gunner, Gyampi, Eastak, and Voxshow are what reign out this team. And boy, do they have a diff. Let's have a look at their match record. They, of course, had that 3-0 loss coming out of changing their team. So that's the difficulty for them. So they've had to really, since that round 4, fight on under the fact that they had lost that record. So 2-0 versus Phantom Forces. Team Int were too much for them though, bro. And of course, so were Rework Gear. This is an exciting team to see. Cannot wait to see where they end up. We've got MTZ Esports up next, Lobo. Bring us through this one.
I mean, another fan favorite. Well, another favorite of Lobos, which we can also call fan favorites. We got to do a beautiful podcast with these boys. A young team led by Amara. Just such creativity coming out of this team. Tana, we saw them play Delmise yesterday, but they're also a team that are new to the competitive scene. They're starting to learn these competitive drafts and these competitive comps, and we're seeing that creativity be melded with a more serious competitive edge. So this team is just going to keep growing, and that top 13 in UCS is showing it. They've had mixed fortunes here. Of course, everybody goes down to the Rework siblings, 2-0s, but they have managed to take Phantom Force. They went down a team in, took a game off of the, I believe that's the old roster of Italian Div, and actually took a game off of a set, I believe, off of Supernova. So impressive results. They're a fun team. They're an exciting team. I can't wait to see what they do in the drafts.
Right, next up, we've got the one and only Phantom Forces that Bridget was so hyped with. Would you want to bring us through this one, Night Terror?
Yeah, I mean, not sure if this one's a fan favorite, but can definitely tell you after what you said, it's a Bridget favorite here. Having seen some of these amazing faces back before here, like Akugami and of course the average carry himself, it's gonna be an interesting one to look at how they play it out, especially being arguably one of the best coming from the UCS. Take a look at the match score here, definitely tells a very different story here, and so you can definitely see how Phantom Forces, while it's a very stacked team, are going against arguably the best that EU has to offer here, and I'm gonna be sure to see how they perform or turn this around, because it's down to the wire of these games here, and Phantom Forces, if they want to make a splash, they have one shot at making it right here, and it's gonna start with going into a strong lineup, which is something that they can work on moving into the, and we have seen them going through in a lot of the rounds now. So, Tano, I think you've brought us through the teams, and that was amazing. But what's next?
Well, we're going to hand it over to you two, or I'm going to hand it over to you two to cast us through these first sets of games. I will be back later, chat. We've got some incredible games coming on up. Do not miss it. Have fun, guys, and I'll catch you later on.
Thank you so much, Tana. We absolutely love having you here, but we cannot wait to get through our very first game, which I believe we're going to be watching Group A, and I believe it's going to be Rework Esport Gear taking on MTZ Esports, which I absolutely love to see. Now, Tara, these are the titans in Rework Esport Core and Gear, our top 2 positions. So, am I wrong? It's Team Int.
It's Team Int, is it?
It's Team Int. It's Team Int. So this is actually going to be even more exciting. Sorry, I got my wires mixed up there. But Team Int is going to be looking to get a win on the board. And Rework Esport Gear want to keep that scoreline. Look at it. 6-1 versus 5-2. These two teams are so close to each other. I can't wait to see how they're going to go through it. Now, based on the patch we saw in Nitera, what do you think is the most bannable Pokemon right now?
Psyduck. The mon that...
Psyduck?
Yeah, okay, so that's the interesting thing. I want to look at it. I think that if everything's broken, nothing's broken, right? And with that mindset, can you really say that a lot of the Pokemon now that not only did get buffed, are not just viable, but it's in a healthy place. So I think the way you want to stop that is you want to stop Pokemon that can actually lock out these Pokemon that got buffed, right? I think Psyduck arguably locks damage down so well, and so with its Sai damage mitigation and its wide range, right? I think that might be the one that needs to be locked out.
I mean, I was going to go for the most simplest Pokemon to ban out, and that is the Zapdos. I have been hearing rumblings whether it has been bugged a little bit or not. We'll get confirmation if it is going to be played today. But Umbreon and Megachar Y going to be banned up. This is very interesting from yesterday. Nitera, we barely saw any of the Mega Pokemon being dropped on that ban list because, I mean, I think the nerfs were pretty good to these Mega Pokemon. Mega Lucario getting a little bit of the nerf that it deserved. Mega Charizard Y got that nerf. Even though they got the nerf, they're still very strong. Surfetched, very, very good right now. And they definitely don't want to give Cascade that Surfetch because he was absolutely destructive on that. But there goes the Cider. And of course, the Blastoise is going to enter ban jail as well.
I only spoke the truth. I only did. But we're not seeing a lot of the Megas like you said here, and I don't think that's a surprise because Lucario's nerf was honestly a side nerf. You know, just affects his clear speed just a little bit, and the thing is he's more into fighting, right? So does it really affect that close combat doesn't get his new extra reset on the Mega Evolution? I don't know. I don't think so. But we'll see whether Cascade will pick something up that can snowball their lead or cascade into a good one. As we move into that here, holding on and hovering into Zapdos and Suicune here, you see a very strong lineup they're going for. Could be one of the tankiest, of course, mons in the game. Vaporeon and Crustle locking them in place while Zapdos brings in the Zap Cannon. You know, it's just an artillery waiting to happen.
Yeah, obviously DJ opting to go for one of the more popular attackers right now. Mew banned off quite a lot yesterday when we're looking at the final round because it is such a versatile attacker. Pancakes gonna look into locking the Mimikyu. We always love seeing a Mimikyu. I'm very interested to see what Ellen wants to pick here, hovering over the Mr. Mime. Now, Zapdos, as good as its power distribution, its damage outburst is, it is a very, very squishy Pokemon. So if we can get Pancakes in, hitting some of those Shadow Sneaks on to the Zapdos, it could be game over. Dodo picking up the Pawmot, which I love to see. Double all-rounders to round their comp off on the left-hand side. Zika, let's see what they're going to go with here. I'm curious if we're going to see an all-rounder or a speedster because there's a lot of bulk coming out from the side of Core's team. And they're going to lock in the Darkrai, another very popular pick going up right now here. Nightera, the Cascades Garchomp, nothing to joke about. Bidepig's Blissey. We could see heals come out, and I want to see if Azaleeta is going to go with the healing Vaporeon as well.
You can bite my ankles and my sheens, and I'm never going to believe you that Garchomp in this column would actually be a big difference. I actually believe that Pawmot or the Zapdos might have a bigger splash here, and Garchomp's real job is to sit tight and absorb damage. I mean, look at the Assault Vest and the Focus Man it's holding, giving it sustain early, actually allowing it to play around the map here. I wouldn't be surprised if later on it also becomes a giant wall just for the enemy to deal with here, but Team Int, I'm not really sure if they're called either. Both Mimikyu and Darkrai have a lot to show for, and it's going to come down to especially the Mimikyu's moveset, whether we do see Shadow Sneak over Trick Room, and how they want to play this out. Because a Bruiser, I think Rework Esports Core has that. But if Team Int goes for a more, tag and run kind of style, I kind of feel they have a lot more going for them, especially with Mew as their ranged damage dealer.
I mean, look, it looks like a lot of cores, the way they want to, like you said, they want to brawl, they want to stay together, and that's just going to enable the Mew to just get big damage off as well.
Right.
I'm interested to see how Crustle is going to be in because they're going to be using those Rock Tombs and those X's to really hold the side of Team Int into place. Now, this is going to be on those all-rounded duos, and as well, Darkrai, they can completely eliminate someone from a team fight with the Worst Nightmare, even if they can't pick up the KO inside that Worst Nightmare. They can do their best, because if you take that out of the main fight, it eliminates a lot of the high amount of damage that it's able to do. But we've got a double kind of like to share that experience and get your levels quickly. Russell looks like they want to go for an invade. I feel like Umbreon possibly going for a stack here as well instead of the invade.
Ooh, liking how we're starting this off here. Cascade trying to find some headway into this race now. It looks like it's gonna be our poor Eevee who has to do it all alone here, and Cascade's gotta wait on the sidelines. But on the bottom side here, Aaron making a strong showing here, going into the discharge and locking Snorlax in place. Looks like we have Pawmot up and ready to go, so it's down to see who can take the fight early as Darkrai enters the fray right now. Zika looking to see if he can go into Cascade here, but no, I think just opting to grab a little bit more EXP for level 5 here. Almost there with the Darkrai.
Yeah, look, there's going to be the
Sorry,
the Supercell Slam is going to come in, try to pick up a KO, but no, they're just going to get out there. These Altaras are coming up, but Zapdos has made the journey up. We know how much damage this thing can do with Discharge early on. There is the Supercell Slam along with the Zapdos Discharge is just going to take out Vitapic, send them back to the Pokemon Center to get some heals. We do see Mimikyu there. The coaching's going to heal them up just a little bit, but Darkrai not able to engage on that, and a lot of those Altarias went to the side of Rework Core. That's just how strong Zapdos is in that early game, Nightera.
Right. So as we pan our way down here, it's gonna be two big-bodied mons trying to duke it out here. But with Zapdos coming to the fray again, might be a little PTSD for their side here, as we do see them coming in. Alan going in to dig the discharge. The damage is going through. They do pick up quite a lot of EXP for themselves here, leading Rio Esports Core on the bottom side to be strong. But Zika, relentless in the damage here, hopes to try and get something, but it looks like Vaporeon has the ability to just push them back here. And right now, the EXP, while flowing Team Int, they don't really have an opportunity to take another strong fight here. They're just so slippery at the side of Team Int.
Yeah, they are. We have a Regidrago on stage as well. Formont Dodo is looking for pancakes to make sure they can't just come on in with that Shadow Sneak, which they have. Now it's just a waiting game to see who's going to engage first on this Darkrai. Zika might want to try and get in some stacks behind the Vaporeon, but Zapdos is taken down quickly by the side of Pancakes as well. Forma unable to defend the legendary bird. Darkrai trying to get some try and get some stacks in, but Azalito finds them, and even though they're going to try and put them to sleep, they pop the Carmine, they get the speed boost, and they're just going to get in on out of there. Darkrai in the top lane by themselves. Altarius here in the bottom side. Nope! Darkrai gets sent back to Nurse Joy.
Yeah, that was a beautiful movement coming in for Darkrai here. Didn't really make it out. And unfortunately for them, looks like this top goal is completely unprotected, giving them a free reign over stacking, scoring, and of course a point lead now of the 89s. Moving in that, we have 87 points right there here as we move into the 7-minute mark. Regieleki on the bottom side. And of course in the attic, we have the Registeel, which is a massive damage boost for them going to it. They might be able to take the mid-fight right now, and that's very concerning. Snorlax is already starting it here. They're getting a little bit of chip in as Cascade wants to go in, realizes not a lot of teammates to work with, so it's got to pull back.
Yeah, look, we see the Regieleki marching towards that tier 2 on the bottom side. Team Int have decided to go for this Regidrago, which is secured by Pancakes. Formont Dodo has not been found just yet. They are all avoiding that bush, and Dodo has just seen all of Team Int go right into their central lane. There's the Shadow Sneak into the player off on to the Vaporeon. But that Pokemon is ridiculously hard to KO. Gabite's waiting. They're not going to let the 21 go in from the side of Azika. There's the Supercell Slam. Going to go in and follow it up with the Thunder Punch. Darkrai hides into the hole to try and get away. The Play With Me is going to come out, unable to pick up a KO. It is Russell. It is Baru that picks up a nice KO. And Formont goes on the chase as Zapdos puts down the damage. Snorlax getting those enhanced shields from the block. And Darkrai doing his best to help him get out.
And it's going to be a little bit interesting here as they move about it. The score gap isn't that big, but this level gap is going to be a big difference because 9, 8, they're all having their Unite moves up and ready. And on the other side, all you have is a Darkrai, a Mew with Mystical Barrage. And I mean, of course, Blitz Delivers has high damage, but is that going to really make a difference if it doesn't hit? So that's a great start. Checking him out. And Darkrai not looking too good.
I mean, the Bliss Assistance is there. They can use it to absorb all the damage. But yeah, Darkrai in a very hard spot. They trap Vaporeon into the worst nightmare as well. Zapdos is just waiting for them to get out. Vertipede gonna wait to use the Bliss Assistance. But Garchomp takes out the Darkrai. And Rework Esports Core looking very strong right now, headed into the halfway point, Hytera.
Ooh, I like how they're starting this off here. They're going into the half with a triple digit as well on their scoreboard. They see if they can make anything happen. A few double digits in terms of the levels as well. And I think it's safe to say Rework Esports Core has the advantage here. If they take this Snorlax out as well, I'm not really sure what they can do from here. Nice try to try and pull him away the Dragon Claw here, but then just walks back and Snorlax is now safe from harm. Of course, that just means that the Reggie Addict here, the objective is just to take EXP. Modified team will get a point here, and I'm not really sure how this is going to pan out overall for Team Int.
I mean, Darkrai trying to get what I assume is stacks in here, but a Zapdos is a good fodder for a Darkrai as Mew does secure the Regieleki behind Rework Esports Core as they were playing out with this Darkrai. The Mewsted Order goes onto the Formont, targeted by the Electro Ball as well, and Formont is surrounded by 4 members. They have to pull out the full charge. Zip Zap. Oh my god. Full power Zip Zap charge. I don't know what it's called, where they just fuck everywhere. Tano knows the name. I don't know the name. But there we go. The KOs are coming in from the side of a Team Int. The player off onto the cross. They have to pull the Rubble Rouser into the eject as well. Zapdos gets warded off by the Darkrai, put into the worst nightmare. And Baru does a fantastic job of KOing the Regieleki. And now the revenge is on.
Are we not going to talk about how Zapdos played that out as well? Aaron was in a great position to run away, but seeing a beautiful Rock Tomb, decides to run back in to the fray with his team, and Rework Esports Core able to lock themselves out for a double kill at the bottom here, and of course advancing the lead is chasing Mimikyu down as well. Right now, it's going to be a beautiful start for them. If Cascade can lift this, it's going to be a very different game. Look at that, Dodo coming in here. We're going to see a Supercell charge, maybe in just a bit to hopefully stop them from coming in, but there's a massive damage coming from Zapdos here, and the electric duo makes their way down. The damage is flowing 4 points onto the board left on the top zone, and I do believe this means they have a chance to really make something work from here.
They might go for the pressure here as the Rock Tomb does try to ward everybody off. 4 points, but they don't have enough to break it. Darkrai's going to go in with the Dark Pulse as well to try and find out a target, just put some damage on. Formont just decided that they didn't want anything to do with that top part. They're waiting for this Regidrago to surface. That's good global experience, but we're at the final stretch right now. I mean, DJ just trying to bait Dodo in to coming in and pulling onto him, but the Electro Ball is going to secure a little bit of that farm. Fighter Pig is doing a fantastic job keeping their team healed, but it is Zapdos that managed to get the final hit on that Regidrago and also pick up a KO on the Snorlax as well. 156 to 138, a very, very close game in our opening content.
And again, we're looking at the score here. It's really obvious how this is gonna go. They might have gotten the Addict Regi and that buff is running out. That's the worst part here. But it looks like Rework Esports Core still has a handle of the situation moving into the 2-minute mark. Even with the aggression coming from Regieleki.
Yeah, look, I mean, the aggression coming from Regieleki, they could just let this walk in. They could get some scores in, but we got a bit of damage being put up onto the Snorlax, and Zapdos once again with that charge beam just unable to do much, just putting down the damage. Regieleki does walk in. Snorlax takes another big hit, but they're trying to isolate Azalito right now. Nobody showing any attention to this Kyogre just yet, considering how close these scores are. But look at what is happening. Formont's going to go for a cap. Demon are going to notice it, and we'll see if they decide to strike.
Yeah, so let's take a look at how they pan this out here. Rework Esports Core had the type advantage with 2 electric types here, so I don't think they have a very favorable position moving into it. The damage is shown, but it looks like Mew showing them a 1-upper with the Solar Beam here, taking the first out onto Palmont here. No Unite moves invested as well. Garchomp has to try and make some ways here. I am not seeing the Livid Outrage. There it is. The Play Me activates Mystical Barrage to lock in here, and now the damage flowing through onto Aaron here, making 2 KOs here to lock them in place. A 3 onto Darkrai, and no Unite moves invested still. It looks like Rework Esports Core is able to come back out of this, but with 1 chance in a Dream Team, it can defend this with 1 Unite move. I don't think it's going to be enough. As Kyogre goes down here, Lobo, I gotta give it to you. Rework Esports Core is looking mighty fine with that score lead.
Yeah, they're looking very good with that score lead, and it was all of Zapdos doing the damage, managing to pick out the Palmont early on with the X attack and the Mimikyu with the play rough, but then also taking the Garchomp almost out of it as well with the play with me. The worst nightmare is going to go on to the Garchomp. They're going to try and take them down. Want to make sure you don't get KO'd in that does Cascade. They're going to survive, but here they're going to get a 50 by Dodo into that main pad and increase this lead with 30 seconds left to go. This is the best way to pressure this. A great defense comes from a good offense. Fighter Pig going down, Snorlax going down, and this might be all she wrote for our game number 1.
Right, and so I think actionable things that they can definitely take and do here. I don't think Team In was in a really bad spot, but we had the conversation, right? It's going to be a very bruisery comp, and it's going to come down to what they picked up here. I don't really think Mimikyu really had any leeway to play the game here. Trick Room, I feel like have been a better choice. You need to dig and dash around the area. Could have absolutely helped here, but even then, it's so squishy compared to the rest of the Pokemons that we're seeing on Rework Esports Core. I don't even think that was the right call to pick up the Mimikyu.
I mean, Mimikyu is so strong in this current meta as well, and Play Rough is always the move of choice. I mean, for me personally, I'm much more of a Shadow Claw person, but I don't think Shadow Claw would have done any better in there. Perhaps you can brawl with the Palmont, you can brawl with the Garchomp, but with Aaron putting on the 7 KO, top KOs on that side of Rework Esports Core, it was the Zapdos damage that really ensured that Rework Esports Core made it out of that Kyogre fight, because Team Int had all of the pressure. Pancakes picking up a KO on Dodo early. Then they found Cascade in the bush as well. They all hopped on. But the damage coming out, breaking the shields that you get when you use the Unite move. But Play With Me allowed Cascade to survive. And it just shows 75k damage done. 31% of the team's damage. Zika putting up 68k on that Darkrai. It was used to great effect, but I mean, look at the healers right now here, Nitera. Azalito on 62 and Fighter Pig on 59.
It's a great big difference. You can definitely show how much they try to sustain the team here, absorbing damage after damage. And I mean, of course, by the pick, we have to note that the 59,000 healing as well, or rather 60,000 here is just 100 points short. Really made a lot of difference as well. But did Zika need to take 50,000 damage, right? Like, could he have just come in a position where you could dish the damage without taking it? And that's another thing we have to consider moving into this. As we take a look at it, that it was the last Reggie they needed really to take this fight here, and as they went into it, first pickup coming in very early. And you can see how Pancakes really tried to make Mimikyu work here, getting the first pick to try and start off. But from here, even as a 5-man, right, they got caught with 3, even invested the Snorlax into it for Livid Hours to come in to be locked by Play With Me as well. Rework Esports Core were just so on point, ready to lock everyone in place to make sure they don't get the maximum way out of this situation that they caught themselves in. And that's why you never face check a bush.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. They did find it with the Shadow Sneak first off, but then, I mean, the Bliss Assistance went on to the Snorlax as well. I mean, trying to self-target that, to mainly target that. In all of that, because, you know, Pancakes was alive. Blissey could have run through 3 members of the side of Rework Esport Core, but it was that Zapdos and Vaporeon healing that kept everyone alive. Zapdos was just putting damage onto anything that it could, and all of Team It were just kind of huddled in that choke point. One of the most dangerous choke points in Pokemon Unite. If you get caught in that alley, it's not a place you're going to get out of easily. Unless you can. And with Snorlax being one of the only people left, the last people to be KO'd, you know, you mentioned it. They popped 5 Unite moves trying to take down that Garchomp. And it did the job. Let's see, I mean, if Team Int can come back from this. We know they have the ability. It's going to require possibly a shift. Or, in all honesty, Nitera, ban out the Zapdos.
Right, so moving into it here, let's see how they can turn this around. Will we see a Zapdos ban? No, I don't think so. My Mega Lucario is always gonna get banned. You know, I know your stance, Lobo. You don't have to say it. Let it happen. But I mean,
it was barely banned yesterday, so perhaps they're fearing. You know, this is now the group stages. You want to make sure that you're not going to be facing something that you don't have the ability to take down. But this is interesting here. Still no Zapdos ban. It is going to be free because all of the Pokemon that they've selected are more detrimental to their team comp than a Zapdos was. So let's see where Zapdos goes. Aaron picked it in that 3rd spot. Baru, let's see what they decide to pick up first. And it is going to be that Crustle.
I think the Crustle was a fantastic pick, despite it being one of my least favorite picks here. And I don't foresee them changing this out. I do think the Garchomp was also a great pick. Just, I'm really thinking it's not the Mon to go with it, right? Great Dragon Claw here. Are you going to try and make a miracle again, though? That's my question. But let's see how this one pans out here. Looks like we're hovering on the Greninja, a Pokemon that is obviously not going to be picked up here, as I get absolutely mocked for trying to anticipate that. Dodo picks up the Mimikyu.
Dodo picks up the Mimikyu as well. I wonder if it'll be a different moveset this time around to deal with DJ, who has actually gone with the Zapdos. So, I mean, if the Zapdos doesn't go first pick, you got to pick it in that 2nd pick. The damage numbers are just too high on that Pokemon. But as Alito gets access to that Vaporeon, one of the best healers in the game right now, I would say. It has the ability to be just so tanky, so powerful. The Pokemon just does not get KO'd. But we're also seeing a Mr. Mime come through. Now, this is an interesting one for me. We saw Pancakes absolutely cook on this Blaziken in yesterday's round of matches. Aaron is going to take the Darkrai. So a few swapsies coming in from either side. And Zika, let's see what they decide to round up their final game with. They're just going for full burn damage because Mega Charizard X is coming to the fray.
Right, and I love how you mentioned about the Vaporeon here. Arguably one of the most compatible Pokemon to fit in the team right now. It's able to handle so much with its strong base set HP, its access to a plethora of moves here to make it work here. And of course, I mean, with its water-based biology, very slippery and able to slide out of trouble, no issue on top of the bulk. And with Spect as well, giving it nice damage across the board and nice increase into healing based on its increased special attack. So I think this is a great start going in for a more bruisery comp. So I'm not even sure whether Darkrai was a Pokemon that needed to be there. But there is a Mega on the other side here and a giant yellow bird. I'm not too sure how this is panning out for that in terms of damage.
I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see how they go. Azalita is really gonna have a tough task on their side to keep everyone nice and healthy, especially if they go with the Arca Ring once again. I've just been informed as well. So Team Int was the one that picked the side. Core chose the Groudon map, so we are going to be moving from water to desert land as well. And Team Int chose to go to pick second. So they're forcing Team Rework Esports Core to take the primary first pick, which they use on Crossall. And in some instances, getting that second pick as well. Usually, Pokemon Unite teams, they base it around a core of 3 Pokemon. Being able to pick your core 2 without any interruption is really, really good. So I like Team Int here as well. Team number 2 on the books, Nitera. I mean, if Rework Esports Core take this one, whoa, Team Int.
Right. Take a look at how this is gonna pan out. I mean, the Mega Pokemon gets the Mega treatment, right? Goes into the central area, gets the EXP all for themselves. Zika is running arguably the best Pokemon in a long time in terms of all-rounders. So let's see if that's gonna change as well as Burrow hits the central area, though. Maybe Disruption, Madness, and of course, a little bit of Tangle with the Charizard.
I mean, Baru is a great Pokemon here. I mean, Baru's a great player here to try and just make sure that Charizard doesn't get this farm easily. Delaying a central laner into any lane is always going to be helpful and useful. But Zapdos here leaving left by themselves to deal with a Darkrai. Not a bad decision, especially with its high damage output. Pig trying to get back to their base to heal up. But in the face of a Machamp who is just, you know, siding everybody off as Mimikyu picks up a nice quick KO on the Torchic.
Right. Now, look at it though, in this kind of situation, while the points have been invested here, it's going to be a small stat difference, right? But it's going to make all the difference early on as numbers do make the matter. Moving into it though, we are going to be seeing Azalita trying to make some headways into the Water-type Charmeleon here, but guess they're kind of safe for the time being here, but it looks like they want to get a little more, trying to find an opportunity here. Pick is hovering. They do see Azalita, which is a great start, and what a check by Azalita right now, who I don't think is able to get a KO, but it's going to be saved by, was Beru, and still chasing Lobo. This is a shocking surprise going in. Look at that.
Managed to get a nice KO as well. Azalita knew what bush they wanted to go into, and it is the Shadow Claw moveset that's going to come out from the Mimikyu as well. Ooh. I think it does a little bit more damage over time with the resets that you get from Shadow Claw. I mean, with Shadow Claw, you KO a bit of farm, and then you get your Shadow Claw reset. With Player Off, you know, you're kind of stuck out in the middle there and just relying on your basic attacks and boosted to KO. But here we go, Machamp going with the submission. They're going to punch forward, try to pick up a KO, and they do. And Charizard gets the evolution. Teammate come fighting back into this one after suffering a few early KOs. Crossall is here to help out on the top path. It is Safeguard instead of heals this time round. Nitera for Pig on that Blissey.
And they're gonna keep the heat up here as Charizard now at level 7 means that moves are online. You're gonna see you can take a little bit more XP for everyone here and punish Azalita for going so deep. As they started off though, looks like Crossall is gonna make the Rock Tomb lock them away and dividing this fight off. Now teams are back together here. Altera's are theirs for the taking. Rework Esports Core have the EXP lead. It's gonna be one more level up here, and we do see Dodo with the play with me, but no, it looks like just a shy away from that Shadow Sneak. Teams are going to have to just kind of relent here because they need to be able to position themselves for the next objective here. And let's take a look at how it's going to pan out. It has spawned now, and we're taking a look. The top side, the Addict, Regieleki. Bottom side, Reggie Steel. What a lucky day for Rework Esports Core.
I mean, Reggie Roulette, you play and you win sometimes. They've decided to abandon the top Regieleki. They haven't gone straight for it at the side of Team Int. They captured the Registeel in that bottom side, and that's the buff they needed. Machamp is going to submission their way out, unable to be stopped by the Blaziken or the Blissey this time around. Nice stacks going through. The Helping Hand's going to come through and really help out. Charizard has access to that Seismic Slam as well. They could decide to pull the trigger, but we've also got Dodo here who has the ability to cancel out any kind of damage that Seismic Slam can do because they can just take them out of the game completely. Team Int's going to go for this Regieleki. They're going to go in with the Shadow Sneak into the Shadow Claw. They pick up a KO on Blissey, but Team Int able to get the Regieleki. They're deciding whether they want to push it or not right now. Nitera and Mimikyu and the others have walked away waiting for Team Int to because they thought they disappeared.
And it's gonna be a rough one here because that is the negligence stepping into them, right? They might have the levels here, but competency is another thing. They were overcompetent. They felt that they didn't get punished on that, and all of a sudden, Inch surprised them. A jump out, and it was a little hard to respond, but at the very least, Rework Esports Core was able to just kind of back away with no casualties just yet. But worst part, they did lose the Mega Charizard, so if they're gonna take a fight, it's gonna be a little rough.
I mean, you got to make use of that Mega Charizard as soon
What's
as
the
it
point?
pops off. I mean, you popped it off, and then you used it on the Mimikyu. Mimikyu's going to manage to take a KO on Dodo. Was that play? Am I wrong? Are they not going with play with me? I mean,
Right.
that was... I am so confused right now. Did I see the boosted come out instead of Shadow Claw, or am I seeing the play with me come out from Mimikyu as well? I am so confused. My eyes are deceiving me all over the map. All eyes are going to be on Dodo to see what move they are playing, because they go through. He's there right now, but the fight's coming up on here. Blissey trying to safeguard their way through, and Azalito doing absolutely brilliant to keep this health bar nice and high. But all in that, whilst the attention is in this top path, Nitera, Dodo's going to go into that bottom lane and try and take this other Reggie off the board.
Well, it's a great choice for them. They definitely want to see if they can pick up the Reggie Eyes. And in fact, for me, I didn't even think they were already spawning so fast. Man, time flies when you're having a lot of fun here. I definitely can see how Team It is trying to make the best out of it here. That's the pickup for the Reggie Eyes here. We do see a Zard coming through. The damage is flying in, and the cannons are also zapping with the damage here. Fire Punch to chase them down. Looks like Dara has to back away as Lido caught in a weird spot here. Wants to see if he can find his way back home, get a Citrus Berry so he can help his team, but it's not enough. And of course, Darkrai takes a seat back into the home space, and now it looks like the fight is going to carry on. Team in a great position, don't want to overextend. They've got what they came for, they've got EXP, they need to be disciplined. And that is a very, very rough int from them. They did not need to spend time waiting just a little bit longer, and now they're getting punished all the same. There's the Charizard, that was the Blaziken, that was a Darkrai there, and well, he lost so much momentum from that.
I mean, it is a play rough Mimikyu. I am mistaken as well, and you get confused with the boosted autos from Mimikyu that do look like Shadow Claw, but they are playing so well Rework Core right now, picking their moments to go in. A nice little bit of safeguard play from Fighter Pig at the very start of that fight to safeguard against the submission Machamp coming through, and allowed their team to be nice and safe. But they're still only 52 on the board. Azalito managing to take away a blue buff with the boosted coming out from that Vaporeon as well. So everything going Rework Esports Core's way right now. You got to be very wary heading on into that final fight. Having tier 1s up at the final fight, especially if you're able to lose it, heading now into the final stretch, that's just easy points for the opposing team to score.
Well, let's take a look if this can actually continue to forward the lead, or is this just kind of a fake out here? Take a look into that starting off. It's going to be a Rock Tomb to try and divide them a little bit, but it's going to be fake news because no one's really there at the moment. But it looks like Real Esports Core is ready to respond. Tries to start here, Pancake in a weird spot. Beru tries to check the push, nothing. They do pick off the first of many. This Blissey is in a rough spot here, no one else to help out. It looks like this fight is going to be a 5v4 here with them picking up the Reggie Ice here. It's going to be a great moment for them as they put their first level 13 on the board with Mimikyu.
Mimikyu level 13 is quite interesting. To not have, we're usually used to seeing multiple level 13s. Darkrai's close, Machamp is close as well. One pick with that barrage blow could be game ending for the side of Team It. They got to be careful as they go in, but that Blissey Fighter Pick has not been missing with the safeguards. The mine walls are also going to be absolutely a nuisance to deal with, but Aaron gets found. They go in with the Darkrai. Damage not going to be done as well as Darkrai goes back in to that Dark Pulse. This is just a nice patient waiting game from the side of Rework Esports Core.
Ooh, and that's the pickup on Alan. Bit by bit, he's locked out. Alan is going to be in a weird spot. Oh, we do see a submission coming in close. It's going to be very tight here. A level 13 on the board for Darkrai. The damage is flying through. They start the fight. Looks like Mimikyu gets one. Turns it around. There's X's to lock them out. We do see a submission coming in here as well. Seismic Slide. The barrage blow goes in. Then Luke Blaziken's down for the count. The fighting types have reigned supreme. It's going to be the forearm man as he comes into the corner. And Mr. Mike has nothing else to say other than, you know, touching the walls that he's created.
I mean, a team wipe comes through as Fighter Pig just does come in time. They don't have the egg, so they can't go for a miraculous Blissey Steal, but they might kind of try and come in with the boosted, but they got put into the worst nightmare as well to make sure, without a shadow of a doubt, that Rework Esport core take that Groudon. They're already in the lead right now. Want to make sure that they don't give away too many shields with this push to try and get the Hondo Burgers in. Mr. Mime called out very quickly with a combination of Darkrai and a Crossel as well. The defense comes onto the pad with Zapdos, who pops that ult down, and Charizard gets taken out by the Mimikyu as well. Blaziken, the next one, tough fall submission onto the Zapdos, tries to eject out, but a beautiful 3 KO streak by Dodo.
And you have to wonder what went wrong. Where did it went wrong? Team It had so much time to pick up plays, grab KOs, and there's just so much overextending afterwards as well that just let them down this weird path of I might be able to win, but not really. And well, I mean, this is how it's gonna count down to the last 10 seconds. It's just gonna be a rough ride into it. Of course, Rework Esports score, fantastic movement, and of course, punishing them for all the plays that they've made so far.
Absolutely. I mean, look, Dodo was hitting those Shadow Sneaks absolutely brilliantly. I mean, you couldn't step out of near your team without getting hit by a Shadow Sneak. And then again, at that level with the play rough into, with the X attack as well, is just going to absolutely eliminate you off the board. Fortunately, Bitepig wasn't able to get that Bliss Assistance off at that Groudon fight. Had they had that, it would have been very, very key to that fight. But again, the safeguarding on Bitepig that they were showing throughout that entire game was absolutely on point, really saving a lot of their teammates from getting caught out multiple times by the submission and the Vaporeon as well. So again, but when you've got a Mimikyu like a Dodo, it's a rough one, my guy. It's a very rough one.
Tell me about it. I mean, I don't think you need to express it any further. The score shows for itself here, and of course, if we take a look at the stats, I think it does paint a very interesting picture, right? There's not a lot of chances that Bitepig could really help out here, and if I believe even you look at the battle data, we're gonna see very similar numbers from the last game. Maybe 20k more in terms of the defense side of things and the healing side of things, but aside from that, definitely they knew what they were going to do, and Rework Esports core was able to capitalize off that. And the thing was, we did have a Zapdos on Team Int here who was dishing damage, and dare I say, likely is going to be 100k, but it just didn't feel like it. Never mind, it really didn't feel like it.
No, I agree. Zapdos felt a little bit more contained in this one. It does have the ability to output that damage early game. It's very, very strong. But anytime, once again, if DJ stepped out from the shields of Ellen on that Mime or any of their frontline of their damage dealers, it was going to get KO'd. It was very far in the background. It was able to deal a surprising amount of damage. But when you have someone like Cascade, you have someone like Dodo, you have someone like Aaron who are not afraid to go in, well, all hats off have to go to Baru and Azalita because they allowed everything to be done in that game. 64k healing on that Vaporeon.
Right, and it's the first of many coming in here. Again, this is the 5-minute mark, or more or less a 5-minute mark. You can see the scoreline was a little bit different, and as they were kind of holding back here, 2 of the damage dealers walk away, and the rest of Team In followed up here. But as you can take a look at here then, took way too long to run away. Did not need to take weird fights early in there. And this is what led to the first downfall, potentially. They just didn't kind of collapse in or stuck the landing on this.
Yeah, look, I mean, Team Int do try to come back into this, but there's the Crossel. They tried to score. Look at DJ there, barely making out. Does get hit by the end of that X-Scissor, but they gets pushed back and it KO'd by Cascade on that Machamp. So really back and forth push at the 4-minute mark. But this is where it all went wrong right now. The Shadow Sneak catches onto Bitepig into the play rough. Down you go. No Bliss Assistance coming out. And then Baru eject into the X's, completed by the submission Machamp. Play With Me is right there as well. Huge barrage blow. Cascade really showing their stuff towards the end portions of that game.
Right. So, with that being said, though, that kind of wraps up Rework Esports call with a 2-0 score line here. Team In is going to put a 3 at the back of the score, and of course, Rework Esports call 7-1. So, group stage is starting to be really interesting here. The matches are getting fired, but Lobo, we have much more matches to come, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, that was just our first set of the day.
First?
The group stages. The very first set of the day, of course. Very first set of the broadcast. We've got a lot more group stages action coming up for you guys. But we're going to take ourselves a short break before we bring you our next set. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and we will be right back. Welcome back, trainers, to the EUL Masters. We are in the group series, and Shivam doesn't want to see our faces anymore. He's just going to send us straight into our next game. We got Rework Esport Core, the siblings of the team that we saw in the first game, Rework Esport Core and Gear, going up against Los Duros. Now, this is going to be a fun one. Mega Charizard Y, Psyduck, and Sirfetch'd not going to be allowed to play this one, Nightera.
It's gonna be a rough one to say the least here. Let's take a look at what they choose to pick and ban here, and maybe the games will be a little bit different. Rework Esports Core just finishing up one match, going to another. The mental strain could be something they can take advantage of, and I do know Los Duros is your team, to want to go on, right? It's your go-to team. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, look, I can't show any favoritism at all,
Right,
but I'm going to do my best. Ghatlue looking to be banned off as well. Blastoise going to join that banjo, which means Zapdos is free once again, but nope. Louisan says, nuh-uh, no Zapdos for you. Skull, TT Bone, Rio Terra, Eclipse, Fira, and Beach are going to show up once again, and Eclipse is going to take that Mew away from Danny, and that is a very interesting first pick. It's not often that we see attackers go in that first pick unless they're incredibly broken, Nightera.
Right, so I mean, it's gonna be interesting to say the least here, but on the other side, gonna see one of my not so favorite Pokemon, Crustle, coming back. Why is Crustle so popular? I don't get it, guys. You gotta stop.
Let's talk about it. Crustle made showings at the World Championships last year. It's such a good bulky Pokemon. Rock Tombs are able to really cancel out Pokemon that do not have dashes, as well as Rubble Rouser is such a good move, absorbing a lot of damage and dishing it out back tenfold. Not exactly tenfold, but also X's ability to stun, cause crowd control, and crit as well. It is a very, very good Pokemon. One of the most popular defenders, now being picked up by Figo as well. Mamoswine, such a good defender, so strong at every single evolution stage, Nightera.
Can you tell that Lobo just likes Crustle?
I don't. I mean, Crustle is very, very fun to play.
He had his whole spiel, and it was two bands worth. It's 2 bands worth of spiel. I'm not gonna let you take this away, okay?
That's the truth. I don't know what you want me. You asked me. You literally asked me why Crustle was so good, and I told you why Crustle was so good.
You put us aside for it, though. Okay, let's talk about the bands though, the picks, brother. Because Oscar is going in with one of the best all-rounders. I don't need you to explain it this time, Lobo. I know why.
You don't need me to explain.
No. Don't worry about it. You've got a lot of screen time later.
I won't do that. But Blaziken is such a good Pokemon. Oscar is very, very good on that Pokemon as well. Skull's going to go with the Darkrai. And Beach coming out with the Galarian Rapidash, which is a very interesting pick. Love to see it. Danny going to hope to hit those snipe shots. And Beach is just going to be trying to chase them down. Mate, every single game so far, we have seen this Mimikyu. You think Blaziken's the best all-rounder in the game? I will raise you the little ghost puppet that wants to be a Pikachu.
Hey, Danny's gonna parent you and make you sit down. If you see a line coming to you, you know what's up. But on the other side, I'm not really sure if I can see the play here, right? Initially, there's a Rapidash there, there's Darkrai here. Then there's this weird, awkward, like Zero Edge. It's not really hit and run kind of style. I don't know. The Rework Esports have done well, right? We can't say they didn't. But that's also why I'm very confused at this comp. On the other side, Los Duros has a very bruiser comp. I like this. It's safe. I
mean, the bruiser comp on the side is very, very good, but I can see the vision of Rework Esport Gear. They have a fair few Pokemon that can play by themselves. Mamoswine can be protecting that Darkrai just to make sure it doesn't get jumped on if it gets hit by those snipe shots. We've got Cerule Edge that has the Revenant Rend ability. It's able to go into the Phantom Force and just do a lot of burn damage as well as big burst damage. And then Mew, probably the best attacker in the game, but I mean, Daniel have something else to say with that. With the Inteleon, it's just the Galarian Rapidash pick as well. So it feels like there's a lot of solo movement coming out from the side of Rework Esport Gear. That's a core again. It's so hard to keep these two teams together. But then Los Duros have a team that require them to really fight together.
I don't know. Maybe you're right that Rapidash just kind of makes this entire comp awkward, and I'm leading a little to it. But that's also the thing, because Rapidash has the ability to demand presence on the map, right? So fast, it goes in and out. You kind of need to take it out before it just does so much damage that you cannot avoid it, right? And so I feel like that's kind of all of what I'm looking at here. And if you see a vision Lobo, I'll let you go at it, but I just cannot for the life of me figure out what the plan is here. And I'm just gonna say, I feel like Los Duros pick is very safe. Starting off strong though, first stack of the day, it's gonna be Los Duros' enemies, Reroll Express gear on Kless the Bonita.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's very interesting to see because Ghatlue Rapidash is played a fair amount across the EU region. It's one of those picks that's very niche, but Real Esport gear are going to stay in the faces of Los Duros. They do have, I want to say, a bit of a late game. They've got to get Blaziken online. They've got to get Inteleon online as well. Pogo just has to be able to stay in the faces because the early game is a little bit of a contention when you've got a Darkrai and a Mew as well. B's going to use the Muse in order to back them off, but Los Duros going to show absolutely no fear. Luizen is up top with the Mimikyu as well. Both central laners have headed top, but I mean, 9 points going in on answers. Not the end of the world when we come up to these middle Altarias.
I'm going to be the one to say I think it's the end of the world here. Let's take a look at top side first before I go on to that. First pick up here onto the view from the Mimikyu gets a free back as well. And they've come out with 1 KO up on them. The thing is that that one stack here coming from, Rapidash is going to stack up. He's just going to keep dishing the damage until eventually he gets a KO and he's going to stack more. And the cycle repeats till it gets 6, right? There is an end to it, but yeah.
It's interesting to see because Rapidash is going to go in, they're going to stun, they're going to go in, they're going to go stun. It's in and out, and they just have to wait to that point where those stuns are going to do enough damage that Darkrai and Cerulean Edge can pick up easy KOs, but there's no such thing as a free lunch right now as Torchic going to make it back into the Hooper hole, but they're going to take the long way back up. Albanoa doing a fantastic job keeping that team alive. Luizen picked up the K opener, like you mentioned, as well as we hit that 8-minute mark. So Reggie Drago is on the board, and it looks like Danny's gone for the acrobatics moveset, so which means we could see a liquidation come to the forefront because a short hit move to deal with Ickless on that prancing pony, it could be the way that Los Duros has to deal with the fanciful fairy.
Okay, agreeable to that extent, but at the same time, again, it comes down to actually what happens, right? Yotaro with the 2 levels lead here tries to make a play, locks out the Hoopa, and is going to try and drop the 30 here with the help of those Lucian. He's trying to just defend it out with Beach on the side here. It looks like they're able to pick out the 1. Dani coming in hot heavy as we do come around here. Blaze Kick to lock everyone back, and now they are kind of safe from taking all the Altarias here. But with Rapidash here, it's going to be damage Fiesta. Let's see if they can make something happen from this.
Yeah, look, the Galarian Rapidash is going to be a problem. I mean, Crossel is there to absorb a lot of that damage. Oscar are going to be damaged as well. They're going to fall into the Dark Pulse of the Darkrai. They have to come up, but Danny is online, fully evolved into that Inteleon, the Hyperspace Hole. It's going to send them back, and it is a liquidation. And Nitera, it does half of Rapidash's damage, no matter where they are going to hide in that bush. Crossel has found them once again. They're going to go in. Liquidation is going to hit, but they still manage to get out. They have to deal with Ickless on this Pokemon.
Right, and so bit by bit as they inch forward here, looks like they have a strong positional advantage here. They're postured to pick up the Regice, and it's going to be a little bit tough for them to actually go in. Los Duros on the back foot here has to kind of wait it out, while Esports Gear either chooses to fight them here or just play it out and get the Regieleki like we see over here. Which means now Real Taro is gonna get free XP. He's gonna be able to farm on his own, while the rest of the team just kind of sits back, not able to do anything to their very tanky Piloswine.
Yeah, look, Piloswine on the tanky side is so hard to KO. Even if you gang up on it, that Regieleki has walked in to that bottom side at tier 1. They're going to choose not to break it early because they want to get as much as they can. Los Duros initially did back off of this objective, and now they're going to go back into it. A 40 cap is going to go in, and they're going to get a 30 cap into that tier 2 as well. They're still fighting here, trying to find a position to take this off the board. Overheat is going to get the secure. But with 2 members missing from the side of Rework Esport Gear, is it Los Duros' chance to push this one? Nope, they're going to back off, play it a little bit safe. Ryotaro getting to level 11 on a 2-level lead against the opposing central lane is not what Los Duros want to see.
Yeah, agreeable. Let's take a look at how they turn this around here. The biggest problem now is that the score line is 3 digits on the board for Rework Esports Gear here to the Fat Egg on the other side of Los Duros. Damage coming through here. That's unable to pick up the KO. But it looks like at least it's able to scare them away, which means they have to kind of reset their position by all the way from spawn. But moving into that here, 5 minutes on the clock, it looks like we're gonna finally get Mammoth Swine into the game here. There it is. We might see the Mammoth Mash come in just a bit here if you want to take a strong fight. Damage comes through here. The Blaze Kick comes in, overheat, not able to hit anything. They started out strong. Oscar going down for the count here. There's a push on damage. Play with me coming in. It looks like we might be able to take down Beach here, but the Physical Barrage to save them, locking them in place. There is the Azure Sniper himself coming in hot and heavy here. The Spy Vision is trying to lock on someone, but Oscar is not allowing that to happen here as they just make sure to protect Danny from all the damage coming through. There's the second one comes forth onto the Rapidash here, and right now this fight is just overextending. They need to pull away. The team is returning with so much of their numbers in hand. It looks like Oscar is almost going down. The Revenant starts. There's the Bitter Blade, and Oscar stuck on the wall, has to back away with the help of Danny, able to barely make it out here. And this is a rough spot for Rio Esports here. They had an advantage and they slowly lost it again.
I mean, they got KO after KO, but then they returned the favor, did lost Duros. But yeah, Ickless on the bottom side, just taken out of this Regieleki, sitting at level 9. A level 12 Cerule Edge is not what you wanted to go down, because now you've got Mimikyu, Inteleon, and Blaziken sitting at those double digits as well. No Revenant Ren here for Cerule Edge now. Mammoth Swine's going to displace the Colossal as we go into the Rubble Rouser, into the X-Scissor as well. The fight is just happening all over this top lane as Lost Duros finally decided to retreat. Russell has no option but to retreat. Oscar going down as well as they pull. The rings unbound. Can they get the secure from that Reg Ice? No, Albanoa tried their best. The rest of Lost Duros are going to fly through that Hooper unbound hole as well and pick up some interesting damage as well. But Nitera, that Regieleki has walked into that tier 2 on the bottom side.
Oh, it's an interesting situation for them here. They could drop a 50, but look at the HP coming in here. Oscar is going to chase it down here, and very likely we're going to see Sarah Edge fall. There's the Revenant coming in here. No pickups on the side. Does drop the 50 here. Good investment, and he's able to save the Darkrai from... I spoke too soon. I'm sorry, caster curse happened. We do lose 2. Oscar, unfortunately, is just going to be happily sitting with the double KO here as we move on to that. But 257 points to 72. It's out to Rapidash to defend this with the help of Mammoth Swine, and let's see if he can make any headways.
I mean, look, there's the player off on to the Prancing Pony as well. Liquidation is going to chunk down the Mammoth Swine as they finally get rid of one at tier 1, and the crits from Danny are hitting their mark. I mean, Liquidation is such a big damage dealer. It's another Ice Shard, but just has the ability for more damage because of the crits. But we've headed into the final stretch. We've got 20 seconds to go until our very first objective. Excuse me, but look at the points scattered everywhere around the map, Nitara.
Hey, it's a aesthetic choice. Let it happen. Moving into it, 2 minutes on the clock here. It's going to be Groudon who's spawning in just a little bit here. They're going to start it very early with Fire Goal. And of course, we do see a little bit of bang action coming from Danny with a finish of Osaka on the Focus Blast here. And now it's going to be a tough spot for him as he's able to just see he can take another fight. They lock themselves out here. And it looks like we have the Revenant Edge. I'm not going to be able to pop off this time. Team is on 5 here. The Spy Vision has eyes on Groudon. They want to pick this out here. Darkrai starting in the fight, going in. We do have the Liquidation. The damage is flying through Groudon. 1 hit remaining here. The overheat is being charged. Ready to go. Not enough to clean it up here, but with the help of Inteleon, they finish it off. It looks like it's time to try and stop here. Nevermath invested here. They try to stop something from happening, but the damage goes through, and we lose Mammoth Swine. Last one standing here is going to be Darkrai, who's unable to get away, and now the team is ready to go. Lost Duros has this one back with the Groudon buff remaining.
Yeah, they have the Groudon buff here, but Albanoa, I don't know if they're close to that that hole, but the Reverend Ren's going to hit onto Danny. Are they going to get the way? No. Cerule Edge falls, but they have got the 274. They've got a minute left to go to get their points in. Albanoa cannot go down here, and they do, and give up a Groudon buff. Lost Duros did so fantastically to get back into this game. They're still so far. I mean, they need one more Hunderburger to really put this game beyond a doubt. Oscar-Tar's going to try and find Darkrai. It does manage to hide into the Dark Pulse as well. Oscar-Tar can't lose another buff here. They're going to be able to get out. The rest of Lost Duros is trying to find their way back in to help protect. Danny, with the boosted crits, does get protected. So 30 seconds left on the clock, and we have a game on our hands. Our Hunderburger sends Lost Duros into the victory column. However, there's 20 seconds left to go. They have to go, and they have to go now.
Right, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a shot in the dark here, and they're gonna need some points. This 15 is not gonna make any headways here, but a 50, not 15, might make the difference here. That's the start. Albert Nova 125, trying to make some.
We don't know. We don't know what it was.
We don't see the
don't know
50
what it
anymore.
was.
It's gone. No, they dropped the 50. It's going to be a rough spot here. They just need a little more. Let's see if they can make it, Lobo. Money's on that.
I
Lost
don't
Zeros
know.
does make it.
They needed with the 100 going in, they needed 100 and some change. And I do believe it was Rework Esport Gear that managed to take that victory. Wow, they lost the ground on fight. A brilliant defense coming out from the side of Rework Esport Gear. But I mean, Los Duros managing to catch out the Mammoth Swine early on and did a brilliant job at that ground on pit. My goodness, what a fantastic first game between these two teams.
It's gonna be interesting to see how they play out round 2 because it was very close. And you might even say Lost Zeros had the chance there, but the point lead was just slightly enough for Rework Esports Gear here. That, of course, as we take a look now, well, is 43 more points, or rather not 43, but is 34 more points really that much? And
I mean,
well,
that's what 17 points that they needed to get in before the big dunk went in from Oscar at the end. I don't know. With 5 seconds to go,
no, not 17.
Counting down,
They needed one more point.
It's quite
18.
hard. No, I mean, we know Iklas scored the 100 going in, so before Iklas scored the 100 that went in towards the end, Los Duros still needed 100 on top of that as well. So they didn't need a full 100. They needed about 80. So they needed 180-ish points minus the 40 that we saw. So they did score 140 points in that double time. But there it is. I mean, they weren't super close. We saw the 100 coming in and just enough. The 86 went in and then another 100 went in from Iklas as well. I mean, if we can see the scores of Los Duros as well, I'd love to see what scores they got in. If we can possibly check that. Siobhan, there we go. So we saw the 70 and then the 30 and then the 100 and the 100 go in, all within that final stretch time. So 100 went in. 100 went in from Danny.
Right.
And 30 went in from Louisen as well. So they just fell short of that one.
Right. Which means they still needed another 18 points because they needed to be ahead of points to win this time to make a big difference. And unfortunately for them, it just kind of shy off the board here, but definitely a very strong fight coming in for that. Los Zeros is not out of the race just yet, so with a 4-3 scoreline, they could make this into a little bit of an edge here and actually put a dent into the scoreline of Rework Esports Gear. I'm excited to see how this one pans out for themselves, but I'm gonna have to see how this pans out for the replays first before we go into that game 2.
I mean, a lot of good pressure being put on by Rework Esport Gear throughout this entire competition. I mean, Iklas had to be very, very careful where they got in, but a few unnecessary scores coming through from the side of Los Duros. They let Regilecki walk in twice, but here was the final fight as we go through. Cerule Edge going down, the Robo Rousey game played, Azure Spy Vision being used as well into the Triad Blitz from Iklas, which means Danny couldn't actually get out of that Triad Blitz to put some damage on to the rest of their team. It was a nice trap in there, but there you see Danny just hunting this ground on the Play With Me coming down bottom side on to the Mew, who got stunned out by the Hooper, had to pop that Mystical Mirage, and Danny there just putting the damage on with those boosted autos.
Enhance! Look at that ball. Wait, look at that spit. The ball spit. Enhance! It was a kick into that ball spit right there. If you zoom it, look at that ball. Now we slowly put frame by frame, and you can see it's that exact ball of spit from Danny. You know, disrespect on the ground. The Hawk 2 spit on the ground.
We already knew that was that ball of water, as we're going to call it, that went through and got on to the ground on. But again, this is where I think Los Duros took a little bit extra time because all the members of Reworks Esport Gear are still up. We see the KO coming in on to Mammoth Swine, but then I think they just took a little bit too long. Maybe just go run and score if you can. They did get Danny taken out. They got Albanoa taken out as well. Unfortunately, they only needed a 40 dunk to win that last one. But we're going to go straight into game number 2. Where do you think both teams are going to change this up around?
They'll pick a Mega Lucario up.
What?
They'll pick Mega Lucario up.
you need to say that slower. Are you saying they pick Mega Lucario up?
Yeah, I'm glad you heard it. See, you understand this language.
Yeah, but
Absolutely
it
great.
got nerfed, so it got nerfed.
It
so
got
it's not very good
side
anymore.
nerfed. It doesn't matter if close combat hits, neutrals.
So Mega
Matters.
Lucario is shouldn't be in the game, is what you're saying? Yeah.
No,
yeah.
no, no,
I
no,
agree
no,
with you.
Well, your
No, I
interpretation
agree
is
with you.
very
I agree with you.
Is
I
this
agree
the
with you.
EU,
that Mega
EU
Lucario,
Singapore diff? Like, is
no,
this the
Mega
communication
Lucario
error?
shouldn't be in the game. No, I agree with you. I agree with you 100% that Mega Lucario shouldn't be in the game. And we're gonna see what other Pokemon are not gonna be in this game because we do have the Blastoise, the Surf
Wait.
Mega Charizard Y, and Mimikyu gonna be locked in, and the teams have swapped sides here, Nitera.
Come on. Bring it home to daddy. Come on,
What?
Lost Duels.
There's no
Disappoint Lobo. Pick Mega Lucario. Come on.
They're not gonna
Disappointed.
pick Mega Lucario.
No. We're getting.
I know well enough that Mega Lucario will not be played by Lost Duros.
No. You're an absolute liar. Watch me
Uh-huh.
prove you. They obviously they passed Mega Lucario. Hold on. You see.
That's not reword. That's not Los Duros. You said Los Duros pick Mega Lucario.
It's okay.
But-
It's gonna be in the game. It doesn't matter. That's the most important thing. It's in the game. Send
Okay.
it. Lobo, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm. Ooh, let's go. I got what I
First of
want.
all,
I can go off a free
You
man.
said Los Duros would pick Mega
Fine,
Lucario.
I
but
got what
it
I want.
You got what you want, but I mean, whether what you want is good or not is to be kept to question. Beach's gonna pick up the Umbreon. Skull is gonna pick up Mega Lucario, much to Nitera's incredible excitement. Albino hovering over Eldegoss, which I actually really love as a supporter because this is such a good supporter for that top part.
All right. Now we just see a Delmice, and I will complete my bingo card. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, if you want to see Delmice, you should watch MTZ play because they played it yesterday.
Yeah, I wonder who did invite me, huh? Ha! Production! Huh! Just saying! Anyways, as we go into that though, it is going to be Suicune, arguably the king of all-rounders when it comes to CC on the CC side of things, which is interesting, right? We haven't seen this Pokemon come into play for quite a while here, and I think it's going back to its rightful throne with a ranged attacker on Ecclesia, the Miraidon. Also not seen very often, but our electric types really do pack a punch, so to speak. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ryotaro decides to go for something like a Pawmot. Maybe we come back into another range attacker like Zapdos, and this is going to be an artillery squad.
Well, Zapdos has been banned out. It was the third banned out by Los Duros, so no Zapdos on the board this time around. But Ryotaro come up with the Dragapult, which did get buffed in the recent patch. However, all my eyes are going to be on Louisian right now. They absolutely can cook with this Talonflame, and it means if they can bypass the crowd control that's coming from Beach and that Suicune, that Iglis is going to have a tough time because they're going to be hunted by that Firebird. Oscar has the ability to just shred down opponents with that Garchomp, but again, all eyes for me, and as much as I don't want to say it, is going to be on Skull with that Mega Lucario. It does unfortunately have the ability to change the scope of a game, and Ryotaro, with the auto attacking that comes out from Dragapult, considering it was Shadow Ball that got buffed as well, we could see a Dragon Dance from... Sorry? Oh, it's Ryotari, my apologies for mispronouncing that name. Ryotari going to play that Dragapult. So the auto attacks and the big amounts of damage that Dragapult's able to do would be something that we are going to bear witness to.
I don't know what else to tell you, man, but I'm a biased man. Mega Lucario is in the field.
Yep.
You
And
know? Can we swap sides here? Like, I don't feel very comfortable sitting at the seat of Lost Duros. Feels a little lost to me. I feel like I need a bit of a rework.
I mean, sure, you could be as biased as you want, but I mean, it's just not a good Pokemon. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you're gonna see the stats. It's gonna be different.
We always have contentions here at the casting desk, specifically when it comes to our favorite Pokemon. But Los Duros have it all to play for. Real Esports Kia have a very strong comp on their side. I like the look of the Dragapult. Unfortunately, I have to like the look of the Mega Lucario because it has the ability to turn the game on its head. Los Duros won the Groudon in Game 1. Let's see if they can turn it around in Game 2. Obviously, Nitera, I'm going to ask you to take your bias out of it. On paper,
Unfortunately.
on paper, and taking your bias out of it, my ad. What do you make of these two teams? What do you make of the two comps?
I mean, if I had to go back to it, I think first of all, Dragapult has not been seen in the game for a very long time, right? And either composition just leads it to more of an assassin range type role. So when we look at it this way, it's more of a like a consistent damage assassin, right? Rather than like one hit, one burst. Maybe a little bit more like liquidation with a little more A pressing. I think Rework Esports Core's composition as a whole allows them to go in a lot faster, allows them to dish the damage out with even a Mega Lucario. It's gonna be a big scare. But Los Duros, I think, actually has a stronger composition. Assuming they don't get hit by any CCs or anything, Los Duros actually has more tools to work in terms of putting them in positions that better suit the fights that they need. They can position themselves a lot better with what they have. And I think Lobo, if I'm not putting on my bias hat, yes, Los Duros, definitely. I gotta give it to them here. The Mega Lucario is not gonna change it. But
that's all I ask. That's all I ask.
Mega Lucario is a big fact. I'm talking about Lucario normal now. But when Mega Lucario happens, it's gonna be a big scare. It's gonna be a tough.
That's all I ask. It's just for a little, take the biases hat off the head, which is okay. We love every Pokemon. We have 1,000 Pokemon, and it is gonna be fine. So let's see how we go with this as well. I do believe we have a pause going on, unless that was our connection. Royatari is going to be in the central lane for the side of Rework Esports here with that Dreepy. I mean, once it gets evolution to that Dracolock, it gets those stacks with every KO.
Right, so we're gonna see how they actually turn this around here. It looks like my Suicune dressed in Raikou costumes, try to make some headways. Do see Skull coming in with the team, but I guess we'll move down because, they want me to talk about it. Looks like we're gonna get a very early start here. Level 4, we have 2 moves up. Let's see if they can take a fight onto that. Dishing the damage here, it looks like they get EXP, but it's not gonna be enough. One Lucario remaining on the scene here. I don't think this is enough to defend.
I mean, 3v1. I mean, Lucario does do a decent job, but the acrobatics early game is massive. There's the shield's going to come through, but the stuns coming through from the Elder Goss are enough to get away. Dracolock's going to go to the top side. 36 points coming through. That's a dangerously low health for Louisa to go in with a Dracolock and a Suicune mulling about in that top path. Skull is dangerously low as well here. A breeze could possibly take them out as Garchomp is going to try and get the KO. Skull deciding they just need to retreat for now, not to give away any experience.
If I had to be not biased once again, I have to really give it to the fact that Suicune being on the team makes it so much different, right? Everything that Suicune does leads up for every other Pokemon on the spot of Real Esports gear to dish the damage here. And right there, you can even see, even as a standalone Mon, damage was dished. And a lot of things really made work just for Suicune being on the field.
Yeah, look, in that bottom side, the Umbreon and the Miraidon is a strong combination, but we do have Talonflame on the line, so it can take to the skies and go hunting. Mega Lucario still looking for that extra move set. It's looking for the Bone Rush. Sorry, not the Bone Rush. It's looking for the close combat. The Ice Fang is going to reposition the Umbreon. It is going to be Mean Look as well, which is also going to hinder the Talonflame from coming down. The auto attacks from Dracolock are going to be strong. The Electro Ball is going to go in. Nice reposition into a big Solar Beam. And Louisa sees red. They're going for the Dracolock. Manages to survive on an HP and a Dream Nitera. Unbelievable. I don't know how Ryotari got out of that one.
It's gonna be a rough call on the side here. We have a level 9 Talonflame halfway there, just almost there. And on the other side, we also have the Dragalock, who's just a little shy behind. But remember, Dragalock's an attacker, right? Dragon Ball goes into attack, right? And that's the big difference. EXP is gonna flow a lot faster for a speedster here. We're gonna see the consistent and out from here. Oscar one-man show trying to make something work, and it's gonna be a little tough pushing into level 7. It's not gonna be enough as we do see the first of many coming in for Skull here, who's looking to find opportunity back into the fray. I don't think it's a good time to go in just yet, but you know what? That's not for me to say. As we do see Luisin coming in, I do believe Los Duros has their angle to go in faster than Ryotaro can. So let's see if they can make this one out.
That takes to the sky. It is Ryotari that manages to get the steal with the Dragapult. They went invisible. They got there with the boosted and the Unite move coming through from the Dracolock missile, heat-seeking missiles coming through. Solar Beam unable to stop Skull from scoring in. They're finally going to get some points in as they double the score lead, and the enhanced charge beam forces the eject out of no way to get away. So a lot of damage coming out from the side of Rework Esports here. I mean, Louisian was close with that Registeel, and that Registeel buff is going to be absolutely incredible going through. No way is just being picked apart right now. Eject into the Dragapult. Louisian takes to the sky just a little bit too early. Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to come down to stun, and they have to pull out the Flame Sweep to get away. And the pressure is mounting on Los Duros right now.
And look at how much damage that Ryotari has. But as I say that, of course, he gets caught on the backline here by a giant Livid Outrage here as Oscar tries to make some headway. And now, looks like there's not really much he can do other than take the damage and unfortunately be dealt whatever hand you have right now. And that's gonna be the hands Oscar who's able to make you just go from 100 to 0. And that is the scoreline now, 82 to 143 here. Los Duros able to pull it back from the brink into 149, having the lead of 6 points here. Moving to the 5-minute mark here, Scar's gonna see if he can take some wing up on top here to lock themselves up with a lead themselves. 32 points going to the top side. It's a nice overcap of 26. There's the start, the power-up punch, and almost having to force the investment on the corner card crash. What a good move by them. But this is gonna be rough if they continue to chase as Oscar is behind.
They're chasing. They're chasing now. They're looking for it. But a 32 going to be answered with a 32 as well. As Louisian does manage to get that in. They can take to the skies to get away here. As Ickless was trying to chase down. Dragapult is there as well. The Electro Ball is going to go on to Skull into the bottom side. They found Louisian. But so easy to get out of danger. Does Talonflame have that in their kit? The Mystical Mirage is going to be popped. The Ice Fang into the Flame Sweep. Does manage to find a KO on Ryotari in the backline. Dragapult Lucario also gets failed by a beautiful combination with the Ice Fang once again. But Suicune stops the Mammoth from finding Ickless on that Miraidon. A nice defense turned into a stunning offense by Los Duros.
I need to definitely see how this fight is playing out here. And the very simple breakdown is that so long as you can reach the backline here, which is of course Ryotari, it's going to be a lot easier to play out the fights here, which you can see how Oscar is really positioning themselves in a great way to ensure that they don't get any way out of this. Oscar once again decides, you know, we can just wait for our team to get together and we take a good fight. I'll just flank from the back. Doesn't need to force anything, can take objectives freely. This is what a Garchomp thrives on. And as of this point right now, it's going to be very hard to deal with him, especially if Ryotari is not able to get the jump on Oscar and if Oscar is jumping on him instead.
I mean, the mean look finds Oscar there into the Bright Future Meteor Storm. A lot of investment went into KOing Oscar. I mean, being at level 11, it still does provide a lot. But there's the first instance of the Aura Cannon that we see from Mega Lucario. It's going to take a lot to take it down. The close combat, it's going to hit absolutely nothing, as well as Talonflame takes this guy, but gets caught into that mean look, into the freeze as well. And finally, a KO on Louisian as we go through. But now Oscar is back, going to use the Livid Outrage with 3 minutes on the clock to just back everybody off. Ice Fang does manage to find the Dragapult. Endless Ice Spikes also has to come out from the Suicune, and the damage burst coming out from the side of Rework Esport Gear is just too much as they get a nice 40 overdunk to send them into the final stretch. But it is only a 5-point lead here, Nitara.
Right, and this is a tough spot for them. Just 5 points could make the difference, but hey, it's not as big as the last round here, so if they come down to the wire, it might just be a little bit different. But I wouldn't count them out just yet. Los Duros having a big advantage this round compared to the last. Let's see if they can make it happen once again. Now, the question is, how are they postured for this final fight? Is Oscar in position to run to the back, you know? So this is going to come down to that one moment, how they actually invest into this. Great start here. Ickless trying fish someone out here into the pond, and of course in this little pond there's a Mammal Swine coming in there, there's Oscar, the Garchomp, and Kyogre spawning in just a little bit.
I mean, Mean Look is going to be massive here if they can actually stop Oscar as he goes into the Livid Outrage. But they might just go for the flip on the Kyogre right now. Or Oscar trying to bait everybody in. Mammoth Swine does find everyone. Goes in with the Mammoth Mash on to Ickless on that Miraidon, but gets KO'd very quickly into the Flame Sweep. They're trying to find someone. Is Louise and does miss the fly onto Ickless as they are traveling around with the Bright Future Meteor Storm. Only one person down. 2 members down for the side of Rework Esport here. Oscar is alive and well, but no, gets felled by the Mega Lucario. So 1 person down. 2 people down for the side of Rework Esport Gear. Now, smartly, Los Duros have decided to push the fight away from the Kyogre pit. Mewstoon Auto does hit alongside the Electric Ball. The Mega has been used by Mega Lucario. He's run out as we do have a fully healthy Los Duros coming back into the fray. But same can be said for the side of Rework Esports here. They're in the lead by 5 points, Nitera. As Melook finds the Umbreon, Louise is going to take to the sky. They're looking for the Suicune. That is the big problem that they have to deal with. Close combat. Taking down Louisian as well. And 2 members down for Lost Duro.
I wanted to point out that Louisiana had only 19 points, which would have been an interesting call to actually go and score instead, right? Not very long to score, could come back, have a lead, put pressure on them. But Lost Duros, with a stunning display of cotton misfoolery here, goes in and picks up. Eleanor is just actually the GOAT moving in for that. And right now, the thing is, Eleanor with the puff, gonna try and make a 50 dunk and try to get a headway with his team, which means the rest of the team now needs to kind of defend against this. Ryotari is in a weird spot, but they're gonna lose out on a big 50 dunk on the top side. If not for Dani, able to lock themselves back in. 54 dunk here, there's a 50 coming through, a serve to push them back. Scout's not a great spot, makes you lock them away. 18 seconds on the clock, Bright Future Meter still invested here, the fly comes down, tries to pick it up, there's the stop, moving in forward, it's gonna be rough. 30 seconds on this, the 30 points, rather 10 seconds on the clock here. Megalukari invested, they're going in 50 points. They need to jump one. There's the punches coming in here. They have the damage. Mammoth Mash was invested as well. It is rough to say the least, but I do believe my eyes here. It is going to be the Calling Cloud that surprises us all to make the win happen.
I mean, just waiting for the final result. Albanoa managing to get a beautiful secure on the objective. Then went and scored 100. The entire investment was made by Rework Esports. Yeah, and Los Duros have saved this game to come through and bring it to 1 apiece. Ryotari tried to score into that bottom lane, but was stopped as well. And then by Louisian, got the KO, picked it up, went to the top lane. Danny's beautiful light screen into the Surf defense. If we could see that again, Shivam, if we have a look at the highlights, I want to see I believe it was the Cotton Clouds, not the Cotton Clouds, the Cotton Spore that managed to secure the Kyogre. We'll have a look at that in all of the highlights, but Ickless picking up the MVP for their team. Albanoa, of course, had to pick up the MVP for their team, securing the Kyogre, getting 3 KOs. Oscar dealing a lot of damage in that game, so what it looked like, but unable to pick up too many KOs, as it is Louisian that was top KO dealer for that match.
Right, but you know what? We can argue around Lobo about which Pokemon made the biggest impact here. I think we're both wrong. I don't think we've expected Elder Gods of all Pokemon to make out with like a bandit in the night here, and this is an amazing start moving into it. Lost Duros put themselves back on the board here, and we're gonna see our first game 3 of today. And Lobo, it's gotta be Mia here. We're gonna make Tano so jealous that we gotta cast amazing games like this.
I mean, Tana's obviously just sitting back there being like, I cannot believe that I am not casting these games. These are incredible. 106k healing coming out from Frigo. I never know how to say that name. Figo? I'm going to go Figo on the Umbreon as well. The me looks...
I think it's Frigo.
I mean, Frigo. My apologies to that. So Frigo Beach was absolutely insurmountable on that Suicune as well. The Endless Ice Spikes plus the Whirlpools. I don't know why this Pokemon got buffed, but it definitely didn't need it, Naito.
I don't know if it didn't need it here. Definitely gave us a stellar performance all the same moving into it here. I'm just very upset that, I mean, for at least Rework Esports here, this is a very strong comp. Like, I mean, I did say yes, Lost Duros had a more stable comp here, but I mean, look at this. Mirada on the back line, in the middle, you have Suicune to give the CC to ensure, we'll get damage through, Lucario to actually give them a scare, and even someone to sneak in the back line, which is exactly what they needed to do, but Lost Duros did it instead. But with Oscar going in the back line instead, and like, everything was crazy. And I have to give it to them. Lost Duros definitely played their hearts on this one. It's gonna be interesting to see how this game 3 goes about here, but I have a sneaking suspicion we'll see Mega Lucario back in the free. But first,
I mean, I think if you had your way, we'd always see Mega Lucario. We did see a beautiful unmegged close combat come through on Louisian and Mew as well in that backline. We see here now Rework Esports here are going for the rip. Look at the sneaky Albanoa right there healing themselves up in that bush. But there we go. No Way does get me looked brilliantly. Now I want to see what gets this, because there is everything on this right now.
Okay, let's talk about all the moves, right? There's a Dragon Claw. There's a Power Up Punch. See, so from where? Can we pull back to see what Elder Gods used?
Yeah. Can we pull that back just a little bit?
Okay. So that was
it's got it's got the cotton spore. It's got the cotton spore going onto it right now.
Frame.
So the cotton spore is there. It's right on the hitbox of Kyogre. We're seeing Charge Beam. We're seeing the Dragon Claw. We're seeing the Power Up Punch. We're seeing the Whirlpool in there as well. Dragapult is in there, obviously using its boosted. So for a secure to come from an Eldegoss in that that chaos right now, it popped.
You see the green smoke?
Yes, I did. The cotton spore, the cotton cloud, whichever move that is.
The cotton ball
popped nicely. But then also we have this beautiful defense coming through here from Danny. Pops, jumps onto the pad, goes for the light screen, dodges the boosted into a solar beam, and then switches to surf here to push everybody off again. That's a 4v1 coming through. The Flame Sweep takes away 2 members of Rework Esport here, and it's just a fantastic defense job. But all the while going on right now in Nitera, Albanoa is just aura farming with those scores and trying to give the lead to their team.
Definitely love to see. Let's take a look how they can really turn this around moving into the next game. Like I said, I really do feel we'll see a Mega Lucario come back. Suicune also a very strong Pokemon. I would not be surprised if Los Duros pick it up for themselves instead here. Because I'll be honest with you, a lot of those games that we saw early with Suicune alone and the damage dealt, the CC was there, the damage is going through, so let's see how that goes. The defense was a great start from them here, but just a fair bit too late. Let's see if they can turn this one back around here. Match point Lobo, it's you and me on the mics here. We're gonna see Rework Esports here have a point up on the leaderboards, or Los Duros able to smash that shiny record here, put another dent in them.
I mean, it's always fun to see Mega Charizard Y and Sirfetch'd going to be banned off straight away.
How's that fun?
You're calling for the Mega Lucario. I have a feeling we'll see a Louisian Ceruledge, or we might see a Louisian Talonflame. Once again, that Talonflame was very good at handling the backline of the Miraidon and the Dragapult. So we'll actually see how this goes through. Zapdos is going to be banned as well. Mimikyu is going to be banned because both of these teams can play Mimikyu very, very well. Mew also going to be banned off as well. Ain't no team in EU wants to give Danny this Mew at all. Blastoise also going to be banned off as well. First pick going to go to the side of Rework Esport here. Now for me, I'm not really sure what they're going to pick here. We could get a first pick Mega Lucario again. We've seen it. It could happen. Nope. They're going to go for the Duck.
Like I said, one of the best.
Personally, I would love to see a Venusaur come out here, but we know her kit is very, very deep with those range attackers. Albanoa going to pick up the Umbreon, and I love this, that they've decided to double pick away the Umbreon and Suicune from Rework Esport gear.
2 very strong CCs as well, right? Mean Look, and we're going in with basically
very
any of Suicune's kit. But I want to see where they kind of place a Mega in the field here. I do believe a Mega is coming up at some point. But they can also solve my bingo card here and go in with Delmise. I'm just saying, just solve it for me.
I think you're gonna have to wait to watch an MTZ game before you get a Delmise, my guy. They're the only team, I think, across all of EU esports that have pulled out the Delmise. Danny's gonna hover over the Inteleon, which I really like. You go Charge Beam versus Inteleon. One has a larger range, as well as going to be able to do a big amount of damage. Oscar, you're going to break my heart, my guy.
Let's go! I got my wish. Bingo! Breaking Lobo's heart.
I was proven. My favorite team has just cost me the moral victory against Nitera, and I will accept it. I will accept it with grace. And I will accept it with grace. I will accept it with poise. And I will give you a virtual handshake that you deserve, Nitera. You were right. But I like this pick from Ryotari.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Problem is, I don't really like the Talonflame pick. I'll be honest with you here. They do already have an assassin. Quite literally, the Pokemon made to be an assassin. It's a 007 on Danny here. Louisin, I feel like I could have picked something more... I would say, what's the word here? Like something that's a little bit...
I'm gonna let you finish your thought, because Louisin's Talonflame cooks.
Oh, no, I agree. It just doesn't feel complete in this comp. Like, I think a Speedster is great. I think maybe Masquerada would be nice, right? Has a decent initial damage and ways to back out. Doesn't need to full commit the damage, right? We have Danny to do that, right? If you want to clean up crew, Danny's there. The rest of the team have a lot of ways to put damage on safely, and all you really need to do is to be able to follow up on that, right? If there is a mean look, drop the damage. If there is a CC for Suicune, drop the damage, right? I feel like this is a bit too all in, a little bit risky. Lost Zeros, you have me at the Mega Lucario, the Suicune. You lost me at the Talonflame. Rework Esports gear, I gotta give it to them this time, which is surprising that I'm giving teams with not Mega Lucario the support. You know, I took my bias off Lobo on this one. You know,
No, I always appreciate it when you take your bias off because I know how much you love Mega Lucario. I do the same when I see a Mimikyu, my friend. But however, to me, it always is interesting because you need something that can get into that backline of Rework Esport gear. I mean, Ickless was so good on that Miraidon in game number 1. We saw the way that they were able to dodge and weave around the Louise and Talonflame. So if you have that Pokemon, that Miraidon, it's free rain and free damage. But however, you have to be very aware because Darkrai is a problem for other species to handle. Oscar going into the bottom lane this time around, as we do see a swap up. Intellio going top side, Lucario going to bottom side.
Kind of interested to see how the Empoleon plays out here. Ryotari dishing a lot of damage, as I'm saying that, as it's one of the Pokemon that we've not seen here today, but it definitely has the potential to be devastating in terms of taking a very strong, commanding a lot of space rather. Right? But as we move into it here, it's going to be interesting, right? Again, I'm saying the same thing I'm going to say again. Both of these Pokemon, Umbreon and Suicune, have the ability to allow damage to flow through on the first sign of being locked out, right? Meanlow locks in, there's damage coming from Piplup, right? Or whatever, basically, sorry. Not Piplup, but you get the point. The thing is...
I get the point.
Yeah, the thing is, we need to see how this pans out here, and it's going to first start with whether they can hit their level spikes at level 5, first off.
No, I agree. As we have the Milo Altares coming up here, we have Lucario here. Is that an E-Speed Lucario or is that a Quick Attack Lucario? No, it is a Mega Lucario.
Mega Lucario.
What am I talking about? I apologize. We do have the pressure being put on by the Rework Esports gear team right now, but the acrobatics was just not enough as Skull does manage to pick up the KO on Louise. And the K opener, I believe that was, as we do have the central laners going 1-for-1 right now with Skull on the winning side. Lucario is going to go in, try and pick up a KO on the Crossel as well. But Nitera, interestingly enough, donut stores for both teams.
Right. I mean, good and bad across the board. I mean, we've seen Pokemon that have stacks here, right? I mean, the obvious offender of this is going to be Mega Lucario. I just don't really feel like it matters in this round because at least for now, if they're farming safely, I don't think they need to force it. But in this case, it's going to be a little tough when you have the EXP lead on the side of Rework Esports gear here because at some point, it's going to be even across the board and the difference maker will be that Saya Yai, which means you want to get stacked early, get your advantage early before that happens. And I'm going to be honest with you, Lost Zeros is breaking my heart. Whenever I see Lucian go down, it just feels like it shouldn't be the case.
No, I agree with you 100%, but this top lane combination of the Prinplup and the Psyduck is so good. The eject has to be pulled by Oscar, not able to get to the eject. Can they get to the Citrus Berry? No! I mean, a nice little anime run alongside each other to try and get to the Citrus Berry. Unable to do it was the Mega Lucario. Louisan is fully evolved into the Talonflame. Skull completely uncontested on that Regidrago. But the pressure, I mean, even though they have these two incredibly strong Pokemon in the Umbreon and the Suicune, they need to start fighting together because there's always a 3-person push on it to this top path to stop Danny from getting to that Inteleon. And I mean, the healing and the sustain that Empoleon has is just ridiculous.
Oh, and that's a great start moving into it. I love how they advance so quickly. They hit their level 7, they just push for it. They know they have the advantage, they want to force it, and they try. And as they start this out here, Lucian getting the first nick onto Regirock, but see if they can continue this hit with here. Oscar, close combat, the damage is dished out. You have Power Up Punch waiting for the secure here. This is the double secure, nicely done. Advantage leading to Lost Zeros here. It's looking a lot better after a little bit of a, I would say, an int from Lucian early on, but they're kind of stabilizing there. Problem is, Darkrai and Empoleon level 9. Let's see if they can really turn this around against them.
That damage output in that top lane with the Darkrai and the Empoleon is so strong that even a Pokemon as tanky as Umbreon just cannot survive, as Darkrai is going to try and go in and try and pick up some KOs. We do see the liquidation coming out one more time from Danny as well, as they're going to try and take this on Regieleki off the pad. So close to that Mega is Oscar on this Lucario as well, just trying to steal as much farm as they can. Only a few seconds till they get access to it. So both Reggies on board right now. One going to Los Duros, one going to Rework Esports here. We're closing in on the halfway point of this game. Middle Altares down here, but the damage output from that charge beam is ridiculous, Nitero.
Now I see a giant Blissey egg on the side of Los Duros here with that 0 score. Not a good side. 102 points here. The triple digits are on, and Rework Esports here has a great advantage here. And again, while it is the team that I'm calling out here, Los Duros is not out of the fight just yet. With Mega Lucario now on the field here, they even invested, of course, the Emperor himself to go in for a fight. I do believe there is a room for overextending, and it's going to be on the side of Oscar of all people, but with close combat able to heal him up, could still make it out.
No, the social mat's going to heal them up, but you had to say it. It's a caster's curse. The
tail is
the worst nightmare does go through. I mean, we saw Ryotaro have to use the Sovereign Slide into that top path. We saw the Mega used as well. Still donut stores for the side of Los Duros that could help them towards that fight, because they are taking these final last 2-minute fights very well, despite how they're performing in the first part of the game. Nitro, we've just passed the 5-minute mark, 10 seconds on the top of Reggie as well, and I think it's 8 seconds. Nope, it's just going to appear right now. It is Regia Ice, and honestly, the Regieleki looks like a more tantalizing Reggie, but Los Duros are going to disagree with me. This one's going to get wiped off the board unless Oscar has something to say about it, and he does.
Are you proud of your team? It's all because of Mega Lucario. Do you feel something, Lobo? I feel a lot of things.
I have nothing to comment at this time. I'm just very happy about a very nice secure against the odds, I might say, Nitero.
Right. Moving into that though, we do see Los Duros 2 times the charm here. They pick themselves up the Reggie Ice as they go into it here, and it looks like Ferigo is gonna see if he can block with his team here, and Perlon coming in. The Emperor's waiting for everyone to start out the fight here, but this Rock Tomb just kind of pulls him back. It's like, hold on, pull it back.
I mean, the Rock Tomb stopping your own teammates, not what you want to see. Luis is going to take to the sky, try and pick up some damage. Cider is dangerously low, does get taken down by the close combat from Oscar, who's sitting pretty at level 13 right now. Luisin gets hit by the Hydro Cannon. They lost Duros. They're going to try and put a push on to this pad, but they do not have the Unite economy to deal with this, nor do they have the health anymore after that charge beam.
And mind you, they don't really want to invest any more Unites, right? Because they're going into the 2-minute mark here. As I say that, of course, Oscar breaks my heart here. Shirko comes in as well. I don't really know what the plan is going into it, but look at the damage down. Lucario is going down for the count here, and Albanoa has to see if he can play along with his team here, who's very low as well. They could try and take a KO, but at this point, you come out with like 1-2-1 here. Let's just pull off here. There's a Reggie Drago on the field. Get farm out, lots of yellow dots. Come on, this is not it. Now, the problem is that the scoreline is 102 to 69, haha, funny number, as we move into this year. But a lot of the team is overextending. They're trying to find a way to close the gap. But is that necessary, Lobo? That is the question I must ask right now.
I mean, they've got 2 tier 1s up, do Rework Esports gear, which if they are able to flip this, flip the main objective coming up at the 2-minute mark, it could be easier for Los Duros to make up the score difference. They are 2-2 with objective secures against Rework Esports gear. Usually, that would mean that you have a 2-0 victory coming on your way, but with 2 members on the top side dealing with the Regieleki, Los Duros are going to try and score of their own. But those are 2 Pokemon that are so impressive at defending a pad, is Crustle and Miraidon. They have to get out of there right now and see if, I mean, it's worth it. They could defend this Regieleki, but that would increase the score lead. They let it walk in. 4 seconds to go on the clock. This is game number 3. Final time. There's a Groudon. The game is now on.
Man, really staying alive for Tano on that one, but
I had to.
He had to, you know, bring it back in for that later on. But as we take a look into this, players are kind of postured around the pit here, not really wanting to invest into anything. I like the discipline, not wanting to. The Rock Tomb does call him out here as Firigo has a little bit of insights to where Downey is right now. We have Miraidon's field as well. So it's going to be coming down to the wire here. Oscar is starting it early. Mega Lucario investment. He wants to rip this, which is very dangerous, especially since close combat does not give you back your cooldown now. So it's taking a fight here. It's a great start. Does get a little bit more refund. There's the back into it. Saya invested here as we do see them trying to pick out his Groudon. There's the fly coming in. The bright future meteor storm finishes off though, as we do see the fell off what seems to be Victory Road, riding on the heels of the Emperor himself here, who's already making headways to the top side here, and the rest of the team follows it down. It was a real bright future for them once that meteor star actually landed.
I mean, the early pop of the Mega Lucario ult was very interesting. They could have picked up the KO on the Empoleon. However, the close combat was just a bit far away. Bright Future Meteor Storm able to secure. So Rework Esport Gear securing their first central lane objective of the match. No way, Hose. No way going down to Skull as well. The Darkrai has been a thorn in the side of most teams right now. They just don't know how to deal with this Darkrai because it's so hard to target. I mean, Los Duros tried their best. They go for the flip. I mean, it just wasn't going to work 3 times in a row. But Oscar has been found as well. He's going to be taken off the board super quick with those Kyogre buffs. And Danny's been found as well. And this one is going to be all she wrote. Rework Esport Gear in a very, very close set, edging out Los Duros.
Definitely not one for the books here. And Los Duros, I still feel it felt really weird again with the Talonflame. I'm going to go back to that as many times as I need to. It just didn't feel like there was any targets that could really be shut down very easily, even with a fly combo in. So, tough one to say the least here. The score line shows it as well, but let's take a look at the damage more importantly, because I think that would actually tell a different story.
Yeah, look, I always say across any game of Pokemon Unite, the numbers never tell the full story. Los Duros had a lot of back and forth with Rework Esport Gear. You clearly saw 2 different team objectives and team mentalities going into this game. They put up some fights. They got some KOs. Oscar doing very well on the Mega Lucario. It's the first time I've actually seen them play the Mega Lucario, considering how much I have watched this team play. But, I mean, again, I think you're right with the KOs coming from Louisiana on the Talonflame was struggling to get onto Ickless. Ickless went nearly unabated. I would love to see their damage taken to see if I was correct on that one. But again, yeah, look, 71k damage and 24 damage taken as well. Even Skull, 68k damage dealt and 22k damage taken. Those are the 2 Pokemon you need to put as much pressure as possible on. But it was Beach and Frigo on that side-up crossover duo that really helped out. And I think you were right, Night Terror. The damage reduction coming out from the side-up was immense for keeping them into the game at a lot of those fights.
Right. I mean, one thing that I also want to point out is that the entire composition coming from Los Duros feels very front-line early on, right? If Talonflame comes in, if Lucario comes in, Strickland's a little bit more mid-range, so if he comes in, Umbra has to go in. That's 4 targets for a Sai to hit, technically. Alright? So the only person who could dish damage realistically was Dani. And we established, you see, 102 points to 0. Even if Dani was on stacks, would it have helped? If they had stacks, yes, but we didn't see anything from that front.
Yeah, look, I agree. I mean, Oscar doing brilliantly to secure that with the Aura Cannon as well. We saw the full power Sai here. Dani has full crits right now because she is in that Azure Spy Vision. The Flame Sweep just able to push them out of the way. And it is, I believe, Dani that gets this with the boosted one more time. Inteleon secures. And again, it's a matter of trying to put down this team. Luisan takes this guy, takes down Skull on that Darkrai, but the rest of Rework Esport Gear, the ones who got KO'd in that top path are here, whereas Oscar doesn't make it in time to help push this pad. He gets KO'd fairly quickly, but has to pull the Mega Lucario ult right now, combined with the Endless Ice Spikes to go for a beautiful defense. So this is what I say, the scoreline never tells the full story because a lot of these fights were very back and forth between these teams.
Right. Again, I want to see the damage numbers. That's the most important. Oh, hold on. We still have like one more zoom in and slow down here before I fill my bingo card completely here. So just give me a moment on that. But you see, what I think we can pull back to see the Mega Lucario first, because I think it's very important to note why this play, honestly, from Oscar felt absolutely wrong, right? So before this, right, not Mega Lucario, right, had to invest in the pit for Mega Lucario, which, I mean, okay, good idea to try and force the rip here, but you remember, you're 1 patch behind in terms of the close combat, right? So, burning this close combat here means you have nothing. That is the biggest problem. Everyone's walking to you as well, so you could have just waited a little more to get the close combat up, and now he's fighting alone, right? Very hard to get targets, invest an eject button as well, and so the only option you have is to run away from Empoleon to buy some time, but then you walk into the Sai, right?
Yeah, they go they go for the full flip here. The Mega does... I think the Mega is still active here as well. That's why they decide to go for the flip, to go into full use of it. But look at the Bubble Beam going in. Danny's going in with the boosted as well. But it is the AoE damage of that one Meteor that secures that objective. There were a lot of considerations there, but Ickless to have the wherewithal to make sure that Bright Future Meteor Storm hits on to that main objective was key there. An incredible game by Rework Esports Gear and Los Joes. It was absolutely incredible to watch. Our first Game 3 situation that we love to see, but we need to take ourselves a little break. We're going to grab ourselves a drink and a snack. You better do that as well, because we will be right back. Welcome back, trainers, to the EUL Masters group stages. We have had some absolutely fantastic games going up. Shivam, do you want to bring up the group stages for us right now, just so that we can have a look at the points before we go into our next game?
Of course.
Yeah, so we're having a look at the groups. Of course, we have watched both Rework Esport and Rework Esport Core and Gear go up against Los Duros and Team Int. Again, Team Int were defeated by Supernova off stream. If you want to go check out any of those games, I believe they're being streamed on Paulette's channel as well, so you can have a chance to watch all the games across the board. So the Rework team's looking very good right now, as we're going to stick with our Rework theme for the start of these matches. Welcome back, Rework Esport Core. It's now Italian Diff's turn to have a go at breaking down this team. Let's see how they decide to do. And they're going to start with a couple of defender bans here, Nitara.
Good start, good start. Nothing too different right now. I mean, little bit of interesting one going with Italian div here. We're gonna see Rework Esports Core actually proper for the second time. It's the third time we're seeing the name Rework. It's a totally different team. Let's take a look at whether Core can hold on their streak here. It is going to be a 6-1 versus a 1-6 here, and so numbers gonna be a little bit interesting moving into this. I am hoping to see a win from Italian div, so the numbers do stay kind of similar. But last bet going in here, we are looking at a Psyduck on the side of Rework Express Core. On the other side, still going to be a confusion. I do believe it's going to be something along the lines of maybe a Blaziken, I feel, or maybe a Mega, and I think we're going to get one of those.
2 Megas being banned off, so no Mega Lucario this time around. Mega Charizard, why? Still not going to be allowed on screen. So Fetch, we still have not seen. I mean, it's definitely targeted towards you, Nitera, I think so. They just don't want you to be happy behind the caster's desk. But another Crossel first pick, which is also going to make Nitera very unhappy as well. Just cannot understand why the big Crossley boy is being picked up in that first position. I already explained it, but I still don't like it. Brutal going to go with a regular Charizard, but no, I like this. The Dragonite is going to come through, and S-Stark, I wonder what they could play. They're going to swap off. Gunner is going to pick up the Vaporeon, and double banded with the attack weight. Why does that feel like it's outraged? But this is the biggest question. Zapdos left on the table.
I don't know. Seems kind of sus to me if you think about it. I'm really looking to see, especially for the side of Italian div right now, a pickup on Delmice. This looks perfect, right? You pick up Delmice, you pull it in. If you run Dragonite with Hyper Beam, that's a free Hyper Beam target that is going to lead to someone else potentially. And I'm honestly, I like that idea a lot. But Suicune also very strong. We talked about this last game. Suicune having the ability to lock you in place means guaranteed damage. You can't run away from that Hyper Beam here. So right now, Italian div has got my eye on them. They're looking really spotty. But it's going to come down to this last pick, whether they can solidify is. I think Rework Esports Core's comp, once again, is just out of this world. I cannot see the vision again. But we'll see how this one turns out for Italian div.
Sometimes us as casters behind the desk can't see the vision every time, but there is a lot of bulk coming out from the side of Italian div just to probably soak up the amount of damage that Rework Esports Core is able to output. I mean, most of that damage probably going to come from the Zapdos as well. We saw Dodo absolutely clean up on this Mimikyu before. Cascade is an all-rounder specialist. So, and Azalito, absolutely not shy with those heals either. And Blissey is a Pokemon, if they decide to go heals, I can even see here, Nitera, Safeguard could be a very good option considering the amount of crowd control that they're about to be faced with.
I'm so glad you mentioned that, considering it's one of the only Pokemon with the ability to cleanse CC at a mass level, right? And so I think we'll come to see that in a bit. So let's pull down the draft in just a bit. Shivam, could you pull down the draft in a bit? Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Shivam.
Okay, I mean,
pull it down, pull the draft
down. We'll see how this plays out. A very strong team coming out from the side of Rework Esports Core. I mean, built to absorb damage is Italian div on that side. So the Rework teams want to keep their winning records in play. Here has got 2 wins already in the group stages. They've been separated by the group, so let's see if Core can make it 2 wins on the trot as well. I mean, they're maintaining the momentum coming out from the leagues, Nitera, which is really hard to do when you change the kind of format from daily week rounds into multiple games across an entire session here at a group stage.
Right. I guess let's get into the games here. It should be loaded right here. Thank you so much, Shivam. You're welcome. As we go into Rework Esports Core Italian div, Rework Esports Core on the left side here, on the purple, on the orange right side, Italian div. We're gonna see how this pans out. Once again, we're gonna see Try and True Season 1 meta here, as we can see Dragon. Yeah, going in. Sorry, not Dragon, the Dratini going into the central area here.
Oh, look, it's a Gen 1 Pokemon. We always forget the Gen 1 Pokemon, don't we? But Dratini, it's going to be interesting to see what move they decide to go with, as we see the Sword Dogger putting on a big amount of damage to Cascade early game. But this is what I like to see from the side of Italian div. Don't let Aaron be safe with that Zapdos pick. Lapras is able to soak up a lot of damage, but once you get stunned, once you're out of that Whirlpool, you're going to be taking a lot of damage from this Zapdos as well. Back on the top side, we do see a lot of the points going in the first stack of the game coming in through from that Vaporeon on Gunner, but it is that play rough coming through from Mimikyu that is going to be a big bother, taking them completely out of the way. The other central laner, Dragonair, is now in that top path as well as we close in on these Altarias turning up.
Right, and so as we go through this bit by bit though, first one is up here, Dodo, double buff, trying to go in, Dragonair coming through, gets the damage out and a little stun, they're trying to see if they can make anything, but I guess that's just a little hindrance for them. Bottom side though, it's looking a little bit better as we do see S-Tart going into just trying to get a disruption out and a berry to lock them back into the fray, and harassing our Mimikyu into the central area. But otherwise, it looks like this is going to be a little bit slow fight on the top side here. It's going to be an egg with a mission here, and that's to crack some more. You see here, there's the pickup. Brutal getting brutalized here by an egg.
I mean, Blissey just likes to throw hands with that with that expressionless face on its body. Vaporeon unable to get an evolution even with that stack coming through, but what does get that evolution is the Gibble into the Gabba, and they can start putting pressure right now, and just like that with the Scoop Slam, the Scoop Claw coming out from the Gabite. With Blissey online, they can keep it nice and healed. Zacian is here as well, picking up some of that experience, but Rework Esports Core are making a home inside the enemy team central area to stop Keep from getting any kind of farm to get that final evolution. But the player up is so strong right now, especially when you're this Mimikyu at that level. Getting a nice KO on the Crustle and making sure that they can start punishing this core team for going where they just should not have been in the first place, Nitara.
Right, and it's going to be a tough one for them because after this, I mean, even the score says 6 and 3, I think this is going to be a big difference once they start dropping this here. With Beru, the only one to kind of really stop them here, Cascade has to join into the fray to lock them back. But bit by bit, trying to make something happen here. I am not seeing anything come true. There's the Zap Cannon, literally just going in like an artillery strike, a rain from Zapdos, but it's just not going to make any hitways. Right now, what you need is a way to get into a good position, right? And
I mean, they found the Blissey. Oh, they found Azalito very close. Has to pop the X speed to get on out of here. Reggie Roulette on the board. Here's a Regieleki on the top side. And Italian Diff are going to take it off. It is Hyper Beam coming out from the side of Italian Diff as well. Zapdos and Mimikyu going to work on the Registeel, which is going to be incredibly helpful to try and defend this tier 1 from going in. But unfortunately, the pressure was just too much, even with that Registeel. So these points are going to rain in to the top side. Rework Esports Core on the bottom side picks up a beautiful KO on the Suicune as well. Lapras just has to run away from its own pad.
Right, of course. But now, this is the situation at. There's 79 points to 92 points. It's very close back and back. Few point difference each time here. They do pick themselves out onto the Lapras here, and they're starting it off to a great start. The point lead should come about a little bit more here, but I don't think they have a lot to invest. Looks like they have one short Dorgo just walking away here. Brutal wanting to make sure he's joined back with his team safe and sound. Question is here, Rework Esports Core has their timer to actually go and pick up all the central area mons right now, especially in the center here of the map. There is a bunch of Altarias that needs to be felled, and right now it just doesn't look like they have the window opportunity to do so after Gana comes in and dishes damage.
I mean, Metal Claw in to the Sovereign Sword, which I think whiffed and it did not be able to hit. But now the Dragon's going to bring out its own Unite Move with the Livid Outrage assisted with the Bliss assisted Dragon v Dragon. The Pseudos are fighting one another, and the stun coming out from the Vaporeon was there to just back off Cascade. And this one, they find S-Stark in a bush as well. As Rework Esports Core look to put the damage on, and it is Zapdos that comes in and shreds the Lapras' defense down with the assist. 114 to 97, still close, but the highest, I want to say one of the highest scoring games we've seen from both teams, 97 to 144, as Alito, even with the incredible healing that Vaporeon has on it, not able to keep themselves sustained with the brutal amount of damage that Garchomp and Zapdos can deal.
Right, and now take a look at this as we do see the Regieleki spawn up on top here. It's going to be an interesting one. They have damage onto Beru, and bit by bit he's losing 8 here. If he dinks the 9 here, could be a big difference maker. There's the 9, the Rubber also invested here, and we do see the Dragon Send comes down. That's the big problem they have here. Now they need to find a way out, which is a full man squad fight. Brutal a little bit late to the fight. I don't think it's a Sovereign Sword to really make any hitways here. They do get a, a pity KO onto the Zapdos, but aside from that, Italian Div is just wiped off the map here, and Rework Esports Core has priority to not only score this, but so much window of time to pick this Regieleki. But nice returns coming in from Italian Div here, recognizing opportunity. They go to the Braceman Reggie here. Let's see what they can pick themselves up.
I really like the math that Rework Esports Core were able to do. The Hyper Beam just missing wide, but they decide to go towards the pad anyway. Blocked off by a beautiful Rock Tomb coming up from Beru. Rio Esports Core are just so good at map management here, Nightera. You can see them moving so good when it comes to working as a team, but also moving individually. A nice combo from the Rock Tomb as the Regieleki does walk into that top pad. The Sovereign Sword might come out, but into the Livid Outrage as well. No points are going to go in, but he is going to get the assist from the Bliss Assistants. They're going to try and make their way out, keep them healed up as well. Brutal decides to go for the Blissey, but the Blissey is backed up by the Zapdos, which is Aaron, the player off on to the Lapras as well. The Hyper Beam does not connect as Lapras does go down. 312 to 104. 30 seconds till we get to that final stretch, and they've caught out Gunner with the Rock Tomb again. Beru on this Crossel is such a problem to deal with.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough spot for all of them in general. I want to see how they can turn it around, because right now, okay, the score doesn't lie. 6-1, they're definitely showing why they deserve the 6-1 and potentially a 7. On the scoreboard here by Italian Div, they have a lot to show, right? This one game that they got on the board here could be a 2, and it all comes down to the discipline they have going into the final fight in the 2-minute mark here. I'm gonna hope to say that with enough Unite moves here, Lobo, some things can be different.
I mean, it's always about the Unite economy and how you stack your Unite moves or how you play your Unite moves together. It feels like on the side of Italian Diff, they have some Unite moves that can stack very well together. But when you put the Rubble Rouser into the Livid Outrage, even into the Zapdos' Thunder Strikes, Thunderstorms, don't know the exact name of that Unite move because it's so brand new. But as they do put some damage on it to the Dragonite, Aqua Ring is going to try and heal them up. They might try and take this fight early, 20 seconds before the main objective, trying to catch out as a lead to make sure not to use that Bliss Assistance, as Italian Diff just have to back on up. But it is the catch out of the Lapras, which could be detrimental to Italian Diff, and they're going to go into this fight 4v5.
Right, and again, this is what you don't want to see, right? Numbers advantage is the easiest thing you can take a look at here, and of course, everyone does count. Lapras jumps into the fray here, could be a Lapras Express crash, and maybe they start a fight, but the level difference just do not make me feel confident about this. I start waiting for an opportunity here. This is going to be the first if they get a good CC, but Dodo's able to space it out. Gunnar is going to hold the ground with him here, and now they do see 3, 4, 5. All of them are here together. It's going to come down to the first one. Nice dig onto the bubbles here. Keep going for the 50, a big Hundo Burger, but that's the only big score they have, and they decide to rip. But it's Dragonite. If he flies in here, it could be the Dream Maker, but it doesn't even need to. Where is the punish on Rework Esports Call? The Excellent comes in, the Dragon Claw invested here. That's the first Livid Outrage we do see, and picks up the Suicune, turning it around. Then Dragon Ascent comes in. The damage is going to fly through. He's able to make it safe. Sovereign Sword is getting ready here, but I don't see it come out, unfortunate, as now even Cascade goes into a KO here, and it's going to be 5 Pokemon going down to 3. Italian Div losing 1 more as Lido, and there it is. 5 Pokemon to 2. And now we have a big problem, Lobo. 1 minute on the clock. The score line is 312 to 204. They need more than 50 points. It's going to be big. Play With Me comes out here. Keep in a weird position. Very rough spot. Unable to make a play.
I mean, you asked where the punishment was from Rework Esports Corp.
There it is.
As a Alito running the entire length of that Kyogre pit to get to the Livid Outrage on the Dragonite. 312 to 204. They still have time to rip this, but they're not letting them get back in. The damage coming through from the Zapdos. The Hyper Beam goes through, but it goes right into the Rubble Rouser. There's the Scoop Slam coming in from Garchomp as well. The stuns from Lapras are just not enough right now, as the ability to just claw down the Crossel is massive. Crossel is still there. Lapras is still there. X is up, picking up a carry streak of 2 is the Crossel. There's the Scoop on 2. I believe it was the Dragonite or the Suicune. And again, Rework Esports Core finishing this game strong with a dominant performance.
I mean, that's what you get. They're doing it really, really rough into this fight here. And I mean, they just need a little bit of footing, maybe. You know, it's not a big change. I mean, the last game we saw 900 to not even a triple digits, right? So I mean, maybe this is a good start for them, right? They found a way to hold their footing. Now you just need to fine tune it. Because let me be real here, I think the CC comp that they have here technically works. They're just not going in deep enough for it to actually hit anything that matters, for them to dish damage to people that matter, to Pokemon that matter. So maybe Astark needs to switch out into something that can actually lock people in place. Umbreon and Suicune potentially, I mean, that seemed to have worked just now for Lost Zeros. Just needs to play around a little better, and maybe Italian Div is it.
For me, I mean, Azalito is making a difference here with the Bliss assistants. They're absolutely beautiful. Beru on this crossel is also making a difference. A lot of the time, it was Gunnar, it was S-Stark that were getting caught out with those rock gems, just beautifully placed rock gems into the X-Scissor that was doing the job. And you can see 14 assists and 11 assists, respectively, for both of those. But 12 assists coming from Aaron. There was no way for anyone on the side of Italian Diff to really get into that backline, because 69k damage dealt and 18k damage taken is just not enough pressure being put on to that Zapdos. I mean, you also got the same kind of damage dealt to damage taken stats here coming out from Dodo. So 71k damage and 21 damage k taken as a Pokemon that is supposed to be in at that front line dealing damage as well. There was just not enough pressure put onto those two big damage dealers. I mean, Brutal did a brilliant job, but it's a different position. Zacian is in there swinging that sword, trying to get some KOs going. But the Dragonite here as well, I know it was probably there for secure, but you see on the side of Rework Esport Gear, as soon as you see that Hyper Beam come to the forefront, Nitera, they just focus the team fight rather than going for the objective flip or the objective secure.
Right. It's I would say a little bit of discipline going to it. They have the advantage. They know they can win the fight. That's why they didn't need to force it, right? They didn't need to add additional factors that could really muddy the waters here, so to speak. Ha ha ha. That's a Victoria move. But I think more importantly is I like how you bring up the Zacian here, and a very known phrase is bringing a sword to a gunfight. You know, this one felt really more like bringing a sword to a fight with a cannon. Right? Like, in theory, it works if the cannon doesn't fire or you're too close, right? Because the cannon can't fire. The thing is, Zapdos just sitting freely and dishing the damage, and there was no repercussion to it because he had so many other Pokemon frontlining and getting healed in the front line, so it doesn't matter. Look at the Blissey. Like, just watch the Blissey more than anything else. How many times have you seen this egg heal someone at the dink of damage? Just the first dink of damage. Look, that's the Crustle getting healed here. He's gonna walk back out to heal the Crustle again, and so much so he dinked level 9 somehow. That is insane.
I mean, he's getting healed whilst also popping the Rubble Rouser into the eject, into the X's and putting pressure on. So there's a lot of incredible plays here. I want to see the Kyogre fight here as well, because you see Azalito run this entire range. Look at the Garchomp almost getting caught out here as well. Goes into the Livid Outrage. And Blissey isn't even on screen right now. It comes from off the screen to deliver a beautiful Bliss assistant and is just on the back of this Garchomp the entire time. But you also see the Blissey Azalito doing a brilliant job of running between heals and popping those eggs up to pop a stun to really stop any kind of momentum from either running away or breaking the combos of the moves that Italian Diff had going. So a lot of really, really nice team synergy coming from both of these teams. And in all honesty, I want to see this Zapdos be stopped, because every time the Zapdos gets picked, it's not pressured. It's just allowed to sit there and do damage. And honestly, it's these rework teams, when they've come up against the Zapdos, they know what they need to do, and they've stopped the Zapdos from being a part of this game at all. But here we go. Game number 2. Rework Esport Core going to make this a quick 2-0, or can Italian Diff fight back into this one? Umbreon, Mega Lucario, Surf Fetch off the board. Italian Diff, I would ban that Zapdos if I were you. But nope, they're going to go with Suicune for ban number 4.
You know, the only thing that could have been really better for Azalito is if his Bliss assistants actually got the KOs here, having such a weird percentage of damage onto it, but no, not the point. The important thing here is that one reason why Zapdos is so strong now, if you don't understand why Zapdos is so strong, especially for people watching, is that what made Inteleon so strong was that it was able to dish damage in high amounts to whatever it hit, right? And also on top of the crits that he has on the auto. But I don't think that's the most important thing, because whether it's Liquidation or Water Snipe, it just has so much damage. It's just whether it's in burst or, like, you know, chunked out. The difference with Zapdos is that it's doing all of that without the issue of it needs to hit the first target in front of its face, right? It gets to arc over things. It even doesn't even need to arc for damage, right? Like, you can just plant it in front of whatever hit and it still hits. They get the choice. That's the problem with Zapdos right now. And befittingly so, high damage, low HP, low defenses. But walking away scot-free so far. And so I think this Zapdos ban might be a little bit low-key. I think there's a lot of ways to deal with it. It's just a matter of how you want to go into it, right? That's what I think.
I do agree with you 100%, but with the Zapdos ban allows someone out of the ban jail, and it is going to be that Mega Charizard Y. It's going to be the first time we're going to see that Mega Charizard Y come through. Unfortunately, no Mega Lucario for you. Praise Lord Arceus in high heaven. Azalito is going to come through with the Blissey, and Aaron's going to pick up the Mew as well with that Zapdos being banned out. S-Dark is actually going to take the Crustle away from Rework Esport Core, which I like to see. I mean, Beru has just been so proficient on that Crustle, as I assume they are with any defender that you put in their hands. So they're going to go with the Snorlax, Cascade going to go with the Machamp, and that Barrage Blow, if you're able to get multiple members into any of the range of Barrage Blow, it's going to be massive. But Italian Diff going to go with the Eon duo, brother and sister duo coming up, and with the buffs to Latios, that Draco Meteor is quite strong. There's also another range attacker on their team as well. So no dive really coming out from the side of Italian Diff, which means Aaron might have a free game. However, the Solar Beam that got buffed on Venusaur is absolutely, and pardon the pun, brutal right now.
Can I be biased for a second?
Sure. For a second
Italian
or for the
Diff,
rest of the game?
Italian Diff, it's my team to go to, because I told Tano this before. The Eon twins will be fire. And I'm now seeing it live, okay? It's even on the perfect names, right? We need to keep gunning. Keep gunning together, right? That's the plan. That's what I need to do. Stack the damage, keep gunning. The Eon twins are perfect. Tano, I told you this. Mark my words. It was going to be Latias. Latios going into it. It's no longer Latias. It's going to be a Lati win. A Lati twin.
Of all the times you and I have casted together, that has to be the funniest pickup that you have ever made. Keep gunning. The Lati twins is how we will refer to them for this game. But this is now keep gunning. This is now do or die for Italian Diff. They have to keep gunning if they want to send this game to a game 3 situation. But they have a Mega Zard to deal with in their face. I mean, Rework Esport Core looking very, very strong right now. You have to be able to stop Azalito healing as much as they do, but I don't know how they're able to do that.
I can tell you.
Full range on their line. Full range attacker team coming out on the side of Italian full range attacker. They've got 2 ranged attackers, a supporter, and 2 defenders. So a lovely little protect the president coming out from them. But I'm actually excited to see how effective Mega Charizard Y is going to be after the nerfs.
I don't know. I feel like it's really obvious how this is going to pan out, right? And I think you're old enough to get this reference. They just need to, as the Lati twins, they just need to cross the streams onto the Mega Charizard, right? If they both press the Unite moves and, like, you know, it combines, you know, if they get a fusion, you know, just, it will run across the streams there. Keep gunning.
I like what we're seeing from both lanes. This is also
so
interesting. Latios is taking the central area for the side of Italian Diff, but its twin can join it at a moment's notice. The tackle's going to go up, the secure's going to come up from Aaron as well. The pressure is being felt by Rework Esport Core into this bottom side. As we see, Dodo has come down, Mega Charizard, Mega Charmeleon has down here. The core is trying to defend. No points in for them yet, but they've conceded 6. The pressure of Squirtle and Latias in that top path is very, very overwhelming as well. So nice early game pressure from Italian.
Right, so they're going into this here. It's going to come down to the wire. I love what's happening on the top side here. Not a big fan of the fact that they just let it go away, especially since they're both at 50%. Very rough. However, moving into this here, it's gonna be an interesting start. Beru getting the first hit to that S-Star here, and S-Star unfortunately unable to score that level up that they need here. Cascade getting a heal here, as once again Azalito becomes the hide of everyone's healed, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Maybe the core is just to make sure Azalito doesn't come on top. Beru taking the damage out here, Lobo.
I mean, he's going to take a nap in that bush, but the damage is going to come from the Latios, Lati Blue, as that does get the evolution from Dwebble in to Crustle. Dodo has evolved into the final stage of Fire Starter. Charizard is going to flap their wings around the board, looking to tank the skies with their Mega Evolution Unite move as well, 2 levels away. 37-6 on the board. Regidrago spawned 30 seconds ago, and no one showed it any love. And I don't think they're going to show any love because Rework Esport Core look like they want to push on to this tier 1. However, we do have Latios coming to the forefray. Once they get this Blastoise online, that's going to be pivotal for the side of Italian Diff.
I absolutely agree with you here, but it really comes down to whether they can actually get it. Now that the Ladi twins are assemble here, look at that! They keep gunning, and it never stops! They keep, god damn it, no! Quick finish it! Okay, fine, they keep gunning on the 4-man.
I mean, they tried to keep gunning, but I mean, the way to stop Italian Diff is to stop them from gunning down. And again, that's exactly what they did. We have Sky on this Ivysaur so very close to this Venusaur. And as soon as those beams hit the screen, it is going to be a lot of damage that Rework Esports Core is going to have to absorb. Can't wait to see Azalito's healing stats after this one. Reg Rock on the bottom side, Reggie Roulette. So Regieleki is going to be on the top side for both of these two teams. Brilliant job there by Barrow to block everybody off, but Brutal is online with this Blastoise. Venusaur is online as well. The Poison Powder, the Sludge Bomb, sorry, is going to rain on to the field. The heals are coming through, but not enough to keep Barrow alive. The Mist Blast has been targeted onto Azalito, who gets pushed away by the Surf as well. The Solar Beam chunks down as well, but the heals are still coming from this egg with a plan. There's absolutely no letdown on these eggs, but no Unite move going to be used yet by Dodo. They want to make sure they go for it, and they have gone for it on this tier 1. The sky is high, the sun is beaming down, and they are chasing Italian Diff down into their own flux zone.
Yeah, you kind of need to put the two words together. You keep gunning, not just keep alone, you know? You need to keep away, yes, but now I need you to gun a lot. Right, so where's keep? That's what I need now. You gotta keep gunning, not gun alone, not keep alone. Where are they? They have the ability to fly together. That is the Ladi Twins' special ability to fly towards one or the other at a, I think it's like a 3-minute cooldown here. As they go into that, looks like they got a first pickup here. The barrage. Oh, look what I said. One Ladi is not enough. It gotta be two together. It's gotta be keep and gunning.
I mean, they're trying to do their best to stay together, but this is such a good flood. The block into the Surf is going to keep Brutal in to that main lane. The submission is going to go into the suplex, and the cross chop is going to take them down. But Surf back Cascade is being kept alive by Azalito here, and that is a 2v1 that even a Blastoise could not win. But now we turn our attention to the top side, 161 to 36. 5 minutes have passed on the clock, and I do believe we are close again to another Charizard Unite, but Solar Beam is just going to chunk away a lot of damage. If you can get a good pick with a Verdant Anger Solar Beam, there's the Heavy Slam into the block. They go in. Fire Flamethrower is going to take down Venusaur. Kanto Starter versus Kanto Starter. Seismic Slam comes through. Charizard has got into its Mega Evolution, and they are just starting to clean up with Brutal in the bottom side. They're going to try to turn their attention to that objective, but Rework Esports Core, their pressure is mounting.
I can definitely tell you one thing for sure. If they continue to keep this up, there won't be any more gunning, right? The scoreline is looking very bleak right now, but Italian Div still has a dream, a mission, a code of honor they need to uphold, and that is to, say it with me folks, keep gunning! Look at that, the Solar Beam to finish it off here. That starts the fight, but where is the gunning? The gunning is on top here trying to defend against Regieleki, and the keep is at the bottom running back to farm.
I mean, you're just going to keep hyping on for this the
keep
entire game.
Gunning,
I believe
yes.
in you. This is exactly what they do need to do. They need to put on the pressure and combo these range attackers that they're able to do. Blastoise is getting a lot of good picks coming up from these Surfs as well to try and isolate, but there is just no cohesive damage coming out from the side of Italian Diff. They need to start picking up and playing together, but what Rework Esports Core is doing brilliantly is exactly that. They're pulling them into the submission with the barrage blow. The Bliss Assistance does come in alongside with the Verdant Anger. The block is going to make sure Venusaur does not get enough time to get those powered up Solar Beams in, and this is the pressure that Rework Esports Core want to go. Mega Charizard takes to the skies as well. The sun is bright, the future is bright, the sun is shining on Rework Esports Core as they take it to Italian Diff once again.
The problem is they found the strategy to beat Italian Diff. It's to separate the keep and the gunning. I didn't think they would think about it so fast here, and Italian Diff is just falling like flies right now. Look at the level difference round with Charizard hitting 13. We have a 12 on the Latios, but it's just, they just gotta pick themselves up together, right? They need to cross the streams once if they want to get it down. It's gonna be one good hit on Charizard that could make this fight ever so possible for the side of Italian Diff here, and it's gonna burn 2 Unite moves. That's the biggest problem they have right now.
Yeah, look, we don't have 2 Unite moves, we don't have Bliss Assistance, we don't have Seismic Slam, and we don't have Barrage Blow on deck for Rework Esports Core. There is no Eon Blast, there is no Verdant Anger, there is no Mist Blast or Rubble Rouser for the side of Italian Diff. Unite Economy is looking low. 10 seconds to go until this final objective. This is a chance Italian Diff have to take it to a game 3 situation. Rework Esports Core want to keep their 2-0s going. Nice cross chop to avoid Brutal as he gets hidden in that bush, but he is found by Blastoise as well. The submission is popped. Gonna wait for the surf to come out. They're gonna try and get away. Cascade does brilliantly here as they just hold patience right now here, Nitera.
Okay, now hear me out. What if the answer is to keep sky gunning 3 beams?
I mean, they're trying, but here Dodo is going to get a 50 into that top path as the scores are going to try and come in, bottom path into the top path as well. Does go the 42, 84 going to go in, 347 to 120. Still both teams just seizing each other out. No one has committed to a full fight just yet. However, that Unite Economy is looking mighty fine for both teams, but look at where Dodo is positioned. Probably doesn't want to use the Charizard Unite move on to the Blastoise just yet. That is a very tanky composition, but here we go. They're coming through. The Aeon Blast are coming through from the Latios. They need to put the pressure in. Brutal is in with the Surf, but there is nobody there to follow it up. 1 minute and nothing has happened yet, Nitera.
They've got all the Unite moves they want. They waited it out. This is their time to shine. 1 hit and a dream. Sky getting a little bit nicked, going sky high a little. The damage going through. Estak looking for a Rubber Rouser opportunity. There it is. Tries to go in here, but an Anger missing everything. Barrage Blow comes in for it, and there is the damage going onto Cascade. There is, of course, Hydro Typhoon to try and lock them in place. The first of many is going to be onto Venusaur. The damage flies through onto the first of the Gunners, and now the Keep finishes back off onto Cascade. Bit by bit, they're going down as we do see Mew dishing damage out. Now one with all the blue remains. I don't think he can score the remain.
No, I mean, they're not even going to look at the main objective right now. They're just going to put the pressure on to the score pads. I mean, Azalito is the most forward-looking of the Italian Rework Esports Core team. The Solar Beams are going to come in. Azalito dangerously low, but with 9 seconds left to go, I think that's going to be all she wrote. 41 going in to the bottom pad, and that is going to be a very clean 2-0 coming out for the side of Rework Esports Core.
Very rough to say that this was going to go down here. Talented definitely had a strategy going for it, and early on you saw it almost worked out. Very shy of that, but you know what? Not everything is going to be sunshine and rainbows. Not every day is Sunday, and well, I guess today is Sunday, but can't be in Pokemon Unite. You know, it could be like, you know, some other day in Pokemon Unite. You know.
Yeah, look, Sunday fun day, but it's definitely a fun day for Rework Esports Core. 6 KOs coming out for Dodo. 11 assists coming out for Azalito as well. I expected they would be doing a lot of healing. Bliss assistance also so good. I think just take them off of that Pokemon, but whatever supporter you put them on, they are going to be a linchpin for the core of Rework Esports Core as well. I mean, we wanted them to keep gunning, and they did do a decent job between 3 and 2 KOs between them, 65, 50, and 54 between those range attackers, but they still sustained a lot more damage than they needed to whilst out dishing a decent amount of damage themselves. Again, here, Nitera, the damage output numbers are quite close. The only thing that's an outlier is Azalito's healing.
I mean, are we going to deny the fact that that's, you know, not the whole point? Azalito, we've already been saying, right? Like every single time you see a little dent in their health, Azalito's there. Azalito keeps going at it. And honestly, if I were to just sum up this, I mean, I'm not saying Beru didn't do any good with tanking 75,000 damage. I'm just saying that 75,000, I would dare attribute 25,000 coming from Azalito's healing mid-game. Let's start with this. There's the first heal, the Deliverance, the business system coming in to deliver some HP, some shielding as well. Look, that itself probably 8k. Right, easily. Still has the shield on, pushes it back, and of course we wait for the 8 coming in. Still gets the heal, still gets the shield. Azalito's just waiting to pop him off. And honestly, I mean, like, I'm not even looking at a fight on this one. I'm just looking at how they keep trying to go onto Beru, the tank of the team, and it just feels like they should have been doing so many things as Italian did.
I mean, Baru was doing a brilliant job here. The heavy slams into the blocks were doing absolute wonders. We've seen them play majority Crossle in these games. They hop over the surf as to not get crowd controlled by it. But look at the positioning right here at the 1 minute mark. Everything pops off pretty quickly. Unfortunately, Sky tries to hit a Verdant Anger here, but Beru is right in front there. The block with the extra shields. They tried to come through. I do believe the Verdant Anger does go here now, but everyone just moves out of the way. And it's actually Azalito that takes, even as minimal damage as they do, they took the most damage from that Verdant Anger. The Mist Blast tries to go on to the Submissioning Machamp, but in the back line, there is absolutely nobody defending Sky at that point. Brutal is in the main pit. Sky is off on the side, getting mega ulted as well. So they split Italian Diff right down the middle and just pick them off one by one. So that is our first 3 games of the group stages. Nitera and I are going to head on out of here.
Are we?
And bring it back Mr. Spartan Tano as well. I know you've missed his lovely face, but this has been an absolutely fantastic series of games that we got to watch. And the Rework Esport twins are showing up in these group stages. But we will see you next time when we return from break. You'll be joined by the lovely faces, I believe, Spartan Tano and Bridget. So
Yes,
we will see you guys very, very short. Have fun. We'll see you guys very soon. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be right back.
We've got Bridget on the mic with me as well. How are you doing today, Bridget? Oh, I can't hear you. Let's try the classic mute. It happens all the time. We've been there. Oh, now we can hear you. We can hear you now. I can hear you now. Can chat hear you now? I hopefully can they hear him, Shabam? Back,
I've
good.
just refreshed, so my bad. I didn't touch it. It's just my enemy, but I'm doing good. I'll leave it at that.
Get rid of the stabilize. We're all doing good. Otherwise, we have a game free to bring you, chat. We'll get straight into it now. It's Los Duros Phantom Forces. I know Bridget was a huge fan of Phantom Forces when she was casting yesterday. Cannot wait to see how this one's going. Paul Lobo, Los Duros have picked Mega Lucario once more. So unfortunately, he's gonna have to deal with seeing them play Lucario.
I'm sure he'll be very strong and very brave about it. But yes, we are going to get this game 3 since we have it, and we're waiting on it anyway. So excited to see. I don't know if we'll be getting. They already did draft, right? No.
Ooh,
basically,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Spot on. So, looking at this quick draft here, I mean, oh my god, we got a Serena coming out to play. They have paired the Lucario with the Mimikyu for Los Duros, and of course, that all-important Bimu at the moment on the side of Danny. Bridget, such a strong Pokemon since that patch.
Yeah, definitely been seeing a lot of Venusaur yesterday and today, clearly as well. I was trying to watch a couple of the games while I was running around doing all my errands this morning, but yeah, that guy is looking very, very powerful. I mean, I feel like snipers in general, obviously, mostly the Inteleon and Mews of the world, but Decidueye was even getting some play. But yeah, with this recent patch, Venusaur feels like back to being a priority pick almost.
What's interesting here is that Phantom Forces, despite coming very close multiple times in this league, have yet to find their first set win here, Bridget. They've taken Los Duros to a game 3. Such a strong team in Los Duros. Let's see whether they can finish it out as we get into this third game.
Yeah, I'm kind of manifesting it for them. I just feel like this team plays so well. It's kind of criminal to me that they haven't been able to clutch out a set win. So hoping to see it here for them today in this game number 3. But like you said, Los Duros are incredible, going 4-3 in this league. Also did great at EUIC. So a lot of talent on both sides, clearly. Already got to game 3.
Now it's all about these level spikes. Right now, coming out of that central area is going to be the Mimikyu that has the better one. But if they can just get a good rotation through on the side of Phantom Forces, that will be what the difference is. If they can stop this level 5 on Lucario, but they grab all of that, trying to get the KO is going to be Kaya with the X speed as well.
I respect that. Blissey, I believe it's just like the pound, the early game move. Obviously, great secure, but does a lot of damage, especially in combo with that boosted auto. So I, respect the hustle there. But Lucario is a speedy guy, able to get away pretty quickly. This Mimikyu is up in this top path now as well. Oh no, Serena caught in that mean look, does get KO'd, and it's going to be the Gibble that follows. Chansey in a bit of a pickle as Los Duros takes the lead on this top side.
I love that approach from Los Duros. Oscar wasn't even bothered about that farm. They wanted to go straight for the KOs, goes straight on in with that punch, and that is just Phantom Forces on the back foot as 62 points in unanswered. Eject button used by Danny here, trying to see if they can find the KO on the side of this swing up. Not easy to do, but they've managed to pop its passive healing. There goes the shield, and they find the KO. War Turtle for no way, but can they find the way away from Badgie here? They do with the eject button themselves, Bridget, but they're on this pad, not enough HP on their bar, and they get stomped straight back to Nurse Joy.
Yeah, took a lot to get that turtle KO'd, but Phantom Forces was determined to make a push, get these stacks in, as we're still seeing Serena accomplishing, but has a lot of dashes, is able to get out of there. I believe we just saw that Mimikyu tag that Shadow Sneak onto Serena, but does not go in, instead biding their time in this kind of loose 3v3, about to turn into a 4v4 here shortly as well.
Mimikyu is still a big issue in this game right now, despite nerfs on it recently. It's all about whether they can get back onto the side of average carry here on the Latios, because they are building up stacks. All they got to do is find the final hit on this farm to build them up, and boy, have they managed so far.
Yeah, I love seeing this Latios. I feel like we saw it a little bit yesterday. Didn't really pop off too much, but it seems to be working really well for Phantom Forces so far in this game. They're pushing towards this goal zone once again. Do get the KO on that Mimikyu. Honestly, huge. I don't think they expected such a hard push without even going for this objective first, but obviously the KOs are the priority here. Maybe get some points in, but doesn't seem like they want to break it just yet, just really getting that space, and now they have free range of that Reggie down there.
Yeah, it's going to be a Registeel buff. The global experience is going to be huge for their team, because looking up in that top lane, Bridget, it has been controlled entirely by Oscitar. Los Duros have taken charge, grabbed the Regieleki, but it has opened up that little bit of extra experience for them to have Garchomp, although just shy of it, and it is going to be mega time, says Oscitar, as they do pop that one through. They can't reset it on Wild Farm anymore, but they can do it exactly on the side of the opposition. But Paggi comes in as well with the stomps, tries to find the KO, and it's Blissey that executes it finally, and now we have the mighty Chomp online, cutting down this Regieleki.
Yeah, really great, like, stalling and keeping the team up on Phantom Force's side. That is such a scary position to be in with a Mega Lucario, because typically you'd like to get away from him, but it's hard to get away when he's pushing the Aleki in to your goal zone. Phantom Forces trying to make a big push on this tier 1. We're going to see the Garchomp Unite come out, as well as that Mimikyu Unite, but it's not looking like Phantom Forces is able to capitalize on it too much. Los Duros kind of getting far off of their goal zone and getting a little punished for it. Now they're getting KO'd by Phantom Forces.
Kind of felt like they pushed themselves into a sticky situation there. We are going to have to use Hydro Typhoon here from No Way, try and push back themselves. Massive Verdant Anger with a huge beam, but all you can hear is these eggs getting chewed up as they continue to pop them off for the healing here, and Phantom Forces are not really going to complain about that, although maybe able to catch out average here. They're going to try and get away with the misball damage. They're not able to find the KO, but they do get out of that situation, and it opens the door for Serena to tell Umbreon to kneel.
Yeah, really good save from that Serena to peel right in front of everyone sprinting at that Latios. But now we have the Mega Lucario back in action, trying to win this 1v4, but I do not think he is capable of fighting that fight in its current state. Phantom Forces able to make pretty quick work of that. Now they're just kind of pushing in further, being more aggressive, trying to get this farm and defend their goal zones.
Such a close game, realistically. Looking at the levels, ever so close. Phantom Forces a little bit more even across the board. Only 100-point difference between them both now. It looks like they're kind of accepting that we're going to go for the top side for Los Duros, bottom side for Phantom Forces here. They look like they want to rotate in to see if they can grab this Regieleki. We do see the Garchomp getting ever so close, but Oscitar is going to continue with that secure. Dodging the beam is Lou. Huge serve coming back. There's the Mimikyu trying to get in as well. Doesn't connect just yet. Dives through. Huge beam doesn't find Blissey. Bliss assistance has been used into the Livid Outrage as well. Verdant Anger at the point of blankness. They're trying to see if they can find the KOs here, but not enough damage. Latios comes back, finds their own. Mimikyu finds Garchomp. It is literally a one-on-one situation here, Bridget. They find one KO for Los Duros. Phantom Forces does the same. It's so close here.
Yeah, Duros did such a good job kind of peeling away from one another, especially in what seemed like a scary situation of that Garchomp Blissey combo unite, and they are still trying to fight this. Not only the Garchomp Blissey combo, but the rest of Phantom Forces has shown up, and wants to at least get some revenge KOs on this team, but this Mega Lucario is just making good use of healing off of those enemy Pokemon. Finally gets taken down. I thought they may have been able to escape there at the end, but didn't have quite enough HP to make it out alive.
Yeah, I was expecting them to find a couple of KOs and get out of dodge, but it feels like the stomps from Serena have been so important for Phantom Forces in this game, Bridget. They have been so good at just being in the face of Los Duros and dropping huge amounts of damage on the side of this Serena, which is such a joy because it's an all-rounder we never get to see anymore.
Yeah, I am loving this Serena pick. I feel like it's being piloted super, super well. I know Phantom Forces does not have the point lead, but they've been looking pretty good in these team fights, so definitely is obviously all going to come down to this final Groudon fight. Both these teams already in position. They've been holding position for the past, 20-30 seconds before this monster has even spawned in, but finally they have arrived, and we're gonna see who starts this engage first.
Trying to go on the flank, it's going to be Garchomp straight into the Livid Outrage here, but Play With Me is going to shut that down, but that is huge to pick up at that moment because it allows Phantom Forces to look for the secures elsewhere. Goodbye Venusaur, Moonlight Prance has to be used in the middle of that fight as well. Now it's about whether they can isolate Oscatar here, who has found the KO onto the side of Paggy. Hydra Typhoon and Jetplan is going to be used to pick up 4 of them there. Incredible play from No Way, but it's these meteors that continue to land that they have to deal with, and boy, have they struggled to do just that. Average carry managing to find KOs, so does Garchomp. Lou cleaning up Los Duros here, the rip continues, but who will get the secure? It's the Blissey of all Pokemon when the Verdant Anger was going in, Bridget. Phantom Forces has the opportunity to win their very first set in this league.
Let's go! Get the points in, guys! Don't troll me! Don't blow this! I believe in them. I was extremely terrified for that secure. Obviously, the Blissey comes in clutch. I should have known. Phantom Forces does still need at least another Hundo Burger to win this game, or at least get the points in their favor. With that 2KO streak from the Latios, it is looking like they're gonna be able to do it. Wow, I'm so happy we casted this one.
Wow, I'm glad we managed to catch this game, and I know a logo in the background is going to be saying it's the Lucario curse. The first opportunity we see Los Duros playing it, and they fall to Phantom Forces. But what a hotly contested game that was, Bridget. It was an absolute joy to see, and Phantom Forces, they have competed well in every set so far in this league. They just haven't been able to close it out. Well, they've done exactly that here.
Yeah, very, very well deserved. They looked so clean in that endgame fight. I mean, that Garchomp Blissey combo it's kind of like a tale as old as time. That was like one of the classic Blissey Unite move combo Pokemon. So really cool to see it in action and doing so well. I mean, that flank to kind of start off the fight from the Garchomp, where they basically exchange Unite moves, and Blissey, I don't know if they Unite moves the Garchomp necessarily, but just flying across the map. Phantom Forces was so far in, but it was worth it. I mean, they pretty much got the team white, and Kaya with that secure was just so clutch.
Honestly, it feels like in these final few weeks, these teams have just gone to extra levels. I mean, the same thing happened in EUL before we moved into this Masters League. In the final few weeks, the massive upsets that were coming out, and it kind of feels like that here. Phantom Forces, despite competing well in these games and fighting well, just could not finish it out. They've lost 7 sets back to back, but here, they finally did just that against a solid team that is Los Duros, and it was ever so close to being secured against them, Bridget. Kaya with a brilliant secure on that pink blob.
Yeah, and over 130k healing, I mean, has to be the MVP from my POV, but Oscatar did have the most damage in this game with 96k on that Mega Lucario. It didn't look bad. I was a little worried about it in that endgame fight. I'm like, they could clean up shop. I believe Oscatar took out Poggy on the Serena pretty handedly, so I was like, I don't know. When those Megas get Mega-ing, it can be a little dicey, but great job to both these teams, but congrats to Phantom Forces for their first real set win, not just one of my allocated wins I think they should have had.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard fought, but boy, do they deserve it. And I'm with you 100%. I feel like the play with me onto Lou when they dropped that Unite move for Garchomp was huge, because it was looking like they were going to be able to pick up a triple KO in that central area if it wasn't for that. And I think that was the difference in Lost Areas beginning to win that fight. But if it wasn't for Kaya, I don't think we have the situation we're in right now. So what a hotly contested set, what a brilliant set. And Phantom Force is taking their first one here. I mean, you got to be proud of them, chat. We've watched them compete week in and week out and compete so well, but just fall short. They've climbed the mountain here and they've got themselves to the summit.
Yeah, it was really exciting. Of course, we only got to catch the last game before we get into our next set of the day, which I believe is right below us, right?
Yeah.
Supernova and Italian Diff will be next up on the docket for us today.
This is going to be a doozy. I would expect this to go all the way as well.
Man.
Italian Diff, brand new squad in the mid-seasonal. They came out. They had a free loss streak because of the fact that they were a new squad. They've competed in hotly contested games against the best in the league. Supernova, boy, right now they are just a new team altogether. It's fresh, it's exciting, it's competitive Supernova play.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see both of them in action today. We are already a bit into our ban phase. We see Surfenched on that bench. Honestly, I totally get it after what I saw when he was allowed through yesterday. The Duck is good. Vaporeon and Psyduck banned out as well, and Zapdos, Megachar, Y, and the Crustle.
I would never ever let a Suicune through in my games at all, bro. And that's exactly what's happened here. No wonder that is the first pick here, Bridget. It didn't even need a buff, but boy, did it get it. Such a strong Pokemon in this game right now.
Yeah, it is nasty, nasty work. I do agree with you. It totally makes sense here why it was prioritized on Supernova side. They have gone with the Blastoise, also just an excellent tank in the metagame right now, and the Alcremie, who I think can be really, really crucial to a lot of team comps. So excited to see it here. Italian Diff already picking up that Talonflame, which I feel like is a pick we usually see later in the draft, but obviously high priority enough for them to pick it up as their first DPS, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were expecting some sort of ranged attack coming out from Supernova, but it is audacious to pick that so early, knowing how easy it is to counter. But they do have that Umbreon paired with it as well, so it looks like that's going to be the core center of healing here for Italian Diff as they try and pick the final few Pokemon to deal with what Supernova have so far. Mewtwo Y, good shout. Feels like we've had no changes to the ranged attackers. We've got the core here, the Mewtwo Y and the Mew coming out in this game, and Brutal is going to reign out that with a Mega Lucario. So huge comp here for Italian Diff. I think the Suicune is going to be the king of this one.
Yeah, they obviously have great CC in that Suicune, and even the Umbreon, kind of regardless of a moveset even, and just so much burst damage going to be coming out from Italian Diff. Both teams opting for these kind of double all-rounder. Obviously Suicune a bit more of a flex all-rounder, but Supernova really going all in on that Machamp and the Sarilege, both who have a lot of utility. So pretty like similar comps, I would say. Obviously the main difference being that Talonflame, that Speedster, Italian Diff will have access to.
So as a reminder here on this one, chat, these two teams were some of the highlights of our mid-seasonal tournament. They were literally the lowest side of the league, came into the mid-seasonal tournament and had an absolutely insane run. Me and Shivan were losing our minds during that one. Supernova, I believe, came third, and Italian Diff came second. They defeated Rework teams on their journey there. So in mid-seasonal, Rework were not undefeated, Bridget. They had been taken out by Italian Diff and Supernova, and what a run they ended up having. So new squads here, both of them butting heads once more. This is going to be one heck of a set.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm trying to think of like their comps that they've picked, and I don't really feel like one is like glaringly outpowering the other. They both have really strong meta picks, so it should be a good one as we get into game number 1 of this set. Italian Diff and Supernova. Doesn't look like there's going to be any funny business in this early game. Everyone just going to their lanes respectfully.
Now, that is an incredibly tough lane to go up against. You've got a Lucario and a Suicune that he's not looking for any form of Evo. They're just looking for power spikes on their levels. In the meantime, down here, you do have Seasons on this Squirtle and Yikes on the Mew. Another brilliant pairing themselves as well.
Yeah, definitely gave that Eevee a run for their money, but with that X speed, just not really worth the squeeze of that chase. Obviously, both our junglers are heading up to that top path now. I don't know. I think they may have gotten vision on that Fletchender when they showed Sarah Ledge kind of walking in and out of these bushes just to make sure they have all of the vision that they need. Both of them are just kind of waiting for these birds to spawn in. Mew has come up to join the party as well. They are going for those KOs. They left a lot of space for the rest of Supernova to get that farm, but no KOs necessarily awarded. Just a lot of damage output, and this poor little Squirtle trying their best in this 2v1 down bot.
Yeah, it's so tough as well. They're not even near that level 5 yet. Muted Order is going to come through from Yikes. Nearly finds the KO onto the side of that Suicune. But that was smart decisioning by Italian Diff just to back on up. As soon as they saw that Bitter Blade coming in from Teeps, steals that one away from them here. But we do have a Regidrago about to spawn on in. We're going to see Teeps take a quick rotation of this central area. Try to be there in time. E-Stack here has been an absolute nuisance for Supernova.
Yeah, really good stun. I'm going to say steal. Stun on that Mew. Supernova able to get some stacks and points in up in that top path. That's going to help out that Machoke so much in this mid to late game, especially. Regidrago still roaming this map, finally getting some attention, quite a bit attention. It feels like everyone is here. Italian Diff getting a KO on that War Turtle, forcing Supernova to back up, heal off those Alcremie dollops, but it's looking like this Drago is going to go the way of Italian Diff. I saw the beam and got a little nervous, but couldn't quite reach.
It was a good effort, but it does feel like Italian Diff are so strong in these team fights right now. It's so difficult for Supernova just to break open the door. They're zoning them out so well. Finds a good pick onto Mew, and I tell you what, if Keep continues to do that for the rest of this game here, it's going to be a nightmare for Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, they've been holding up well, but it does feel like Italian Diff has kind of been coming out the winner, at least in that first kind of mid-engage in that Regidrago fight. But Supernova doesn't even seem like they're going to contest that bottom objective. Italian Diff full ripping. I think they have really solid, control and space in that pit. Registeel goes way of Italian Diff, and now they're going to get some points in down bot as well.
I mean, it was needed. Italian Diff were definitely behind on the levels in those moments. Supernova now, though, just needs a little bit extra to get Machamp online. Champsina tries to see if they can find the hit onto the side of Brutal, but what a way to use your close combat. Tries to protect themselves, sits themselves down, and not able to find it on the side of Starzerg. They're going to pull them in with the Flame Sweep here, though, looking to see if they can find the KO with the Fly. Alchemy cannot escape. The freeze is insane here from Foxshow as they look to find the KO onto the Mew, but the Kochi will keep them in. Revenant Rend is going to come in from the back here. Teeps looking to see if they can escape. They find the Mewtwo-Y, and Supernova do get an opportunity to reset, but no, says Keep. Lands a perfect fly and sends that Ceruledge back to Nurse Joy.
Wow, really clean stuff out of Italian Diff. I got a little nervous when I saw that Sarah Ledge unite, pop, and tag quite a few people, and I thought they were kind of got to get out scot-free. Machamp Unite move coming out, not able to connect. I'm surprised Supernova wants more smoke, but Italian Diff is not afraid to give it to them. They were kind of backing off, minding their business, so now they're gonna push and get this goal zone just completely off the map. Italian Diff looking really strong so far in this game.
I mean, it's just poor that, like, unfortunately, that was the moment the game decided to zoom in the cam on the Unite move onto the Machamp and they don't land anything. It's so typical, isn't it, Bridget? As they try and see if they can salvage something here down in this bottom lane. They do have the support with them as well, so great amount of healing, but it's about this. They can't get onto the side of that Mewtwo Y with E-Start being in their face.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have vision of how many members of the team are lurking around that goal zone. It looks like all of them. So Italian Diff definitely has the advantage in the bot lane, but luckily Supernova send some of their friends up in that top lane, got some points on the tier 1, able to break it, and even scoring a bit on the tier 2, but Talon is going to go ahead and match them, and the rest of the team is going to go ahead and secure that Reg Ice for Italian Diff as well. Supernova going to try to match this, but Talon steals it with the fly. That is just cruel.
And then they come and find KOs as well. Moonlight Prance is going to keep Talonflame on their feet as they look for more here. Beams coming out from Yikes. Not going to be enough just yet, though, as that is going to be walking down that lane. Italian Diff trying to decide if they want to go for it here or back on up. A freeze onto the Mew is huge. Going on into the Hydra Typhoon here. Supernova trying to capitalize. They're going to throw out the Fluffy Cream Supreme as well. That's a huge amount of healing for their team here, but is it going to be enough? They managed to find Teeps. Huge Flame Sweep comes from the flank. Yes, again. And Italian Diff just clean them up one by one. Mwah! Just how Mama used to make it as they clean up Supernova. It's a triple KO for Talonflame.
Yeah, and I mean the double coming from the Mewtwo, a full team wipe goes to Italian Diff. I mean, it's not even, the Talonflame is obviously pretty far in levels now. Machamp gonna go ahead and whip out that Unite move. Supernova needs some revenge KOs, hoping to get more of that XP as well, some momentum. They just really need to take this advantage while they have it. So they're gonna keep pushing another KO on that Umbreon, but at this point, there's gonna be some of those respawns coming in. They were able to get some points in. It's not looking like too big of a point gap at this moment, only about 100 points between them, and they didn't lose any members during that push, so all in all, a good value trade for Supernova. Italian Diff gonna go ahead and get the value of this last Regidrago.
Yeah, I think that was a really important counter push for Supernova, just to cut down this score lead, get some extra bits of levels as well, because these team fights have not been easy for them, but they've managed to build up a bit of confidence off the back of that, and they're kind of reining out Italian Div from scoring any sort of backcaps here that Keep is looking for. Don't push too far onto it, though, on the side of the Machamp, as they do now go on the retreat. Up here, though, whoa, that is tough. Anytime we see this Cerulean try to get in and get some damage onto the side of Sky, they're completely shut off, Bridget.
Yeah, I feel like this Blastoise is putting in as much work as they can, but man, Italian Diff just feels so on top of it. I'm sure it's with the aid of that Suicune Umbreon just enabling their DPSs to make these big plays. But we're already in the final 2 minutes. Talonflame gets a big damage, but gets stunned out by the Mew. Kind of has to panic Unite move to make sure they get out of dodge. Blastoise pops their eject button as well. Italian Diff has full control over this central area.
Ooh, we got the all-rounder Baladoff down in that bottom lane, and in the meantime, in central area, they do find a KO. Massive Revenant Ren's going to come on through. Doesn't manage to do anything but get through the shield of Voxshow, but they are going to find it with the Bitter Blade. Down here, Brutal's trying to see if they can find Starzerg, and they try with the eject button, but they're going to get away. That was a good fly as well, but it's the power of that sprint. Musted Auto is going to find it with the E-Ball on the side of Umbreon, and now Supernova actually have the advantage here. Looks like they're going to be able to find Brutal. No, instead, let them get out of there and try to zone them out. They're going to continue to rip the Kyogre, but Talonflame is right there, Bridget. Not quite the play just yet. They don't manage to find it, though. Hydra Typhoon's going to lock it in, as well as the damage. Supernova have the gate open. They just need to sprint through it to take this first game.
Yeah, victory is within reach for Supernova. Only 2 members of Italian Diff are up, so I think they'll be able to get these dunks in pretty easily as we see them already start to come in. Still need some more points, though, but like I said, only the Umbreon left up. I think this was going the way of Supernova, and so clutch of them to see that Talonflame use fly and to like stop hitting the objective, be confident that no one else is going to hit it, let that Talonflame have to use the fly once time runs out, and then they were able to get the secure together. So really great comms out of Supernova and just map awareness to make sure they could clutch this game.
Just perfect patience from Seasons as well with that Hydra Typhoon. How many times, Bridget, do you feel you have to pop that Hydra Typhoon throughout those fights and you're like, as soon as you've got it, I got to be the engage, I've got to be the one that uses it. Good patience from Seasons to ensure that that was going to be there for that objective secure, knowing Talonflame was around.
Yeah, so true. Just being able to knock up, especially all of their melee Pokemon, things that have to get inside of that Groudon pit in order to touch it, of course. So really, really great work out of Seasons. And yeah, I mean, Supernova just really, really a clutch in that endgame fight. And yeah, an exciting first game. Our KO leader does go to keep on that Talonflame, who was doing just evil things out there, but it's gonna be a yikes actually on the Mew with the highest damage in the game, 77k, and yeah, that Mew looked really, really clean even with that Talonflame causing so many issues.
I do think that Voxshow was an issue on that Suicune, though. I think Supernova, you know, despite coming out with that one, they have to consider, if they are going to be second pick again, you've got to consider taking that out. I think the freeze is what gave Italian Diff such strong teamfight capability, and it was just having to be that 2-minute push that Supernova win to take that game. Throughout the majority of it, it felt like Italian Diff just had that little edge over them in those teamfights, and I think it was Suicune that was the reason for that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It is just such a great enabler, like you mentioned, with all of that CC and the damage as well. It is just so frustrating to deal with. Here we have some highlights from that first game, including this first engage all around that Regidrago, and now another different top lane engage. Wow, that was crazy. Yikes got out of that with the coaching. They were literally like 1 HP coach to the rest of their team and just backed it up. So really, really clean Mew gaming, but Talonflame was just not having it. Italian Diff really wanted to get this goal zone gonzo.
I can't believe Yikes made it out of that one as well. That's just crazy. But what I did love, I think it is this moment, the flank flame sweep coming in from Keep here was absolutely incredible, Bridget.
Oh.
Watch it, because they back up onto this pad and they think, okay, we've got this. And then boom, that's 4 Pokemon in that flame sweep. Where's Doomsnacks when you need him, bro? That was the perfect flame sweep coming out from them there to clean up Supernova.
Evil. I don't even think I registered that when I first saw that engage. I was like not looking at that part of the screen. Okay, there was the first pick. Blastoise KOs the Mewtwo. I was trying to remember who kind of was this first pick. We saw this really great Ceruledge push against that Suicune. Machamp miraculously making it out of that like 1v2, and then yeah, Mew did a great job chasing that Umbreon down with those sticky moves. And yeah, you have some threats in here, obviously with the Mega Lucario and the Talonflame, but Mega Luca pretty far zoned out. Here they see Keep hovering above and had to launch that fly so early, no one touches it, which is extremely scary because it's like pretty close. Like honestly, with my game knowledge, I was like, I don't know if this fly secures it, but smarter players than me realized it. You can see Keep already landed that fly. It's doing a lot of damage, but Mew has their boosted on it. I believe they already launched their E-Ball, and then Blastoise gets the final proc with their Unite move. Honestly, Sky has a pretty good auto on it. Like, you can see that Mewtwo, I believe that's just an auto, flying towards it, but wasn't enough to secure it. And there you can see the Blastoise animation finally KOing it, yeah, with that big Hydro Typhoon?
Yeah, it is. Honestly, Bridget, I think like one extra stack on the attack on the side of Sky, and I think they may have secured that. It was so
True.
weak. I mean, I don't think they were stacking. I'm just having like, no, of course they weren't, because you don't usually do that on the Mewtwo Y. But if they did, like, it's that close that just that difference would have locked that in for Italian Diff. But wow, what an incredible game. And we're going to move into game 2 here. Let's have a look at these bans. So they are going to leave the Suicune on the table here as they do ban out that Crustle.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Crustle, yeah, is nothing to scoff at. Obviously, a huge threat, but Italian Diff wants to stick with that Suicune, and don't blame them. That guy looked really, really nasty and was a really solid first pick, so very aligned with them grabbing it again.
I ain't no surprises for Supernova either. Oh, in fact, a little surprise. Gonna take that Umbreon away from E-Stark here. I was expecting them to lock that Mew in again for Yikes, but I mean, they're such a great ranged attacker. They're gonna be happy on any of them. They were debating the Venusaur in the first game, so I like this. Take that away from E-Stark, but you do have to sacrifice that Mew.
Yeah, which Italian Diff grabbed immediately. Mew obviously played phenomenal in that previous game, so kind of just forcing them off something they didn't just win a game against you with is always a good call in my opinion. Lapras is a bit of a surprise to me, honestly. I like Lapras. I just don't feel like it has really like shined very much in competitive in quite some time. Gosh, I feel like probably since like the Perish song days. So excited to see what Italian Diff has planned for it. But Supernova, gosh, a lot of stealing. Did they steal they stole the Talonflame, right? I'm not making that up. I'm pretty sure that. Okay, because sometimes I forget. I'm like, wait.
I mean,
what?
It's valid. I think you kind of got it. I think, like, despite the fact that they lost, no wonder they were the MVP with the score lead, with the KO lead, because Keep was just cooking them. You cannot allow those flame sweeps to work on that flank anymore. But they have picked up the Mega Charizard X. This is so interesting here. We've got, I know, Suicune's an all-rounder, but it's a defender. It's a pseudo tank, realistically. But they do have the 3 all-rounders on the side of Italian Diffs. Yikes is going to pull out the Delphox. Now, this is a Pokemon that has been so competitive recently, Bridget. Not even had any changes to it, realistically. It's just because of the meta we're in, especially with such strong all-rounders and defenders coming at you in your face. The crowd control you get from Delphox, whether it's Flame Spin, whether you want to go for the Flame Charge and just have the power of being able to kite, the cooldowns are so low on this Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm really stoked to see this Delphox come out. I feel like I personally haven't seen it too much, but into this like extremely bulky, self-sustaining comp. I mean, literally everyone on Italian Div, maybe except the Mew. But honestly, if you are gonna pick an attacker to play a Delphox into, I do kind of like playing it into the Mew. Obviously, it does have that range of that Solar Beam, but Delphox obviously doesn't have quite that long of range, but it's pretty close. And obviously the Mew isn't on the Solar Beam like the entire time, so it is like relatively comparable in range to the Mew. And I guess if you do go that Flame Charge build, you do have some dashing as well over although not quite as much as the Mew.
I do think because, I mean, they do have a lot of, like, crowd control anyway. You got Starzerg on the Machamp, so submissions coming in. I suspect a Surf from Seasons as well. So, you do have a lot of that push around anyway. It does open the door for Yikes to be able to dash around and drop that damage. But this is the issue with it for me as we see this game opening up, is you have to take it lane. And I just think it's so weak in the lane for these early stages.
It is pretty rough because, I mean, honestly, when you become that Braxton, that middle evolution, you are really not doing much until you are the full-fledged Delphox and actually get access to your good moves. So it's going to be difficult for Yikes in this early game if the farm does not go their way. And this Lapras is obviously pressing up forward, knowing that they have the advantage in this early game. And look at all the money in Mew's pockets already. They're definitely winning the bot path, and it looks like they're doing not as good on the top side where Supernova is prevailing.
Damn, are they? They just found a huge KO onto the side of Suicune, and they managed to take that one as well as Teeps rotates quickly up. Talonflame is such a strong Pokemon. Acrobatics is such a good early game combat, but it's these freezes they gotta watch out for. It is the Suicune that finds the upper hand. The burn will find that KO. Umbreon with the revenge here, though, looking to get the 7 in, but the burn continues to disrupt them.
Yeah, an evil status condition for sure. Looks like Umbreon is gonna be able to path out and escape. Machop also holding on, not able to get that level 5, but is lurking closer and closer. Wartortle able to evolve in this bottom path, so Supernova really not looking too bad. So far, so good, I'd say, from both sides.
Really comfortable at the moment. We've got the 8-minute mark about to take place. That means a Regidrago is going to be in this central area. E-Stack here trying to hold up the claws of this Talonflame, but there's going to be 3 of them in their face now. Does have a good passive as soon as you hit a huge amount of damage onto it, though. Might be the reason we see more of this. Does use the X speed to get away from that fly. Damage already dropped on this Regidrago, and of course it doesn't reset. So as that looks to rotate into the top side here, we have to see Italian Diff come in for the KOs. They find it on Umbreon. Going to continue to zone out Seasons here, but you've got to watch out for Teeps as they try to go in and find E-Stack. Massive shielding is going to come through from the coaching. What a brilliant play from this Mew here as they do manage to clean up the rest of Supernova.
Oh my gosh, Italian Diff are on what singular HP bars. That was wild. They were going towards the goal zone. Lucky for Charizard, he gets that shield from fire punching into the ball toy, or else they might have been Umbreon food, just like the Lapras was. But great job on Italian Diff for winning out in that fight. When that Talonflame got like the 4-man fly, I was like, I think Talonflame might solo this, but Italian Diff hangs on as we have another skirmish popping off in the spot lane.
Having your Unite move on your Charizard X this early is massive for Italian Diff here, as that Seismic Slam is going to cause a lot of issue. They are going to have to get out of there, though, because they are so weak at the moment. They can use it for the rip on the side of this Regieleki, but we do see Talonflame coming in yet again from Teeps, looking to find the ranged attacker, and boy, do they. Now, this Regieleki is going to reset. Brutal is going to grab this Registeel in the top lane, uncontested. Could open the door for Italian Diff, but no, the secure comes through as Supernova clean this up. They're looking to see if they can get this, and they do find the Suicune.
Yeah, really great zoning and priority out of Supernova around that Regieleki. Obviously, Italian Diff just kind of traded and secured that Reggie in the top side. We have a Supernova pushing on this tier 1. The Aleki goes in, they get the dunks, and it looks like they're hungry for more. They do have an Umbreon Unite move at their disposal. Okay, I was like, where's the Delphox Unite? I think they just ticked into it, or they maybe hadn't accepted it yet. I don't know. I don't know how the move selection works in the game anymore, but I was like, if they had the Delphox Unite move, they could mess up this tier 2. They decide to back up, opt for the jungle instead. Charizard getting their stacks on that tier 2. And now there's going to be a little bit of a fight over these middle birds.
All right, so Machamp on the board now. Starzerg has got the punches and looks to find them. Barrage Blow doesn't land a KO just yet, though. Submission on the backside. Do have the fanciful fireworks finally landed. Starzerg's trying to pull the attention of Italian Diff into it, but it ain't going to work just yet, as Keep is going to come back from the flank and find the KO on Blastoise. Neil says Brutal as the Queenly Ascenders lands onto the side of that Machamp, and it is going to be Italian Diff that finds some huge KOs here, although they can't escape Teeps with the claws.
Everyone is just on 1 HP in all of these fights. It is so stressful, but yeah, Supernova doing a great job getting some revenge KOs there after that fight. Maybe not going the best for them, and they're going to make sure they seal this farm on the side of Italian Diff for their troubles. So they want to stay ahead of the game as we have more Regis spawning in on the top and bottom. Looks like Supernova is going to try to steal some of this jungle farm before they care about either of these Regis.
Ooh, Brutal just makes it out before that Surf manages to find the KO. They will go for the Regice at top, will Italian Diff. Supernova, as you've said, is just not concerned about that at all. They want to go for KOs. They're going to lock in this Regieleki down in this bottom lane. It will mean we won't have another one before we say the final objective. So Italian Diff, they want to see if they can capitalize on this here. Go and grab the central area away from Supernova.
Yeah, they need to kind of get some XP of their own since Supernova has been putting so much pressure on their side of the map. Looks like these teams may run into each other in this central area, as it looks like we do have the timer for one more Reggie Drago in this game, but Supernova actually going to be running toward this tier 1 instead. They do get a little bit of a baby dunk in, but last call on the Unite moves and everyone is taking it.
Yeah, I mean, if you ain't got it, use it. That's what they're doing here, is they look for the KOs. They are going to find Machamp. Does look like Italian Diff have the advantage at the moment, but Teeps is looking to change that. Double KO comes out from Talonflame, looking for more here. Delphox, Yikes, is going to find a KO. Oh my god, the cooldowns are non-existent on Yikes at this level 12. Oh, it means Italian Diff do have to be on the back foot. Brutal comes back in to save them in this fight, though, and it looks like they will, as they do manage to get on the flank.
Yeah, I get a little scared when Brutal on the Serena starts running towards the Delphox, but Yikes able to make it back to their side of the map. They are in farming mode after all of those Unite moves were expended from both sides. Italian Diff gonna secure that Reggie Drago, and now it looks like they're heading to the bottom side of this map, wanting to put pressure on Supernova's tier 1 down here, but with only 30 seconds left until the final objective, it doesn't look like they're very committed to pushing.
Nah, this is a moment where you've got to grab all the experience that you still have and get set up for this final fight. Yikes is looking to see if they can bush check here with a good amount of damage, knowing your cooldowns are so low. No one in that bottom bush just yet. It's all about who finds the vision where. They now know where E-Stack is. They don't know where the rest of that range and damage attack is going to be for Italian Diff just yet.
Yeah, both teams, well, mostly the Delphox poking out, but we see the beams coming out from the Mew as well. Both teams just trying to get as much chip damage as they can. Looks like Serena looking for a flank, but it's going to be Machamp who starts the engage with that submission.
Oh my god, a huge amount of damage is going to come through here as they're able to find it, but it's not going to be a KO on their side. No, they managed to find Delphox. No fanciful fireworks was even dropped here, Bridget. Advantage Italian Diff as they try to continue to push on in here. Keep is still up on their wings as they weren't KO'd. They do get the endless ice spikes coming out from Bokshow, but they can't find Teeps. Boy, this plane will not go down as they continue to land the KOs, sending Suicune back to Nurse Joy. It's all on the back of Brutal here. Sky with the combo as well, as they managed to find the two heavy damage dealers from Supernova, and now the door is open to go for the rip on this pocket monster. Can they get in though? Because Seasons is here with the Blastoise. Fanciful fireworks finally drops, and you see Brutal go straight for the push onto the side of Yikes. They have to back on up themselves, though. Huge amount of damage comes their way, and they're caught in the middle of the surf, and it's going to be another combo coming out from Yikes once more. Brutal gets out with 1 HP in a dream at the moment, runs straight into the arms of Starzerg as they do look to find the KO. Finally, we take out the damage on the side of Charizard, but Brutal's still on their feet here, Bridget.
Those glides, is it Glassy Glide? Is it Dropkick? I don't know the Serena moves. He is zooming all over this map, but Supernova is down, and these goals are gonna be stopped, at least on the bottom side, as well as those HP bars. It's not looking very fruitful in the top side either. They do have Starzig doing their best, but there's only 10 seconds left. There's a 14 in. Is that enough for them to take the lead?
I think so. If they get this, that's going to be 92 points in the pad. I think that's enough for Supernova to take this entire set. We're going to have to wait and see, but I think with that 90-odd dunk and the previous one, that's got to be enough here, Bridget.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. I think that, I don't know if it was quite a hundo burger, but a nearly hundo burger sealed the deal, so really great push and macro from Supernova in that end game. That final fight was so chaotic. I know. It was very hard to process. how everything happened, but Supernova ended up on top there. I mean, that Talonflame gaming was just so nasty, but it's gonna be Yikes on that Delphox with the most KOs of this game and the highest damage as well. The Fox was schmoovin'. It was that flame charge build so they could bob and weave all around, and it looked really strong. I do think Yikes got picked off in that end game fight, which, you know, is hard to stay safe, honestly, in this playing into this kind of composition. But honestly, Yikes did not get caught out very much. Only took 32k worth of damage.
Yeah, it's a good showcase, realistically, of how good your ranged attackers are. I mean, looking across the board here, both taking 32k damage. Like, the least on their team just shows that they did their job, because they dealt a huge amount as well. So, great effort to them. But honestly, Delphox right now, guys, if you are in the situation where you're like, I'm constantly going up against all-rounders and defenders, try a Delphox. The cooldowns on that are so low in these late games.
Yeah, you could really see it pop off in those later game pushes. Here, we have an earlier game in Gage going into this first fight over this bottom objective. Umbreon kind of gets, we get Mega Charizard here, but honestly, Mega Char takes quite a bit of damage, has to back up, is honestly lucky to make it out of there unscathed. Does make a lot of room for the squad, though.
Yeah, we're just going to continue to see Teeps drop this massive amount of damage and make Italian Diff have to reconsider the approach that they're taking. And every time these team fights came through, they were just so good at making them have to reconsider the approach that they were coming in on. But Brutal, every time they saw Delphox, was just beelining for them. And that's exactly their job in this situation. So a huge shout out to Brutal Hunter for doing their job so well. That was the only times that we saw Yikes get damage to put onto them, realistically.
Yeah, and here we have this top lane push, the last call for all Unite moves, it felt like, and just a lot of damage going in and out, but it's going to be that Mega Charizard getting a crucial pick, but does kind of get punished for that overextension, and then this is where Supernova is really able to capitalize since most of their DPSs were gone at this point. Brutal coming in to save the day there, though.
And here's the example of Delphox having pretty much no cooldown as they continue to drop in with the flame charge. And it's just huge from Seasons there to try and surf Brutal back out of it. And they do get so much damage onto them. If it wasn't for that Unite move, Ascendant indeed, they would have gone straight back to Nurse Joy. But instead, they stay down here in this fight for a ridiculously long amount of time. They're 1 HP as they back up there, Bridget.
Yeah, illegal that they got out of there, but honestly, very impressive. In a cluster of like 4 people on top of them, they still like got the Delphox in their Unite move. My targeting there's no way I would have targeted the correct guy in that moment. But here we have this kind of end game clean up from that Serena, looking really strong there. And yeah, they finally turn their attention to this Groudon, but at this time, we have quite a few members of Supernova, and with Delphox still having access to that Unite move, Charizard kind of has to, it like really breaks up the positioning you're able to do, and at first I kind of thought Yikes would drop it like more on top of the Groudon to like force a rip perhaps, but I really like how they dropped it almost like right in front of where the pit was, so they could kind of like split Italian Diff and like kind of clear out that space.
Oh my god,
this was
Brutal.
evil.
That is insane. I can't believe they make it out of all of that. And every time we saw them in that fight, they were going for Delphox. They were looking for Yikes. It was, I mean, a good effort for Yikes to just keep out of that range. And I gotta say, Seasons with some brilliant zoning as well to protect their ranged attacker. What a set that ended up being. Supernova are actually going to take it 2-0 over Italian Diff, and this is a brilliant team. Supernova have been on the rise since they got their new roster here, chat. You're going to have to keep an eye on them throughout the entirety of the rest of this UCS season. Last chance qualifiers are not that far away. But we're going to take a quick break here while we get the next set ready to go. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and we will be back with you very shortly. Hola trainers and welcome back. We had to come back early because we've got some insane scenes going on here and it's justified with Bridget being on the mic. Phantom Forces have taken Rework Esport Gear to a game free. So we're going to grab that right now.
These are my goats. I mean, what, literally number 1 seed versus like the last place seed, and the last place seed might win. I'm locked in. Okay, we are in the draft, and we have a Miraidon ban, which is pretty interesting. Maybe some attacker targeted bans against Ickless, I would reckon, if I was Phantom Forces, but that does give Esport Gear access to that Surfetched and this extremely lethal Blissey Chomp combo.
Yeah, this is Gear meaning business. The fact that they've been able to pick up what is probably, alongside that Suicune, the best Pokemon right now. I mean, it got nerfed, but it also got buffed in the recent patch here, and this Surfetched is just ridiculous in this game. Let's see what Phantom Forces use for it, because I love the fact that Average Carry is going to pull out the Cramorant. We finally have competitive Cramorant available here, Bridget.
Yeah, it's not a meme. It's not a misclick. Cram has been buffed. You no longer have to pause when you pull that fish out of the water for your boosted, among other things, but definitely excited to see this Cramorant. Esport Gear gonna pick up the Lapras and the Inteleon for their final picks, and Phantom Forces looking like they want to pick up an attacker and landing on that Glaceon.
I like that. They've recognized that there's two really strong all-rounders on the side of Esport Gear. They're going to be constantly diving into the side of Phantom Forces, so you pick up the one Pokemon that is good for ripping down all-rounders and defenders. Good pickup from Phantom Forces, but they have to make sure that they fight as a team, as they protected. Once that Glaceon is left on their own, it's going to be difficult for them, because that's Surfetched, bro. I can't believe they've got Surfetched here, Bridget. That is the biggest issue for Phantom Forces in this game.
Yeah, from what I've seen, the guy with the leak is very, very scary. It'll be interesting. Obviously, Phantom Forces has some scary guys of their own. Maybe the more classic scary guy and that Mega Lucario, and some more niche picks in the Glacie and the Crammy. But excited to see what they can cook with it. I definitely want to believe in the Cramorant, but we shall find out.
I mean, listen, this league, anything happens. We've got the last seed in this league taking on the number 1 seed in a game free. No matter what happens here, Phantom Forces can be proud of how they've played and how they've competed. And me and Shiv were just talking as well. We'll give you the overview before we came into this, that looking at the groups already, I think Group B is decided, and it looks like Team In, they're not going to be able to make it in. As Supernova, another team that is currently on the lower end of this league right now, Bridget, are the ones that have managed to catapult themselves through to the win.
That's so exciting to see. These groups have been pretty wild, even since I've been here. I guess I'm seeing the fallout of what you guys were casting prior. So yeah, crazy stuff. But yeah, we are hopping in to this game number 3.
Love, send that Glaceon to that central area, has to find those power spikes, needs a little bit more as well as an evolution. Yes, it does get it at that Glaceon level, but they need to hit that level 6 before they can even get those combos working. So as we have a look at the bottom here, no surprises, this Lapras is just going to barge their way through Phantom Forces.
Yeah, I mean, until that Eevee becomes an Umbreon, it is not quite as scary, so Lapras has to take advantage for that short amount of time. It is a little Eeveean. Glaceon already making an appearance up in this top path, trying to get some damage out, but Skull gonna run right at them. Does pop that passive on the Glaceon, and we're actually going to see the Icicle Spears, no Icy Wind this time around. So instead of that big burst of damage Icy Wind provides, we're gonna get that tick damage and also be able to capitalize on that range.
Yeah, I love that decision. It does give you that extra bit of maneuverability whilst you're dropping damage as well. And this is going to be a strong game from Phantom Forces, and it has to be because Esport Gear are not the #1 team in this league for no reason. They are the hardest to beat, and they've got themselves a good, strong comp. More late game heavy, I would say, as they wait for Inteleon and Garchomp to get online. So Phantom Forces are capitalizing on that here as they try and find the quick KOs in the top lane.
Yeah, which have been going quite well for them, mainly on that Eldegoss getting that 2 KO streak with the help of their Lucario, I guess. But we all know Eldegoss is the real damage dealer. But down on bot, Esport Gear does get a KO, get some more dunks in. They're able to put on a little more pressure there.
So 40-17 so far. Glaceon here looking to continue to rip Skull. And right now, if they don't have the assistance of their team, this is the combo that is working against this Sefetch. They've got 1 point left on this goal. They can overcap it, or can they just take another stack? Looks like they do want to overcap it, or at least grab a little bit more experience before they do so.
Yeah, and heading right down to that Drago, taking it right from that Gabite, who really did all the work, tries to Dragon Rush that Glaceon, but once again, that Glaceon passive coming in clutch. They don't even move thanks to that Dragon Rush, but they do have to Unite move to make sure they aren't too caught out. They were in pretty deep, but definitely worth it. They have that Unite move so early, 2 KO streaks for this Glaceon.
Wow, Phantom Forces are looking like the team here as they have managed to keep Esport Gear in check so far. We do see the rotation from the side of that Garchomp into the central area to get that level. We see the same from Sefetch in the top lane trying to get prepared. Down here though, it's Phantom Forces lane. They're just trying to push into it. Or Esport Gear, the rip continues on the Red Guys. It's going to be uncontested as they take it.
Yeah, I mean, just not quite much that Driz Isle can do. We do have an Inteleon on the field, though, but Phantom Forces now has that bonus XP and the Reg Ice buff, and Glaceon just fully standing on that tier 1. Looks like it's going to be broken, and Mega Lucario also putting in quite a lot of work up here in this 1v... Oh, I thought it was 1v4. 2v3, not as bad. Sorry, Eldegoss, you were blending right in. I was like, what are they doing? Like, they're in so deep, but not as bad as I was seeing it.
Cooking with Kaya here as they try and drop this healing consistently, but now Esport Gear have got the entirety of their squad in this lane, ready to go up against the might of Phantom Forces. And we do see the connections on the side of this Glaceon, manages to grab a little bit of that farm. Unite moves are ready to go. Gatling Gut Missile is going to be popped here as well, and boy, is that a huge amount of damage. Going to pair it with the eject button here, Bridget, as Phantom Forces wipe out Esport Gear in the top pad. 39 overcap as they push to take the Red Jalecki as well.
Man, when there's no, like, speedster on the map, double attacker is looking really, really nasty. Like you said, that combo Glaceon and Grammar. Okay, that bush that Glaceon just went in, that is literally like the murder bush, I swear. Like, that is like, bad things happen in that bush, as you saw, with Glaceon just running right into that chomp and finding the rest of the team. Now, both these teams are in a huge scuffle. Rework Esport Gear coming out on top thanks to that Sefetch and those 2 KOs. Great momentum shift for Esport Gear.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. They are now well and truly back in this game. They just need to get more points, but right now it all comes down to these objective rotations, and we see Esport Gear looking to do just that, pushing into this bottom lane. We've got a fight going on in that top pad as well. They don't have Cramorant down here. That might be the decider. That's a huge amount of damage they don't have, but Esport Gear don't have their healer either. They've just taken down the Inteleon here. Phantom Forces continues to find a way to get these ranged attackers, but right now it's all down to Lucario and Kaya. Can they do the secure though? Not going to be able to find it. So no, they are. Oh my god, Kaya, I mistook your battle alliance there as they do manage to find the hit onto Red Ice and get themselves out of there as well.
I was literally just watching the Lucario back off. I assumed they didn't get it, so I'm glad you said that. I didn't even see the Eldegoss go for it, and they clutch up so much. Huge push here out of Phantom Forces using some of those Unite move. Cramorants especially was super, super impactful. And now they're going to try to get some goals on this tier number 2, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get any points off. They do seem to be picking up more and more KOs though.
I mean, wow, the Unite moves were popped. Lunging League Nova Blast did absolutely nothing as Esport Gear are happy to take all of that. They've broken the T2 pad in the bottom lane here, Bridget. Phantom Forces are over 300 points in the lead with 1:15 before we say hi to Groudon. This is massive from this team. As I remind you, the bottom rated team in this league right now.
Like, is Glaceon broken? I am like, it is just, this combo is just looking really, really unstoppable right now for how this game has been going. That tier 2 on the bottom side is completely gone. Phantom Forces has over a 300 point lead at this moment, and they have a Regieleki walking towards their enemy. I mean, only about 30 seconds until this final objective is going to come in, and I don't think Phantom Forces could be in a better spot.
Right now, it's their game to lose. Like, Esport Gear have to do all of the work. Phantom Forces are going to be the ones that have to open the door for them if they want to take this. So they just have to play this smartly. 20 seconds before we say hello to this final objective. We do have a Regirock spawning in, and it looks like they're going to put a lot of attention here without having Lucario in this fight. They don't go back to the home pad. I wouldn't take this anymore. Back on up. They want to commit to this at the moment. Glacial Stage is going to be dropped here as Earthspy Vision as well. There's the Aura Cannon. As they look to come in, they find Safetch, Bridget. Phantom Forces are doing it right now. It's a triple KO. They're wiping out Esport Gear one by one. Living Outrage ain't going to be enough against the might of Phantom Forces. They take the ace with you on the mic, Bridget. It looks like Phantom Forces are going to win this set against the first rated Esport Gear.
I believe in miracles. I try not to get too excited because I've seen crazier things happen. You saw that Lapras coming in with their Unite move. Still wasn't able to make it to the objective in time. It does go to the way of Phantom Forces. They pick up a KO on that Blissey. They have this Groudon buff, this damage buff. Garchomp is going full in head first, but Lucario picks up 2 KOs. They already have a huge point lead. There's only going to be about a minute left, and Phantom Forces, I think, is going to pull this out. I am shooketh.
What is going on? This is Pokemon Unite at its best. This is EUL at its best. It's the top-rated team, the bottom-rated team, and it was absolute control from Phantom Forces in this game. You had one moment where Esport Gear were able to bounce back and get themselves back into it, but it felt like they learned from that and they had control of the rest of this game here.
Yeah, there's still 30 seconds left and 2 tier 1s up for Phantom Forces, which is really hard to defend. They've given up a couple of these shields as well. It looks like everyone from Rework Esport Gear is heading to this bottom path. Eldegoss from Phantom Forces is going to give them a little bit of a cushion, dunking in another 100. Man, Mega Lucario does a lot of damage. They do fall, leaving this Umbreon to defend all by their lonesome. Luckily, the Glaceon is here to save the day. I do not think Esport Gear was able to dunk enough there in the end. My goats, Phantom Forces pull out the unthinkable, honestly. I cannot believe this. How did the other games go? I might need to know what happened.
Bridget, I think you're a buff. I genuinely think you're a buff for Phantom Forces. That's been
Smurfed! Look at them! These numbers are crazy!
That has been insane. I mean, Esport Gear have just been a thorn in the side of everybody here. The only team that they struggled with was their partner team in Core. But that is a generational set from Phantom Forces. And 140k damage from Paggy here. What did I say, Bridget? That was a brilliant last pick for Phantom Forces.
Yeah, what an amazing read. I feel like Paggy played the Glaceon yesterday, but I don't think it was like too crazy. I don't remember really one way or the other, but okay, I remember it now. Maybe I'm seeing why Evil Geniuses out of NA believes in this contraption, this Eevee, so much. I mean, it looks demonic. I just feel like, especially without a speedster on the map, and even then, like, its passive gets it out of so many situations for free, especially in that early game. There were a lot of times Ryotari on the Garchomp probably could have really caught Poggy out, but just because of that passive, like, they didn't get kidnapped with the Dragon Rush, and then he's plenty far away from you to burst you with those icy spears. So that's awesome. Phantom Forces. I can't believe it. This is awesome.
Listen, me and Shivan was looking at the groups and where the records were, and we was like, okay, Phantom Forces are a great team, but Gear have been locked in, so Phantom Forces are going to go 1-on-1, and they've got Los Duros coming up next. It's all going to be fought out in the middle of these groups, as Shivan brings it up for us now. But look at this. So Phantom Forces now, with those 2 wins, are going to secure themselves into the playoffs, bro. Rework Esport Gear and Phantom Forces are locked in from Group A here. Group B, Rework Esport Core and Supernova are locked in. That is incredible. I never would have predicted those to be the 2 teams that managed to make it out of the groups. What a run from them.
Yeah, I really felt, I mean, especially after watching and casting some of the games yesterday, like, obviously with how the league has gone, was expecting a lot out of both of these rework teams, and we're anticipating them to move on, but it really felt like the second place spot was pretty up in the air, and I was definitely rooting for Phantom Forces in my heart after the set I watched from them yesterday, so really stoked to see them perform so well. And I mean, just kind of like the beauty of a league format like this, like, these teams do get a lot of information on one another. They get to have the experience of, like, going up against each other multiple times and, like, learning and, like, growing and, like, this bubble of a group of players. So it's just really cool to see a storyline like this play out.
And the joy of it is that Supernova have defeated esport like teams in the mid-seasonal. So they have been there, they have done that. Phantom Forces had a good run in the mid-seasonal as well. I think they ended up in like the losers like finals or something like that, just before like the semi-finals. They played incredibly well. So for 4 teams to make it through, I am over the moon that it ends up with Supernova and Phantom Forces making it from that lower side of the league. It just goes to show that, yeah, anything can happen in a league format. It's all about having your best day yet, which is exactly what Phantom Forces has had.
Yeah, it's really fun and exciting to see. Let me see, who do we have up next today? I keep losing the little picture. Someone versus Los Duros.
MTZ.
MTZ. Okay, great. We will have that one up next. I'm not sure if we're going to a break or not first. I think we're almost ready, so we'll probably stick here before we get into that next game.
So, I mean, from what we've seen here, Bridget, of course, with the changes that came in with the most recent patch, there's a lot of range attackers that had changes. Dragapult has seen a little bit more action now. I feel like still not enough in these tournament side of things because you've still got the Inteleons. It's nice to see Cramorant coming back into like the competitive side of these range attackers as well, though, right?
Oh, obsessed. It looked really good, too. It, like, really played with the Glaceon very well. Especially, I believe it was Surf Hurricane. I definitely saw the Hurricane. I don't know if I saw it diving. So, I just feel like the Hurricane, like, that knock-up, they were able to hit those really well. That's not a very big hitbox, so it can be kind of hard to actually land those. And I feel like that player did such a good job hitting those, and the team just capitalized off of those catches extremely well. So that synergy was really, really fun to see. Yeah, not very much Dragapult these days. I just feel like with Cinderace and Greninja, if you want to play an ADC type, those are people's, you know, OG faves.
Boy, is Greninja good now, though. I mean, it already was in that position where like it was situational, but you could pick it and do stuff with it. Now, geez, is it such a good position? Both movesets have got a lot of capability in them, and I love the water shuriken. Like, it's been my favorite build for Greninja. I love seeing it in the meta. As a speedster player, I'm not that big of a fan of it because it's actually very annoying to take out as a speedster. Of course, under 50% HP, it does more damage, and it's like getting crit shot by Inteleon. It does so much to you in those first few moments. So I hope we actually see some of that coming in, because I know MTZ and Lost Heroes, they do have people that play that Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely saw some Greninja, some Cinderace gaming yesterday, so wouldn't be surprised to see it pop out again today. Definitely been pretty fun getting more attackers in this competitive meta. It's been a little stale in that department for a while now, so kind of been excited to see what has come out of this patch. And yeah, it's not just such a heavy speedster all-rounder meta. Still a lot, but it's been fun seeing the experimentation towards those more long-range mages.
I've just realized as well, as we were having a look at those groups, I believe we do have another game of Phantom Forces to finish out in today's games, and they're currently 2-0. Gear are 2-1, so Phantom Forces could actually top their group. They could actually top their group here, and like the lowest seed in this league could end up being the top seed going into their group. That's just insane to think about.
Yeah, I think that'll be. I was just looking at the schedule. I think that'll be our last game is Phantom Forces and MTZ. So we'll find out. We will. Clearly, stranger things have happened. So they might be cooking today. They were just waiting for long range, whatever this patch is called, part 2 to lock it. And they were like, this is the meta.
Yeah, no, have they even played any Pokemon from that patch so far? I don't think. I mean, Cramorant, I suppose. Or was that from the first one, though? I think it was from the first one, right? The long-range tactics. That is, I mean, what a team. What a team. I mean, yeah, it's from these patches, isn't it? But I think that Glaceon was just such an inspired pick, to be honest with you, Bridget. Recognizing and picking it up as the last pick. Like, you were absolutely right. As soon as they recognize there's no speedsters on that other team, we can go double ranged attacker here, pair something that's great with a Cramorant, and is just so good at ripping down those all-rounders that are coming at us and staying at range. I think just to have players that can recognize that and be like, yeah, that is the right pick in this position is an absolute game changer.
Yeah, I love seeing those kind of like draft line like decisions and strategies come out to play. That's why I was like curious. I'm like, gosh, I wonder how those first 2 games went. Like, were they playing the Glaceon like every game, or was that like surprise? Like, last pick Glaceon, why not? We'll just whip it out here. So I don't know, kind of fun to see just even like the draft lines and how they play out and what players seem to like pivot to or try to like work on, especially the further and further we get into a tournament like this. Like, these players are all like looking at what everyone is doing, what they seem like comfortable and confident on. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if going into this MTZ game, like, they're like, yeah, no Glaceons.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to recognize that, haven't you? Because you can bet that they'll have been watching. But here we go. This is it. Lost Heroes taking on MTZ Esports. Basically, 2 teams that are neck and neck in this league. It's 4-3, 3-4 right now. And really, they have to win this set if they don't want to end up in their group with complete 0-3.
Yeah, a lot riding on this one, especially for Los Duros. I mean, really, both of these teams kind of like need to claw some points up in this group phase. We have the band coming in now. Nothing too crazy. Galarian Rapidash kind of catching a stray, though. IMO. But we have seen some really good horse gaming, so not too surprising if that's kind of a pocket pick MTZ likes to lean into.
It's one of the things that people love about MTZ so much is that they do play different kind of Pokemon. They don't stick to what is purely meta. They have so much flexibility on their side. Amara, for example, was playing Tinkerton when nobody was. Like, it's so good to see that from MTZ, and it means that these bans have to be this way. But Louisian will get the Safetched here. Whether that's going to be strong enough, because we saw in the previous set that the counter play from that opposite team was absolutely massive to limit it.
Yeah, definitely counterable if not utilized correctly, or just has a particularly hard matchup, of course. And MTZ going all in on these Eevee tanks, grabbing both the Umbreon and the Vaporeon. Quite a scary support tank core, because you can flex both of them like either way, really. So it'll be kind of fun to see like which ones they prefer.
And they're both as annoying, right? Whether it's Muddy Water or it's going to be Mean Look, like they are both so frustrating to deal with. Knight is going to pull out the Dragonite here, so they're going to be looking for that Hyper Beam build that has been buffed. We've seen a little bit of play over it since that buff. Not much just yet, but it is great secure for MTZ Esports.
Yeah, I believe Knight was playing it a bit yesterday, but my eyes immediately went to Los Duros as they lock in that Greedent rather quickly. Seems like they were itching for some Squirrel gaming. I can't relate to that feeling, but I am excited to see it in action. And Los Duros is going to be leaning into this double attacker comp as well, with both the Mew and the Venusaur. Two demons for sure, and honestly, like a double sniper into a comp that doesn't, I mean, has the Mewtwo Y range, but nothing quite as close as that Venu Mew range.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe the smallest bit of dive on the side of Knight, but they're going to need assistance for being able to do that. So I think it's a good position for Los Duros to be in. And it would not surprise me if that's going to be a belching Squirrel going over to the side of MTZ as well here. I mean, this is an exciting comp. Not the Pokemon I was expecting to see in this game. I mean, a little bit more on the side of MTZ at least. We've seen Serena, we've seen Dragonite. Greedent is just an audacious pick from Los Duros, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I think at this point we're getting into real chaos hours, so that's all I can imagine from the Los Duros Greedent pick. But hey, sometimes causing some chaos can be pretty beneficial, so excited to see what Squirrels got cooking, especially in kind of a, as we were just talking about, like an attacker like meta type thing that's blooming. Greedent is a pretty good answer to just about any squishy guy in the game, so it makes a lot of sense when we see it breaking through.
And it's just rage-inducing. Trust me, I've been on the other side of it. You're just like, I want to chase down this Greedent and get the KO when your whole team is telling you, leave it alone, ignore it. And you're like, no, I don't want to do that. It's so annoying to go up against.
Yeah, it becomes about, like, pride and honor, like, the principle of the matter. Like, I just hate that guy. Definitely get that. The Squirrel is going to stay in the lane for now, but it's actually going to be MTZ stealing this red buff, or at least attempting to steal the red buff. They do get it. I don't think I've ever seen a Glaceon Eevee invade, but you know what? It worked, and I'm not mad about it.
If they hit their level 4 here and stop Louisian getting 5, that would be instrumental, but it looks like this is going to be taken. Oh, I thought they got it, Bridget, but no. Gally does grab that one. Vaporeon online, but so is Safetched here as they're about to clash over the 850s.
Yeah, huge a bit of EXP and momentum to MTZ so early on with that Glaceon jungle invade. I really thought it would be the Squirrel. I don't know, maybe that's just me, but no, Squirrel is being good, remaining in their lane for now, but looking like they're gonna go on a bit of an adventure into that enemy jungle. Just as I was complimenting it, of course, I'm eating my words.
I mean, Muddy Water is going to be a play here from Gaddy, so that should hopefully tell you you what we're going to be seeing on that Umbreon. Oscar is going to go down here. No way, it's going to cause some issues here for MTV as they try and see if they can steal stuff away from Knight, but Serena now on the field, and this is what we were talking about. It's just rage-inducing.
Yeah, it's like a guy hanging over your shoulder, like watching you like work, you know? It's like, can you leave? Like, I don't need supervision right now. Like, purely there to be annoying, waste time, and also just gives your entire team vision of another member on the map. So you can't really sneak around and like have more calculated ganks when there's a guy staring you down all the time.
They have still got a Dratini. Now they hit Dragonair. This is massive for Los Duros, really managing to limit the Dragonite. But the Regidrago is going to be a great amount of global experience here for MTZ Esports to take, because they are desperate for those power levels. No way here. He's still going to make it out, eating up all these berries. Such a hard Pokemon to take down and takes a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, MTZ able to get some dunks off, has the numbers advantage in the bot lane, but up top, Los Duros is in the advantage in this 3v2, but nothing crazy going on here in the top path. Looks like there's way more of a push down bot where MTZ is getting points and some KOs.
Oh, Louisian just manages to find that in the final few moments as Gaddy was looking to see if they could find the KO. That was beyond 1 HP. And a dream. Amara's going to back on up here, nearly hitting that Dragonite stage, as we do have a rip on the Regieleki as well. Pretty even game at the moment, to be honest with you, Bridget.
Yeah, honestly, no one's really like floundering by any means. Obviously, MTZ is able to get the first objective of these two Reggie spawns in this Aleki down bot, but Los Duros has 4 members down here ready to catch and protect this tier 1. Doesn't look like MTZ is too interested in pushing it very far. They've kind of been pushed back to their own goal zone. Louisian in a little deep with that Surfetch, but able to escape. Los Duros doing a great job on the defense there.
Big beams coming in now from Oscitar as they're able to take a lot of that experience themselves. Looking like a rotation into the top side from both teams here as they want to grab these objectives. Looking to see if they can drop the damage onto Alba Noah. Zoned out just at the moment. Verdant Anger's going to come through. Going to pair that with the slash from Louisian. That was a brilliant combo from Los Duros to find 2 huge KOs from MTZ Esports. And now they can't even entertain the idea of taking this top objective until they dash up that flux zone.
Yeah, Oscar looking so nasty on that Venusaur. I feel like I'm not used to the damage output I am now seeing on that guy. Meanwhile, Surfetch trying to pick a fight in the bottom path, but has to back up when Serena comes for some help. Mara getting KO'd up in this top path. Looking like Los Duros might go turn on the Reggie up there, but down in the bottom path with both of these tier 1s still up, I mean, it is just brawling constantly.
I like the cockiness we're seeing from Los Duros here, the way that they're using these defenders just to really push into the side of MTZ Esports. We had a Berry Blast coming out then as well from this Greedent as they're trying to back away from NDR, dropping huge amount of damage with this Mega Mewtwo Y. Alba Noah has to back up onto the pad. A nice 40 dunk coming in from Louise in here while they continue to brawl over this T1 pad right now. Moonlight Prance is going to be used as well. There's the back Forest though as they continue to push back on the side of Los Duros. MTZ just cannot get the points in. Verdant Anger goes the wrong way at that moment as Oscar comes in with a big beam.
Man, MTZ did a good job on that push, just couldn't really find any KOs or points to go along with it. Knight use their Unite move, has to back up Louisian now in deep just to use that Surfetch Unite move, maybe push them off their goal zones, but it's looking like a bit of a 4v1 against the Surfetch. They are able to escape. I didn't even notice the Aleki was still marching towards their goal zone. Feels like that guy has been there forever, but finally is going to get knocked out by LD.
So in the meantime, the points that were scored gives Los Duros a decent lead, nearly 100 points at the moment, and now they're finding a couple of KOs down onto this T1 pad, looking to score more here as Haru and Knight are just going to abandon it. It does open up that extra area of experience for them, but it extends the lead for Los Duros by a huge amount.
Yeah, they've gotten really strong overcaps on those tier 1s. I believe they've even been able to score a bit on that tier 2. So really, really good point margin for the side of Los Duros. And man, now that tier 1's finally gone, I felt like that was like that fight in the bottom path was just going on for so long. But we do have another Reggie spawning in up top that Los Duros is going all in on. Meanwhile, MTZ knows they need some more points on the board, goes for it and breaking that tier 1 bot side, and now they're gonna peruse through the jungle.
Yeah, they're walking as a 5 now, or MTZ Esports, as they try and take everything away from Los Duros here. They've cut down this score lead as well. I do believe that Dragonite was, at the moment, outraged then, but we're pushing into the central area on the side of No Way just to try and pull the attention of MTZ Esports. Looks like they may get caught out. Let's see if they do manage to make it out of it. It is an outraged Dragonite. They ain't going to be able to catch them, even with that Daz. Good disrupt, though, coming in from Gary with that muddy water. That might be enough as they try and run around the side of this beam. They're going to get away, but this is the nuisance that the Greedent is. They've just pulled out a good push from that Vaporeon.
Yeah, and I mean, that took MTZ all the way to the top side of the map, so they weren't able to really position in the mid. Vaporeon Unite move coming out, hits to Muddy Water also getting out. Oh, big beam from that. I don't know if it was the Mew or the Venusaur. I think it was the Mew. Could be either, though, but there was a big beam.
There's beams in the game. It's coming from somewhere as they land as well on the side of the Draco Impact, trying to see if they can do anything, but Amara has been zoned out at the moment. Big beam again from Oscar this time, trying to see if they can get anywhere with the Giga Drain. Beam to the face, bro! And they send Dragonite back to Nurse Joy as Los Duros have complete control of this central area fight. It is all in their ball right now.
Yeah, they've totally turned to this Groudon, but we do have the Vaporeon, Mewtwo, and Umbreon from MTZ in this pit as well. Mew pops their Unite move and is able to secure it so clean with that E-Ball boosted. Los Duros looks like they're going to be able to take this game 1.
Wow. Los Duros was absolutely demonic in this game, really able to find ways to clean up these team fights, get the opportunities for big beams, and even when MTZ were able to get onto Oscar, the team were there to provide even more assistance with Danny's beams as well. Los Duros, with 30 seconds left, are going to lock in this first game, and it's MTZ that has to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, this double attacker comp is just looking really, really strong. Honestly, the Greedent did a great job, I feel like, especially in that Kyogre pregame. I mean, just wasting their time, kiting them so far to the top of the map, and just, like, gives the entire rest of their team vision on where these mons are. They know that they're not in the pit. If they run into anyone in the pit, that they're going to have the advantage, or at least the knowledge that at max they're only going to find 2. So it just really provides so much to the team, just to, like, I don't know, on, like, so many different levels other than, like, doing damage, which is, I feel like, usually the thing we look at, but really great work from Los Duros. I'm surprised at how few KOs there are in this game, because it felt like these teams were fighting the entire 10 minutes.
Yeah, it felt like they just did not stop brawling. It was absolutely crazy. I mean, and Amara still didn't find a KO on the side of the Dragonite. I felt like they'd done a good job on the side of Los Duros to limit that Dragonite in this game. They were playing the outrage because they were expecting quite a bit of brawl, but Oscar and Danny had that double range, and it's so difficult. Of course, you can't pick your moves in the game anymore, right, Bridget? You got to do it outside of that. So you're kind of stuck with the build that you had. And once you realize that that ranged attack was just too much and you weren't able to get onto it, with Greedent being a nuisance as well, that's just a difficult matchup for you on that Dragonite with Outrage.
Yeah, I just feel like they were lacking a bit of damage, namely range damage. Obviously, they had that Mewtwo, but it's just so hard if you're not able to get close there. We see the Mew go down, but then it's kind of the beauty of the double attacker is if one of the attackers gets jumped, usually if the other one is positioning well, you're not close, you're not close enough to where they're standing, so you still have your range. Like, you kind of have to make a choice on which one you jump on, as like all-rounders, or if you're jumping on one, they usually have coverage from the other attacker. So that's where we saw that Venusaur popping off. Here we have one of many bot lane fights. I mean, as you can see, this was like the 4-minute mark, and it was like still going on.
It's just crazy how much they were brawling in this game. I mean, quite a close one in the brawls, but it was just these combos. I gotta say, some brilliant Woodhammer Hornleech combos from Albanoa as well, as they were able to get some good clean picks. The pressure here, of course, you do have Amara pushing onto Oscar, but the Giga Drain Focus Band was just enough to keep them on all 4 paws as the damage comes in again from you, and MTZ were just on the back foot from the beginning of that fight.
Yeah, it just felt like they got split up like a lot and weren't really able to cover for each other or like regroup, whereas Los Duros seem a bit more connected. Still was a bit scary of a secure. There are quite a few members around, but when you have the Mew and the Venu beam, it's just hard to contest with, but we'll see what exactly these teams want to do as we begin the bans and the drafts for Game 2.
Let's see whether MTZ are going to adjust to a double range attacker comp themselves. They are the team that plays whatever they want no matter what happens. So we could end up seeing some ridiculous picks here. Will Los Duros stick with that double range attacker combo that they used? If it ain't broke, don't fix it is the call here. And it did feel like Los Duros had most control in that game.
Yeah, it was a pretty solid set from Los Duros, so I'm sure they're going to be riding this momentum into this second game. They do go ahead and ban that Surfetched out, which is interesting. I guess they just kind of don't want to play it, don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, if you're not going to use it, if you want to use a comp that is counterable to it as well, take it out of the game. I like that approach from Los Duros. Let's see what they're going to take as their first pick, because we've just seen it. Suicune is open and would be a massive first pick here. Let's see what they're going to go with, though, because they do have Vaporeon as well. It is going to be Vaporeon here for No Way.
Yeah, I do just feel like that Vaporeon Umbreon core is a bit too annoying to deal with, so definitely respect this Vaporeon first pick. MTZ making sure they're locking in that Mew already.
Yeah, I gotta take that away from Danny. I think one of the best Mew players here in this region. Haru's gonna pull out the Crustle as well, so Suicune is still available to be picked up here. Let's see if Los Duros want to factor that into their plans as they look to pick up their all-rounders. Looks like Oscar was entertaining the idea of taking it right now. They're a bit undecided here. Some quick rotations. Albano is gonna pick up the Buzzwole. I'm not sure if that was meant to be the pick as Oscar pulls out Goodra.
No, it looked like they were over the Talonflame, so yeah, I don't know, maybe we're trying to swap or something. Yeah, not to doubt the gamers' knowledge, because I'm sure they have way more than me, but I do not think the Goodra is the meta right now, but hey, maybe we're just having a fun with it at this point. We have a triple tank protect the president, I think is what we are about to witness. Danny grabbing that Decky Dewey. I am kind of living for the Los Duros comp right now.
Bro, I love it. I mean, listen, Gudra's really good in veteran rank chat, so you never know. Oscar may be able to pull something out here. I mean, they've gone for, like, just stick to them like glue kind of comp here, but Knight has got the Glaceon, and, you know, what is one good thing for dealing with these defenders? It's Glaceon, so it's going to be a difficult task, because Albano and Danny, they have to capitalize on trying to pick up Knight on that.
Ooh, buddy. All right. I mean, this will be interesting. I do feel like Glaceon really cooks here. Even with their I mean, those Duros does have a ton of CC and all 3 of their tanks, plus the Buzzwall. So it might be pretty difficult to deal with that. Although, like, Glaceon, of course, has their passive, which gives them basically like an unstoppable. But when you're dealing with that level of CC, I don't know if that passive is going to be as useful as we had seen it previously. So we'll find out. But I'm just gonna go ahead and predict this is gonna be a very high damage game. For MTZ.
I mean, what it does tell me is that they know that they're out here. Lost Heroes are just having a lot of fun. And that's one thing that this team and MTZ do so well, is they have fun playing this game together. We have a central area Mama Swine right now, Bridget. That's how much fun they're having.
I'm living. I'm so living for this. Honestly, anytime I see, like, attack Goodra, I think of Lutano from... He's like the only person I ever saw even try it, and every time he did, everyone's like, Lutano, please, bro, stop. It's not... He's like jungling the Goodra, so it's bringing me back to days of yonder. I do not think the Ghatlue expected the Swinub in the jungle. The invade did not go super great. That Swinub is usually the guy invading, so they were able to secure all of the buffs, at least.
I can just imagine what VC was like when Gaddy ran into the central area and was like, oh my god, Mama Swine is central.
I don't know what's going on.
I mean, good. Ice Fang's already up on the side of Lost Heroes. That's the power of having Pillar Swine so early. Such massive crowd control as they limit Amara once more. It's a double KO for Pillar Swine here.
I mean, honestly, that's a pretty scary guy to see coming out of the jungle with both buffs. Like, I wouldn't be thrilled. So, you know what? Not too surprised to see it kind of popping off in that regard. I mean, Los Duros is looking pretty clean so far in this game, too.
They're actually going to swap the jungle here as well, so give it to the Decidui.
Smart.
Allow Louisian to go and take this away from Knight. I mean, how oppressive. It's like having Snorlax in your central area. It's that strong with crowd control. So I like this approach from Los Duros here, really making MTZ think about it. And it's Leech Life for Albanoa as well.
Oh my, I'm like obsessed. They're being silly goofy, but this is like, I feel like this is how, like, my ranked games go. Like, of course I'm playing into, like, a Goodra Buzzwole who's just, like, bullying me on my pad. Like, of course, they are looking so strong up there. It looks like the Dartrix has come to their aid, but MTZ gaining some momentum around this Regidrago. The Glaceon looking a bit more online at level 7, but things are going really well in this top path. We have 3 level 7s now for Los Duros.
Yeah, that's the only issue for Los Duros now, is that Glaceon has the rip capability. Now they've got those moves up. It's going to be difficult for them to stay on their feet. Gotta grab them with the side of this Leech Life, because honestly, it would not surprise me if Knight comes out of this game with 150k damage.
No, I think that's like my bar. I think we should have done predictions on how much Knight damage is going to have. We do see the Spirit Jackal coming out of Danny. I was kind of like, what if they're Leaf Storm, Razor Leaf? But alas, they're being normal. You know, if other people are going to be silly goofy, you need at least one rock in the group, which is, I guess, Decidui now.
Danny is the sensible one on Los Duros, and she will quote us on that one. I mean, this is a crazy game across the board. 114 points already in here for Los Duros, but MTZ have got their rip capability online. It's about how much they can protect that Glaceon, though, as we see Machamp looking for that rotation through the central area.
Yeah, both teams kind of picking their lane and going for that objective. Vaporeon was trying to get some cheeky dunks in, has to really reel it back in, as almost all members of MTZ are now scoring in that bot path. Meanwhile, we have the opposite going on up top. Los Duros pushing this tier 2 with the Regieleki, and they have quite a few Unite moves to utilize. This might go bad for MTZ.
Yeah, if this walks in as well, they'll be ever so close to actually breaking that pad here. That will be massive because they're going to have another 2 Regielekis that could spawn in. The win condition has just been opened for Los Duros so early on in this game here.
Yeah, Mew forced to pop their Unite move. I mean, they're on MTZ's side of the map, and Los Duros doesn't look like they have any signs of stopping. I mean, the Buzzwolves Unite moving on the home goal zone. I think at this point we are stat padding. We're just here for the numbers. Louisin has some sensibility, at least get some dunks in. I have to note they're naked on Mamoswine. I mean, Mamoswine has such good skins. I'm like, how do you not have a Mamoswine skin? I'm judging you, but I guess it's fine.
One of my favorite skins as well is the Mamoswine with the hoodie, because like,
Oh,
how big is that hoodie, Bridget, to fit around the entirety of Mama? I love it. I love it so much.
He's so cute. I like his little headphones in that one too. Like,
Same.
he's listening to music. He deserves it.
I mean, counter scoring coming out here from MTZ Esports, and boy, do they need it, because Gudra just scored points on the home pad. That is open. If they take the KO onto the side of the Regieleki, they will have another one before the final objective, but they could also wait it to be near at that 2-minute mark. Right now, the zoning from Louisin is absolutely massive for Los Duros. They're pulling the attention of 3 of them.
Yeah, baiting them in to the rest of the team, has to pop that Mamo Unite move, but Machamp is going to pop one of their own. The Buzzwole stops him in his tracks, but it looks like MTZ is going to be the winners of this engage, and now they are barreling towards this tier 1. They desperately need some more points here.
Oh, that will go in, back in the game. Our MTZ Esports, as they're going to take this objective as well. So no more win condition for Los Duros here. That has just given MTZ the advantage to take this game, but they've got to get that extra experience, and they've got to get into that central area and have a massive fight. Gudra, Oscar here, keeping on night.
Gosh.
You just can't get away from it, Bridget. This is why it's so strong in those veteran levels.
It's because they don't know. Yeah, you can't fight the Gudra unless, like, the whole team is there. That was where the Glaceon made their first mistake, but when he forces you to stick to him, it makes it pretty difficult. Finally, the Gudra falls. It only took 3 members of MTZ, and that's a lesson for the lower lobbies. You beat the Gudra by walking away. You just let him go. He can't hurt you if you can't see him.
Yeah, I would love to have seen like the damage calculator there that ended up dropping onto Gudra as they got
the
KO'd.
damage taken.
Registeel will be taken by MTZ Esports here. That's going to be a massive buff to have coming into that final fight, and they'll have it for like 30 seconds into it right now. Regidrago continues to be ripped. Looking for the secure is Danny as they continue to rip onto it. Knight just wants KOs, so that's all they're here to do as they continue to build up their damage calculator. Louising continues to be ripped as Knight looks for the KO.
Yeah, MTZ looking way more locked in after that big push in that top path. I feel like Glaceon is finally getting its footing, hitting that level 13. 13 for all of the DPSs on the side of MTZ. I don't really know who to call DPS on Los Duros, so I'm gonna just let them do their thing over there. But MTZ looking really, really solid in the latter half of this game, and with only 5 seconds left until this High Ogre, MTZ is their backs against the wall. They need to secure this win for game 2.
All right, Knight's going to make sure that they've got their spears set up ready to go here, waiting for that perfect moment. They have spotted Oscar in this bush as well. Louise is coming to them, and yeah, he's a good dive from Albanoa as they look for Gaddy here. Oscar right in the middle of it. That Colin Cloud crash might be the distance here as Knight is able to get away from the Ultra Swole Slam, and they find the KO again onto Oscar as they're able to continue to rip through them. No way, looking to see if they can push down into this bottom lane as well. They find the KO. MTZ are winning this fight 1 by 1 as Los Duros are having to retreat. Huge Mammoth Mappage going to come out though, and the not paired with it is going to be massive here for Los Duros. The Mammoth falls, MTZ still stands.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of damage coming out from Los Duros, but MTZ just doing a good job kiting it out and waiting for those Eldegoss heals and making sure no one is falling. And at this point, Los Duros has a bit of an upward battle even to get into this pit. I mean, Crustal has that hallway on lock. Oskar is running in, but wasn't able to make it there in time. MTZ grabs the Kyogre, and it's looking like they're going to be able to grab a lot of points here, too.
Yeah, I mean, now they just need a little bit extra. There we go. There is 30 seconds left, but not enough for Los Duros to get back, so we will be going to a game 3 here. But oh my god, I cannot wait to see the damage numbers on the side of this Glaceon. Brilliant control from MTZ in that final fight.
Yeah, I really think they were able to pop off in the latter portion of the game when it mattered, so I'm sure we'll be seeing quite a lot of damage out of that Glacie, but honestly, Los Duros were cooking quite a bit. It just felt like that flank out of the Buzzwole didn't really pan out super well. Shout out to the Eldegoss for being there and making sure that they didn't let their carries get flanked by the Buzz. So really, really great endgame out of MTZ.
I think if we can watch the replay when we do, I think Oskatar got hit by the Kyogre like crowd control before they could get into it. Like just watching it back now, I think that is what stopped Oskatar from getting in. They may have been able to secure that on the Goodra of all Pokemon, Bridget. But let's have a look at these stats here. As no surprise, we do see a lot of KOs coming out from MTZ Esports. Oh, only 77k damage from Knight. That is so surprising.
It was the Mew. It was the Mew. They were cooking. They were taking all of the damage. I mean, really wasn't like too many scuffles, I guess, at least compared to that first game we saw between these two. So both teams playing it pretty well, and I do feel like Los Duros kind of I don't know, they were clutching up quite a bit there, so it was kind of hard for the MTZ gamers to really pop off. Here we kind of have one of those first early game fights. Buzzwole was able to get 2 before they ultimately fell, and yeah, that first Glaceon Unite move happening at the 7-minute mark is just gross.
Brutal, isn't it? I kind of like this push as well, as they're just going to come in and really break this pad so quickly for the side of Los Duros. I mean, it's not even under the 5-minute mark, and that's gone, opening up the gates for that Regieleki to be a threat every time it spawns in.
Yeah, and we just see like Los Duros pushing so hard here is that kind of first engage out of that Buzzwole, but kind of have 2 different divisions going on here. Both these teams a little bit split up, and Buzzwole just kind of in a hard place. I think Oskar was trying to heal up in those bushes with that Goodra passive before they engage, but it was kind of too late to help out that Buzzwole. There we see the Goodra fall. Danny just kind of in the back line, didn't really want to step up necessarily, and yeah, was just like getting so much damage, like getting everyone so low, but they just really were able to body block for one another. That, I don't know, it just feels like Los Duros was a little too like spread out.
Yeah, it allowed Knight here to isolate Danny, who luckily gets that Citrus Berry. Here's Oskatar trying to sprint in. It's after the barrage, but no, it's Gaddy. It's going to be Gaddy's hit here, look, that stuns them.
Oh, yeah, it definitely does.
And that makes the difference, because that also secures the Kyogre. It was a great effort from Oskatar, to be fair, just to desperately try and get there. But smart from Gaddy just to make sure that they were in the way with that move that was also able to hit on the Kyogre.
Yeah, that was really clean Eldegoss gaming. I don't even know if they really had, like, vision of the Goodra running in when they, like, procced the Cotton Spore. So good, just, like, safety measure, like, just in case you have that stun, which, thank goodness, because I don't know, like, I guess it does. I thought, like, the Kyogre only, or, like, the endgame spawn only aggroed, like, the team that was, like, hitting it. But I guess if you're, like, running on top of where... like an enemy is standing, like it obviously still hits you, so man, really good support gaming out of MTZ, and yeah, of course, another game 3 today, which is just crazy.
It's such a joy as well, because like now looking at those records, both of these teams are not going to be able to make it through, and they're just having fun with each other. We're here in a game 3, and they're both just having an absolute blast. Hooper is going to be banned out here. That kind of gives us a little bit of an insight to what MTZ want to be looking at.
Oh god. Wait, what does it mean? I don't know, but obviously don't want any Hoopa funny business. Who's Hoopa's enemy? I don't know. I'll find out. But other than that, bans looking pretty consistent. I'm not sure who got swapped out for in lieu of the Hoopla, but maybe we'll see it as a priority pick in these first picks.
It was Zapdos. Looking at the previous bans, they went with Blastoise, Psyduck, Zapdos. So Zapdos is playable, I believe. I think it does have a slight bug going on with its scoring in its Unite move that could be abused, but I don't think it's consistent. Oscar is stealing that Mew instantly for Danny in this one.
Definitely respect that priority Mew selection. It just kind of, it really is the attacker that does it all, and if you have a proficient Mew player, I mean, you just give them that and they're going to be able to like pop off almost into any composition, it feels like. MTZ grabbing the Mewtwo Y, which I think is an interesting priority, but maybe they just wanted to grab an attacker they were comfortable with since Los Doros already grabbed their attacker. I mean, already obsessed with whatever Los Doros is doing. I love Delmise, and Chandelure got buffed, right? He got some love recently.
Oh boy, did he. So Chandelure is so good right now. Of course, it is still a huge glass cannon, so if you do manage to get onto it, it's easy to KO, but Flamethrower is so good with the buff that it got. Such a low cooldown. And of course, I think they also reduced the cooldown of Poltergeist, which we don't usually see them play, to be honest. Are Los Doros sticking with people playing on off rolls here? Let's see whether Danny actually swaps with Oscar. I think they might be playing off-roll Pokemon here. That's
adorable and braver than me. I don't think I would ever do that, other than like in a private server where I'm not playing against like real people. But we have some battle of the spooky speedsters and the Zoroark and Darkrai, which honestly kind of haven't seen much Darkrai lately. I feel like it was kind of a niche pick. I feel like certain teams really believed in it for a while there, and it did look extremely good. So excited to see MTZ pick it up. I don't think they're playing off-roll, so maybe an inherent advantage there. But honestly, super stoked to see these players have fun and switch things up.
I absolutely love this. I adore Los Doros. I love the fact that they're like, you know what, we're out of this. Let's have a crazy amount of fun. Let's bring MTZ some fun as well. Let's all play off-roll. We're going to play Pokemon we don't play. I love this from Los Doros. I can just imagine them in VC having a right laugh at this, Bridget. So this is going to be really fun. And I mean, we just saw their previous comp and they were so strong on it as well. So
it looks good.
It looks so good. So let's see what they can do with this one. I love that MTZ are like still locking in, like, yeah, we're gonna make sure that we take the win in this set.
Hey, it's still free practice, I guess, either way. So whatever you want to do in that practice, I respect it. So both teams gonna be in this game number 3 for the day. I feel like we have MTZ in our next set, but the last game of the day for Los Doros, and I'm pretty stoked for the Stelmais, honestly.
Me too. Let's see whether they can land those hooks as Gaddy looks to see if they can come in for... They were looking for an MV, but they do spot Lucario pushing into this lane. Doesn't want to leave Amara up here with the damage coming in from Lucario.
Yeah, always wise to make sure you don't have someone running in your jungle. I mean, any number of the Los Duros gamers could have been making their way there, so it's never hurts just to check if they're in that path. But no, funny business, Glaceon will get to their Glaceon evolution and are going to be heading up to this top path. Zoroark not far behind from the side of Los Duros, but we will see both junglers go top, but Zoroark making a pit stop for those middle Natus, I believe.
Let's see if they're going to be landing these combos out from the Zoroark. Of course, remember, we are on off-rolls at the moment. Louisian's going to dive in here, looking to see if they can find it. Does get stopped at the moment. Knight is going to go with a shotgun build here as well, looking for the hit with these shards. They are so weak on the side of Louisian. They know that Glaceon is just at the bottom of that bush.
Yeah, Glaceon was definitely a fox hunting there, but ultimately decides to fall back, let it go. For now, I'm sure there will be many other opportunities for them to engage on them. Meanwhile, on the bottom path, we have Snorlax getting very low for MTZ. Los Duros putting on a lot of pressure. They have very full pockets, and looks like they're doing well on levels down there too, so Los Duros may not have a candle evolution up top, but finally we do see it evolve.
All right, only 4 points in as well as we get past that 8-minute mark. We do have a central area push coming out from MTZ as they look to rotate down here, trying to grab this Regidrago at the moment. Has been spotted by Albanoa though as they rotate Louise in, looking to see if they can get the combo off here, but it's going to be taken by Knight before they can, and they're taken down by the Mewtwo Y as well as the MTZ esports are going to continue to push in here. No Way is stuck in this backline with the muddy water coming their way. They are able to get out of there, but they're not happy with that. They Vaporeon hunting them down.
Oh, I mean, I'm like, Vaporeon definitely wins this 1v1 when you are that close to the Chandelure already. There's just really nothing you can do, especially as the Lampent. I mean, you have no resources to really get away from them at that point, so unlucky for Los Duros there as MTZ is really looking good so far.
Here's the flamethrower moveset as well from No Way. So every time they manage to land it onto an enemy, the cooldown is massively reduced. If they miss just like that, it's going to be ever so long and they're going to be stuck up the creek without a paddle at the moment as MTZ Esports, bro. They are taking this seriously here, Bridget, as they look to clean up the rest of Los Duros.
Yeah, I mean, Knight on this Icy Wind Glaceon, that big burst of damage is just so devastating, and I mean that's usually why we primarily see the Icy Wind in a competitive setting, because having all that damage come out at once as opposed to like take damage over time can just be so much more valuable. So really fun to see it in action here. Louisian gonna try to pop that Unite move, but no dice for them. I mean, MTZ is just getting far ahead.
They do be smoothing in this one. Los Duros, though, are still looking for those levels. It's not out of reach yet with these points on the board, but they will look to get those power spikes. Mr. Komaraj is going to be used here by Oscitar as they try with the muted auto to find some damage. They just run into MDR, who manages to get away with a little bit of HP. Brilliant zoning once more by these defenders.
Yeah, MTZ still able to escape. Oscar doing a little bit of poking, and we do have an objective on the top side that looks like teens might start gravitating towards now. MTZ still has quite a few members down bot, anticipating a push there, but all members of Los Duros are top side. They do get quite a few damage off on that Vaporeon, who has to use their Unite move, but all in all, a big grab from that Delmise. Love to see it. Lucario going in with those E-speeds after that Unite move does get KO'd, but Los Duros has been ripping this Alecki really close, but Chandelure grabs that secure.
There's the glacial stage as well from Knight. Ignite Midnight comes out, but they're just blown up the instant they throw it. A quick power nap comes out from Snorlax. That's going to be enough to find the KO on Louisin. And there is another Seaweed Snare as they try and see if they can find the connections. Double KO comes out from Albanoa, finds the triple with the Vaporeon as well. Boy, is this cooking. Anchor shot pulling them in, and they're going to be able to push this Regieleki in if they can just get it close. There it goes, looking for an overcap.
Wow, is that Albanoa on the Delma is absolutely smurfing with the anchor shot. I mean, I thought it was looking a little bleak for Los Duros up in that top path, but the anchor just said, hold my beverage, and took everyone with them. Louisa now getting some stacks, probably knows they will be punished for it, but ultimately worth it for the long game.
Yeah, they're happy to in for those stacks. Oh my god, that is the power of Flamethrower. Huge amount of damage, and it's splash damage as well. Another perfect hook comes out from none other than Albanoa, who is able to secure that damage. A massive aura cannon that just secures the Registeel here, Bridget. Los Duros are not done with this game yet. They may be playing off-roll, but they mean business, and boy, are they back in this one.
Danny has been nasty on this E-Speed Luca. I haven't highlighted it very much, but I've seen it. I've seen them running around getting those resets, but MTZ seeking some vengeance. I don't think they're happy about how the last couple minutes of this game have gone, and they're getting some of those revenge KOs now, but no way. Grabs one for their troubles, almost gets another one on that Vaporeon, but they have to flip turn away just to get out of range.
Honestly, Danny, Aura Cannon secure. I tell you, Bridget, you can take the girl off the secure, but you can't take the secure out of the girl as the Lucario continues to find them final hits. This has been a joy from Los Duros. They have been kind of off foot with the fact that they're on different roles, but MTZ have had a little bit to deal with here as they continue to rip this Regieleki and look for another secure.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying earlier, sometimes the chaos can be disorienting. You don't really know what these people are capable of on these off-roll. This is horrifying. Oh my gosh, Zoroark. I don't know if they knew what they were comboing into, but Mewtwo is going to get the KO, and that's not going to be a great start to this endgame fight.
Go for the rip. That's what MTZ are going to do. They've got the Glaceon here, but of course they do have the secure queen in Danny just there. There's another Seaweed Snare as they look to land that through straight onto the side of this Glaceon, but they managed to get away, and now Albanoa is left up the creek without a paddle at the moment as they continue to be zoned out. Quick power now. Danny in with the flank, looks for the KOs, but they're paired up against MDR, and they've got their Mega, and they will find that one. Los Duros are on the back foot just ever so slightly here as they get zoned out by these defenders, and it's only MDR with the damage from MTZ as Glaceon is still down for another 10 seconds here. They continue to dive onto the ground, and they've got to continue to rip it. Flamethrower is going to cook it for Los Duros as No Way finds that KO. Vaporeon dashing on in here with the flip turn, but Louisin finds another KO onto the Mewtwo Y, and it is Los Duros that takes it here, Bridget. What is happening in this league?
What a turnaround from how that fight started. Glaceon with the Savage Unite move. I saw that they weren't able to pop it before they were KO'd initially, and Los Duros does have these Groudon buffs. Danny putting them to good use. They do finally break that outer tier 1, and now they're gonna have another exchange. These hooks have been nasty. Oh my gosh, Albanoa has been nailing those snipes with the anchor.
As if we didn't love Los Duros enough as it was. They pull out something like this, have an absolute blast with it in this game. That VC must be popping off right now, and they are going to look to take this entire set with the most ridiculous Game 2, Game 3 combo I think we've seen yet.
Yeah, I mean, so many highlight plays from everyone in this game, but man, the E-Speed Luca just actually looking so clean. I love to see it, and yeah, with a bit of a scary pick off of the rip for Los Duros, they were really able to turn it around and just utilize their resources so well, securing this Game 3.
It was just an absolute joy. As soon as I saw Danny move onto the full heal on Lucario, I was like, oh my god, they're staying on Lucario. This is ridiculous from Los Duros. But boy, did it work. I mean, MTZ were brilliant. Again, their defenders, Haru and Gaddy, have to be highlighted. They were really managing to shut down the Weezing, to really limit what they could do on the side of Los Duros. But it's that late game. As soon as you've got those levels, the Delmise was really beginning to cook for Albanoa.
Yeah, it feels like it just came out of nowhere, honestly. So, really, really good stuff. It is going to be a night on that Glaceon with the most KOs at 10. I mean, I like that they went for that Icy Wind build this time around. It was cooking, obviously, especially in that early game where Glaceon really, really shines.
Oh, what a joy as we have a look at the battle data. Let's see the damage coming on through. 74k from Danny there, just short of doing the most on their team as Noe lands those fire blasts coming out from that Chandelier. I mean, stats that you kind of expect to see here, Bridget. It was not on the people that are playing those Pokemon, but still brilliant efforts from both.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of like... I feel like I was so locked in on the Danny Lucario that the Chandelure was kind of like a sleeper agent for me. Like, I didn't notice how much damage they were able to do, but there were some pretty cool combo plays like later in the game where the Delmise was able to pull in an enemy with their anchor shot and pull them close enough to be in range of the Chandelure Unite move. So there were some really fun combinations that came out of this Los Duros comp.
As they do put some pressure here onto MTZ Esports. Did feel like it was at these kind of moments where MTZ had the advantage because they had Knight that was locking in with these shards and finding the KOs, but they did get a moment of break for Los Duros. Another Ignite Midnight that you just try and pop, but as soon as you get that sure hit move landed on you, there's not a lot you can do. It is a glass cannon, is that Pokemon. But it's here with Albanoa that really stacks to come together on the side of this Delmise.
Yeah, and even the secure out of Danny, I mean, right before they were put to sleep, it looks like they were able to at least get that Unite move off, and that, used to be, the thing back in the day, was the secure with the Lucario, and here we have this endgame fight, really big grab out of this Delmise, then right as Knight gets away, just utilizes their Unite move to get right back into the thick of it, and does an amazing job stalling, chunking them out, just gives so much opportunity for Danny to come in and clean up a bit. They do get punished here, but doing that, it kind of left the Snorlax behind, so Los Duros was able to get some chip damage off on these guys without having to deal with everyone. So it did provide quite a bit of space, and here we have this Groudon getting ripped to shreds. That was a huge Unite move out of Louisen as well on that Zoroark, getting so much damage on the Vaporeon, even KOing that Snorlax. Another KO goes to Louisen, and yeah, we just have this low HP Groudon. We have some members of MTZ in the fold, but it looks like the Darkrai wasn't even... It said incapacitate. I'm not sure what he was incapacitated from, but the Darkrai was out of pocket.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with that Chandelure as well is that the Flamethrower not only does it do a decent amount of damage, but it has a little bit of splash damage as well, Bridget. So if you are near it and it lands on the Groudon like we just saw there, Vaporeon gets KO'd because they're just near it and it has that splash damage. So fair play from Los Duros. I mean, what more could you possibly want here, chat? I'll tell you what, it's Phantom Forces up next with the opportunity to top their group without dropping a single set. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, trainers. Boy, do we have a set for you. This is the opportunity for the last place team in this league to win their group without dropping a single set. Bridget, this is insane play from Phantom Forces.
Yeah, I don't know what they ate for breakfast, how they slept last night, but I fear they found the correct sauce, because Phantom Forces looking to hopefully end their group in 3-0 fashion. All that remains in their way is MTZ Esports, who we will be watching right now.
The difficulty is as well, MTZ Esports, if they do lose, that means they end up 0-3 on the day, which is what Team Int have ended up doing. Right now on the other group, we have Esport Core and Supernova battling it out to see who will win their group with a 3-0 record. And if today's anything to go by, Supernova will give them a run for their money.
Yeah, I'm sure that's going to be a fun one over in Group B as well. It's been a crazy, unexpected day in terms of where all of these teams have netted out, but it's made it super fun and exciting for us, and this game is no different. I am, of course, low-key rooting for my season-long underdogs, Phantom Forces, but the underdogs of the day would definitely be MTZ, so gonna be a banger either way. But so far for these bans, we are gonna have the Psyduck, Blastoise, and Surfetched, as well as Umbreon, Zapdos, and Glaceon catching strays now, which is so funny.
I love this. Teams have recognized, yeah, we got to take that out. The comps that we're bringing into this, all of our frontline gets destroyed. So let's see what MTZ are going to lock in as their first pick here. I know Venusaur is incredibly strong right now. Not going to be the first pick. It is going to be the Vaporeon for Haru.
Yeah, these EVs seem to be getting that first pick slot these days. Can't go wrong, and since the Umbreon is banned, might as well grab the Vaporeon. Phantom Forces gonna prioritize that Mega Lucario and the Blissey. Always love seeing the Blissey. I feel like the healing build has just really been so strong lately. Mega Lucario been a bit hit or miss, but obviously Phantom Forces enjoys it enough to grab it immediately.
Okay, Slowbro on the field here as well. Slow Beam still such a brilliant Unite move, because I think they're expecting MTZ to pull out something that will pair alongside that Comfort. Usually here in the EU region, it means we see Zoroark, but it is MTZ Esports on the board, so who knows what they're going to be pairing with that. Average Carry's going to pull out again the Cramorant that worked so well for Phantom Forces previously. Let's see what they're going to lock in here. It is going to be the Rapidash that MTZ you so much.
Yeah, love seeing this Rapidash, and we're also getting the Gardevoir, who I feel like I haven't seen her in a little bit, but you know, attacker meta long range tactics are among us, so that's going to be pretty fun to see that Guardy in action. And Poggy going to be grabbing the Pawmot as the final pick for Phantom Forces. Man, these comps are interesting. I'm not sure who I got for this one.
Yeah, I think, of course, Gardevoir with recent buffs has a great amount of damage now. Knight's going to continue to be such a nuisance that they already were on Glaceon. Now they've got that Rapidash. I do like the Pawmot pick. I think Pawmot right now is just a brilliant all-rounder. It is so good. Drops a decent amount of damage, sticks to you like glue. I think that's a huge pickup for Phantom Forces, but it's whether they can capitalize on it. Because you can't leave it on its own a bit too much. That's a lot of damage that's going to be coming their way from MTZ.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how this Comfey is utilized. I feel like it's much more of a LAN pick than an online tourney pick. We just don't see it very often. So we'll be curious how strong it'll be. I feel like disruption, support, and tanks have just kind of been at large lately. Obviously, we've still seen some healing movesets, but not necessarily Comfeys. So we'll be curious to see how it does here.
Does mean Haru can pretty much go for the full crowd control, which is so good on Vaporeon for buying space for your team. That muddy water is just devastating. Let's have a look as we kick it off here. It is the final set of the day. Phantom Forces with the opportunity to top their group here in orange. MTZ Esports looking to bounce back off the back of a tough loss with Los Duros are in the purple side.
Yep, and we do have a pause looking like the Palmy did not make it out of spawn, so hopefully the players just have to load back in and then we can resume here shortly. It was going so well, but clearly someone did not restart their Switch in between sets. Fair enough.
Maybe they're on the Switch 1 still, because, you know...
Oh, unlucky.
we've all been there. Not everybody has managed to play Pokopia yet. Still stuck on that Switch 1, but hopefully they can get back in quickly enough and we can crack this one on. It's luckily in the early moments, so we can at least pause it and give them the advantage of getting back in.
Yeah, shout out to our admin team who is capable of that, so... definitely comes in clutch for moments like these.
I am hearing from our news chopper in the sky that Rework are playing incredibly well versus Supernova at the moment over on that opposite side of the group. We'll see if that ends up being the case for the entirety of the set. Of course, these are best of threes. Pretty exciting here. It's going to be one of those where, like, who knows who's going to end up topping these groups.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone could have predicted what has occurred here today. Like we said, Phantom Forces trying to be the #1 seed of their group, and we're gonna find out if they're able to achieve that as we load back in. Poggy gets to head toward that central area as that little Palmo.
Alrighty, so now it's all about who gets into the central area with a good power spike, who manages to win these lanes right now. Cramorant down in the bottom lane. If they do get that Slowbro online as well, it's going to be a tough matchup for MTZ.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that route is not the best laner, but maybe this first rotation is going to that Rapidash, and then maybe the following rotations can go to that route / Curlia. Even with an early gank to help out this lane, getting that Vaporeon online, getting at least some little baby dunks in. That's some great support for this lane who, probably needed it, and it's gonna bring the Palmo down here as well.
Okay, I'm expecting Supercell Slam here as they do charge it up, dive straight on in, looking for the backline here, seeing if they can find the Rolls. They do get away. Eject button used here. Let's see if Paggy wants to continue pushing it because they do have the capability of doing that. No, they're gonna back on up now. That's the power of Rapid Dash, being able to at least limit what they can do on that Pomo.
Yeah, and some really clutch stuns coming out from that Vaporeon Muddy Water. Meanwhile, in this top path, it looks like Lou on this Lucario is having a grand old time, getting some stacks in, utilizing that power-up punch. Machop really low, that Rapidash to the rescue once again, saving the day, getting a KO, getting some dunks in, and it's probably gonna have a good time up there.
This is going to be so annoying for Phantom Forces to handle for the entirety of this game now. That Rapidash, they don't really have shutdown for it here, except that Slow Beam. And that is one huge Unite move to use on that one Pokemon that has the Comfy there as well to provide the healing. It's all going to be interesting to see how Phantom Forces deal with it as Cramorant isn't able to break into this Regidrago.
Yeah, that Rapidash already looking pretty scary, but Phantom Forces able to rebound, get a lot of dunks in. Not gonna break it just yet, just get some stacks in, leave it on that number 2 for hopefully a big overcap in the future, but Blissey gonna get KO'd by the Gardevoir, who is already online. That's really good for the side of MTZ, who already has a fight breaking out up here. Phantom Force is able to get a couple KOs despite being so low on HP.
Ooh, it's going to be Future Sight Guardi as well, so they're going to be placing them perfectly for them to be a threat for Phantom Forces. They do manage to find that Rapidash, do not find the Comfey just yet. Machoke coming on in with a Seismic Slam. Champ Cena finding the KO onto Nepti at the moment. Continues with it onto the side of Paggy as well, but that is the power of Palmer. The resets that you get on that Pokemon are so incredibly strong in that backline as they dive back in with the Supercell Slam, looking to find more as Slowbro goes back to the spawn room, and they do. They take down Comfy. That's going to be a Zipstat full charge Spark here, Bridget, but they managed to get out on the side of Amara with such little HP, but so does Phantom Forces after all of that.
Yeah, it seemed like Palma really wanted to stay and keep pushing that, but I agree, maybe it's time to turn around, focus on that objective, and then maybe we do a little more fighting a little later. Almost a minute since these Reggies have been on the map, and that Regieleki is finally KO'd up top, but Regirock just kind of been chilling down in this bottom path, looking like MTZ is trying to get control over that pit. Slowbro tries to sneak a little sneaky Duncan, but is deleted for it.
That was so much damage on the Slowbro as well. I'm not used to seeing that Pokemon go down so quickly. This Gardevoir has been buffed mightily as they do drop that Unite move and they find free in the hit with it. That's a triple KO coming out for this Gardevoir here as they look for more as well. Phantom Forces are on the back foot down in this bottom lane. MTZ are going to continue to push it and score a 30 dunk in the face of Slowbro, who goes back to Nurse Joy.
Yeah, that Guardy Unite combo with the Rapidash Unite then on top of it, I mean, was just so much damage. Guardy is just so devastating once it gets online, and if it has really good targeting, which MDR has clearly demonstrated in this matchup, it is so difficult to deal with. And yeah, Phantom Forces really need someone who can put some pressure on that Gardevoir and really get through that back line.
175 points to 94. It is not unreachable here for Phantom Forces. All it takes is one great push, and that T1 pad is still up for the side of MTZ Esports. We're going to continue to see the brawl up here. They've pulled out Barrage Blow on Lou by themselves. That was a 1v1 Unite move there, Bridget. That shows the respect they have to deal with Lou.
Yeah, I don't even think Lou expected that one. Maybe just like a friendly scuffle over the bees, not an all-out Unite move to the face. So definitely punished for their crimes of stealing those Altaria away, but now Phantom Forces is in position for this second Regieleki. We do have a Vaporeon looming. There's a Machamp nearby as well, but Machamp going for the 40 cap. They might just be able to get it in, and they do. They weren't able to flex back fast enough, but now the Selecki is on 1 HP, and I guess they're gonna let it reset, go for this fight instead, but MTZ once again getting the wins in these fights.
Yeah, Phantom Forces kind of gifted them that. They decided to rotate down and leave that to be taken by the Cramorant, but the second they did, all of a sudden, the damage wasn't enough. I think it just took one more person to be there to just secure it, and now MTZ have opened the door for them to be able to get so much control from this as they do take this Regieleki. That's going to put pressure on Phantom Forces whilst that bottom objective is about to spawn in.
Yeah, definitely some unfortunate gameplay from Phantom Forces there, but they did what they could. We are at this 3-minute mark now. We do have the Palmot at level 12, but Phantom Forces a bit behind in the XP, which maybe is what is making these fights a little difficult on their end. It just feels like they can't central the damage enough, and that Rapidash does make it difficult by bobbing and weaving everywhere. Finally, a nice pick on that Vaporeon, but Phantom Forces is running low on HP. Blissey doing their best to heal up the squad, but it is only solo targeted, so only one at a time.
They have just used that Zip-Zap full charge spark as well from Paggy, so they're going to have to build that up because it can be so important in a team fight for single Pokemon targeting ability. It's so much damage on one Pokemon, but right now, boy, are they struggling to deal with this Rapidash Comfy combo, especially with the slow smoke that keeps getting dropped as well. 10 seconds before we say hello to Groudon here, Bridget. The ball is in the court of Phantom Forces to make a move.
Yeah, definitely a little nervous with how strong of positioning MTZ has, but good on Phantom Forces to opt for entering from the top side of this pit. The Vaporeon gonna be kind of exposing where the rest of the squad is a little bit if they do have vision of it. Machamp coming up in this top path as well. I'm a bit scared for this positioning out of Phantom Forces, but look at the Palmot also trying to get in on the underside, but it's a bit scary when you have 4 members running at you and Poggy gets KO'd.
Doesn't even have to use the Fairy Singularity just yet, but it is going to be a Gatling Gun missile in the face of all this damage, and there we go. Boy, have MTZ cleaned up Phantom Forces right now. Knight was absolutely instrumental on hunting down those ranged attackers, and now they've aced Phantom Forces. MTZ Esports ripping the ground on here with 1:10 left. Looks like they're going to secure it. Can Paggy get there to do distance? No, they won't. They're just looking to defend now, Bridget.
Yeah, I don't hate that play. Instead of like running in solo, taking the time to group up and potentially be able to stop some of these dunks from going in, steal some shields so you have some time to push. But MTZ gonna bide their time because they don't want to give Phantom Forces any time to reverse push, and Palmot once again just doesn't have the HP to survive all of this burst. I mean, this Guardy, Comfey, Galarian Rapidash combo is just looking extremely difficult to deal with. I mean, maybe Phantom Forces needed an assassin kind of character of their own. It just felt like this Gardevoir went really unchecked.
It is another situation where Paggy was diving in on the side of this Palmot, but they just didn't have anyone else that was able to dive in with them. So they were kind of left on their own in a couple of moments there. And, you know, right then they had Barrage Blow still up on the side of MTZ Esports. That is not a Unite move that you want to have to defend a pad against. So what an effort from MTZ Esports. It felt like there was so much good synergy amongst their team with those picks there, as they do take a lot of control out of Faya Sky Ruins.
Yeah, that was pretty handedly in the favor of MTZ, looking for some vengeance after that previous set. Maybe, I don't know where that Guardia pick came from, but it is looking so clean. I'm sure it's pretty situational as well. I would imagine you don't play it into just anything, but really good to hone in on that selection here. But it's going to be Knight on the Rapidash with the most KOs. Gardevoir close behind, but man, that duo was just so nasty.
It was. I think, like, I understood the thinking from Phantom Forces, because, like, that Pawmot can get on MDR, but then it's left on its own. I think they needed a speedster that had its own escape tools, realistically, there as well. Like, you know, something like a Dodrio or a Leafeon or even the Talonflame would have given you better targeting to get onto MDR. And if you take that out of the fight, realistically, then it's just dealing with the harassment that Knight was bringing your way. Look at the damage dealt in that game there, Bridget. 129k from MDR. 114k from Knight. That's two heavy damage dealers that play completely differently. MDR staying back with a huge amount of range. Knight is constantly diving into your line, getting back out with protection of that Comfy as well. That's not enough to deal with it with Paggy going in alone on that Pawmot.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, Haru and Amara putting in so much work to supplement their damage dealers. I mean, you can't get those numbers without enabling from the entire team. Here are some highlights from that first game. We see some momentum coming out from Phantom Forces, but man, those Galarian Rapidash just hits really, really hard. Phantom Forces was able to get some strong momentum up here when the Gardevoir was farming in the central area, getting online. So once the Gardevoir gets into the fold, like in this bottom fight, here's that nasty Unite combo out of the Gardevoir and the Rapidash, and this was just kind of the beginning of the end.
Especially because it's paired with Haru there as well with the muddy water. That is just brutal crowd control for the entirety of Phantom Forces to deal with. So it was, again, we mentioned it as the game ended, brilliant synergy from MTZ Esports. They picked Pokemon that work so well together, Unite moves that work so well together. And I mean, we saw it multiple times. This poor Slowbro wasn't able to stay on its feet too long in the middle of these fights.
Yeah, not at all. It's so much burst damage, especially from that Guardy Future site. I mean, those resets also just help their cause so much here. Oh my, like a 4-man Gardevoir Unite move is just so crazy. I mean, it's such a good answer to something like a Blissey or a Slowbro, who usually likes to stand really close next to their carries. Blissey obviously to heal, and Slowbro obviously to catch anyone with that Unite move that's maybe trying to run up on one of their more squishy members. So yeah, really good answer to a team that is trying to group up.
Well, this is it. Phantom Forces, if they want to top their group with an undefeated record, have to win back-to-back games here. MTZ Esports, they're in match point, looking to save face by not going 0-3 for this group.
Yeah, I love it. I love seeing this fight out of MTZ. I mean, seriously, looking like a whole different team in that first game. Just so locked in and so much fun to watch. But so far, nothing too new in this banning phase. Glaceon, Zapdos, Psyduck, and Blastoise up there right now. And maybe we'll see a mix-up in the Galarian Rapidash.
Yeah, definitely needed. I think people often are like, you know, as soon as they see the Comfy paired with anything, they're like, okay, let's ban out the Comfy. But Rapidash on its own is a very good Pokemon in this game right now. So definitely ban that out. Let's see what they're going to pick as their first opportunity here. Suicune is open. So are the Megas. Vaporeon is open as well. Let's see what they want to capitalize on.
Yeah, definitely been seeing a lot of EVs, namely Vaporeon and Umbreon in that first slot pick, and there she is, the Vaporeon getting snatched by Phantom Forces.
So, MTZ's answer is up next. What are they going to rotate onto? Quick rotations from the Hooper would be a good shout, but they're going to steal the Snorlax away here. Again, I mean, most defenders are in a pretty good state in the game right now. Snorlax, ever so good. Technically, both builds as well. We've been seeing a lot of crit Flaillax coming out here, Bridget.
I have no comment on that necessarily. MTZ gonna be grabbing that Hoopa. Excited to see some Hoopa gaming in our game number 2. Phantom Forces grabbing that Mega Lucario, and looking like they may want to grab the Slowbro here as well. No, gonna be a swap to the Mamo.
Okay, good. Ice Fang is just so incredibly strong in this game, and it's going to be good for when they want to go in with what I expect will be an all-rounder at some point. Right now, looks like they're going to go with some good range attackers here. MDR ready with the Mewtwo Y. Amara grabs the Suicune, making sure they can't have that all-important freeze lane.
Yeah, honestly, wise to do. Suicune is incredibly strong, and yeah, but interesting comp so far out of MTZ, kind of 3 tank support type mons, so maybe we are seeing the Flyolax. I don't know, you might have manifested that one. Obviously, Suicune capable of doing a lot of damage, but most people utilize it more as a tank support type of role. Phantom Forces going to be grabbing the Mew and the Cinderace, funnily enough.
Wow, I mean, that is a huge amount of damage. They were looking at the Talonflame, maybe thinking that they could try and capitalize on finding MDR, but what is also very good at cutting down all the ranged attackers right now is going to be that Cinderace. Of course, had some changes in the recent patch, now is a little bit stronger on that Skull Bunny, on that Reboot, so they're going to be easier to use in lane if that's the approach that they want to take. I expect them to send it in the central area, but it means in the late game here, they've got the capability of getting onto that Inteleon and taking it down with like 3 or 4 basics.
Yeah, which is going to be pretty crucial for Phantom Forces, like we saw with that Gardevoir last game. They just really needed to be able to either flank or break through the front line in order to get to those more squishy characters. So excited to see how it plays out. MTZ obviously wanting to wrap it up here and maybe get a clean 2-0 for their cause, which I don't even know what that does to the groups, but probably some implications.
Well, we have just had confirmation that Core have managed to 2-0 Supernova, so Core will top their group with a 3-0 record, but Supernova, still with an incredible run, will make it through with a 2-1 record. Phantom Forces, they've got their sights on that big 3-0, but they have to lock in for 2 games back-to-back to do it here, Bridget, as they come on into this game 2 on your purple side. MTZ Esports looking to win their set here on the orange side.
Yeah, back against the wall once again. MTZ wanting the redemption from the day. They've done so well during the regular season of the league. I totally understand wanting to end on a high note. We have little Sobble taking a lot of damage down here in this bottom path from the Mew Swinub combo lane, but Lorax was there to save the day. Up on the top side, looking like Lucario's been able to secure quite a bit of farm up here, and we already have Reboot joining in on the action, grabbing some of these Natus.
I mean, the brawls continues straight out of the gates here. Is going to be Paggy coming up from that central area, so they're already at a level where they can do a decent amount of damage up here. Down in the bottom lane, though, still looking to hit those power spikes. They have managed to find it on the side of their Mew right now. MTZ Esports going to clean up that. 850 is about to come. Look at the rotations already on point.
Yeah, it reminds me of, like, the central area bird party, but like it was like the Natu party instead of like the 8-minute Altaria party. Anyway, different party going on in this top path. 4 members of Phantom Forces have rotated up, and it's been worth it. Getting a KO on that Pomo, but the hyperspace portal gonna try to bring up some members if Drizzile can get back in time. But honestly, even if no one comes up from that portal, it's kind of a good like scare tactic to get the enemy team to back off a little bit in light of someone potentially coming up. So I still think good call from the Hoopa just for optics.
100%, I agree. 8 minutes about to spawn in is this Regidrago right now. We do have vision on it thanks to Snorlax, who looks like they just want to be here to see who was going to come in from Phantom Forces to put some approach onto it. They do have Cinderace. Paggy coming through, looking for that rip. Knight is here as well. Will they be spotted, though? Because the rotation does come in from that Drago. Getting ready with the Supercell Slam as they manage to jump on through here onto Average. Finds a huge KO instantly, but that was taken by Paggy. They're going to bounce through with a Blaze Kick onto the side of Gaddy, but they did find the Drago. So global experience for Phantom Forces, but even more for MTZ with the KOs.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised when I saw Palmont jump on the Mew in the Cinderace. I thought they would jump more towards the objective, but paid no mind to the Drago, just wanted those KOs, and it paid off for them so much. We do see some revenge KOs coming out from Phantom Forces. Snorlax probably going to be added to that list here as well. Finally, Cinderace is able to take it down right before these objectives spawn in. Palmont jumps into the action too, but I don't know if it's going to pay off.
I'm actually so surprised that we're actually seeing Blaze Kick rather than Feint here on the side of Cinderace. I think Feint has been the go-to move just because it's so good when you get targeted with crowd control, especially single target crowd control like something like Liquidation or the Zip Zap Full Charge Spark. So let's see how it plays off for Paggy though, because they have managed to hit level 9 now. They do burn down Snorlax as well. Liquidation trying to see if it can land, only gets in the way of Cobra. The defenders are on point. It's a blazing bicycle kick, Bridget, and it finds the KO on Palmer.
Oh my gosh, sorry, I kind of screamed when I saw the Cinderace Ego Unite moved. I mean, he got the KO, it was worth it. It's not full ego, but maybe a little bit. I understand it, I see the vision, I just really didn't expect it. So really fun stuff out of Phantom Forces. They are hungry for this Game 2 dub after that first one.
They are playing aggressive. I think that's my favorite part about this right now. Phantom Forces mean business as Gaddy is sent back thanks to the muted auto. Lou is pushed up against the wall here. But look at the way that Phantom Forces are rotating as a 5 right now. It's so detrimental to MTZ Esports. They've got to throw so many resources and dealing with this front line. They're just cleaning up in the meantime. Another dive through from Snorlax here, trying to isolate that backline of Phantom Forces. It has worked for the moment. Endless Ice Spikes is going to come through as well, but still, it's Phantom Forces that finds these KOs. Cobra finally falls as the retreat comes through.
Yeah, Mamo had them pushed so far back, but the rest of MTZ able to come forward now that Mamo's out of the picture. They're ripping down the Alecki, but Mew secures it with the E-ball. Average on this Mew has been nasty this game.
Oh, they try and get there for the Citrus Berry, can't find it, will be taken out by the Liquidation. MDR, though, is just trying to throw as much damage as they possibly can at Phantom Forces, but it's just chipping away, and it's being instantly healed back up thanks to Vaporeon right now. Phantom Forces are on a different level. MTZ have managed to bounce back, though. They've got 105 points on the board, but these team fights, they are struggling.
Yeah, I mean, Phantom Forces has just been such a united front, like you said. Mamo caught out a bit, does get that Registeel buff thanks to that Cinderace, and Mew coming in clutch with those long-range moves. I can't believe this Mamoswine is still standing. I believe they maybe pop their Unite move to gain a bit of a shield there and are able to back without a problem. Meanwhile, Lou 1v1ing that Suicune, getting the KO there, and another Regidrago is about to be spawning in this central area. Poggy has been on top of it with some of these Regi spawns, just there, ready to A-press and burn them down.
I mean, right now, Phantom Forces are playing with vengeance. They were not happy with how that first game went, and what a way to bounce back. 28 Dunk is going to come through here as an overcap for MTZ Esports. That's pretty decent for them as they cut down that score lead. But again, the second they end up in a situation where Mamoswine is in their face and Paggy just burns them down on the Cinderace, that is when they're on the back foot. Lou is going to drop the Aura Cannon here, going to get into this Mega Status, trying to see if they can find a Mara. Not able to. That is actually going to be a little bit of a waste there if they can't find more.
Yeah, I mean, I guess last time they could have united before this endgame. Looks like Suicune took up that. Oh, are they? Oh my gosh, I don't even know what that move is called. The Suicune move. The other one. I can't believe they're playing the other one. I don't know what it's called.
I think it's the Ice Beam. Am I wrong? Am I right? I think it is the Ice Beam where you can move it forward. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, No
Ice
landing
Beam's
and huge
the usual one, I think.
I think so. Icy Wind?
Maybe Icy Wind. I trust you.
Either way, they're dropping some mega crowd control and damage here on the side of MTZ Esports. They have managed to cut this down just a little bit further, 202 to 130 points right now. Phantom Forces, though, looking at these levels, they've just hit 13 on that Cinder race, but so has Inteleon. So this has actually ended up being a very close game here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Phantom Forces obviously looking good in terms. I feel like they've gotten a majority of these objectives. They've been looking really good in these team fights, but now 15 seconds and they are a bit split up. And meanwhile, MTZ has all 5 members in this top path. Unite moves are already being popped, and I'm a bit worried for the members of Phantom Forces. It does look like the rest of the squad is coming in, and Teleon so low finally gets KO'd, but Lucario KO'd in return. Both teams have 4 members up, and it looks like they're kind of trying to split ways now. Not a lot of Unite moves left on the side of Phantom Forces, though.
No, that's a lot of resources they've used for it, and they've got a lot that they've got to go up against as well. A lot of crowd control ones for MTZ Esports. They will have Lucario back with the Aura Cannon. MTZ should really capitalize on that at the moment, but they've just wasted that opportunity. Was waiting for Inteleon to come back, and now they dive in. Going to be a good heavy slam landing onto Meggy. Doesn't find the isolation that they were looking for, though, so they're going to have to bounce back here and wait for the next engage, and that is going to be right now. Manages to dive in on the Mammoth Swine. There's an Aura Cannon coming their way, but Mammoth Mash looking to see if they can isolate Knight. Doesn't do that just yet. Lucario with the flank here, trying to see if they can take it at NDR, who throws out the Azura Spy Vision, and they haven't found the KO here, Bridget. That's the difference between winning and losing. There's a power nap from the Small Axe, trying to disrupt Phantom Forces, who are now going for the rip. Lucario's in there, Paggy on the backside as well. Average ready with a muted auto, tries to throw that in with the Electro Ball. It is going to be Lucario that locks it in. The Phantom Forces, they take the Kyogre, they take control of this game, and they're already in the lead.
I was so nervous when I feel like I saw the Cinderace getting frozen by the Suicune, and it is Surf and Icy Wind. I definitely looked it up on Unite TV because it was driving me crazy. I couldn't remember what the move was called, but it will not prevail in this game number 2. Phantom Forces look now they're looking like a whole new team compared to that first game. Maybe they're just on more of their comfort picks this time around, and honestly I would like to see MTZ maybe return to some of the mons that were putting in a lot of work for them in that first game. Obviously the Rapidash was banned, the Vaporeon was first picked away from them, but I don't know. I just think it's so interesting how we've seen like each of these teams pop off in these different games.
I know, it's like a full 180 for both of them there. It's so good from Phantom Forces. They had so much aggression in this game, and I think they need to continue playing like that because they looked like such a clean, synergized team in that one as they do take the win here. I mean, you kind of want to root for it because they are the bottom place team in the entirety of this league. They have the opportunity to go 3-0 in their group here. At least they've just shown us that they've got the capability of bouncing back when they're on the back foot.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, just really great adaptations on the side of Phantom Forces. Yeah, that was very, very commanding from their side of things.
I mean, I'm just glad I got Icy Wind right. I was like, I'm trying to remember that name. I think it's Icy Wind. I'm happy with that.
I was impressed. As soon as I saw it, because it just looks so... I'm not used to Suicune. I'm used to Suicune having one moveset. I'm not used to seeing the other one. So, not sure if that one cooks now or not, but it is going to be, it looks like, average on the Mew, who had quite a few pop-off moments there, especially in that kind of like early to mid game. But it looks like Poggy, oh no, MDR gonna have the highest damage in the game, 92k, but man, that Vaporeon healing went a little nutty. Over 100k for that Vaporeon.
That is crazy, and still they continue to not nerf it enough. But I think maybe the Surf Icy Wind is more a damaging move rather than crowd control. It's 78k damage came out of Suicune there, and I don't know about you,
Wow.
Bridget, but I didn't see that many freezes coming through from the Suicune in that game.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like, the exact interactions of, like, the Icy Wind Surf. I know that, like, combos together, like, if you cast the Surf in the Icy Wind, I think it does offer some freezes, but I'm much more of a Whirlpool gamer. That was that very iconic Cinderace Unite move to catch that Pawmot and make sure that they couldn't help with the defense. There was the cheeky Mew steal out of average. I mean, what does a Mew do if not secure?
Right? I mean, that's what it's there to do, and Phantom Forces were using it to perfection here. Gaddy is going to go down, and this is what I was talking about. They were managing to land these liquidations, but they just couldn't do enough damage before they were chased down by the rest of Phantom Forces multiple times as they tried to land that. But again, here comes another Zip Zap full charge spark from Knight. Doesn't find the Chaos. Meggy's healing on this Vaporeon is busted for Phantom Forces.
I know, it's like, it almost goes like unnoticed sometimes for me, like in the game, just how much these supports and tanks are like doing and setting up their squad for. So it's so nice to have these replays to really like highlight just how much work they're putting in to make sure their carries are still around to carry. So really, really fun stuff here. We have this engage, kind of like a refight in this end game. Some liquidation coming out from MDR, but yeah, I mean, liquidation can just be so tough to pilot. Here we have Mamoswine taking on basically a 1v2 to 3. Lucario gets in the mix to put some pressure on, and Phantom Force is just doing such a good job of like isolating these members of MTZ, getting them away from one another and kind of like grouping up and getting the damage out.
And you've kind of wasted a lot of time with the Azure Spy Vision there, which, you know, when that's up, you've got to be hitting those basics, those liquidations. You've got to be continuing to hit them. If you're spending most of that time running away, that's a lot of your night move that you don't actually get to use. So that was quite smart from Lou, and then goes back to secure the Kyogre. So for the last time here today, Bridget, we are going to a game 3. This is going to be the last game of the day to tell us who will be able to top the group. Will it be Phantom Forces with that 3-0?
Yeah, they are clearly hungry for it. You can definitely see it in their gameplay of that last set. So both of these teams leaving it all out here for our game 3. Glaceon, Zapdos, and Galarian Rapidash getting banned, as well as Psyduck, Blastoise, and the Surfetch.
Okay, so I like this from Phantom Forces. Stick with banning out what MTZ used so well against you. They're going to pick up that Vaporeon, and why wouldn't you? The heals are absolutely insane. MTZ Esports are going to adjust here. Pull out the Buzzwole instead of throwing out the Pawmot so far for their first all-rounder.
Yeah, interesting to prioritize it this high in the draft. I kind of doubt Phantom Forces was stealing it away, but perhaps not, perhaps not. Obviously, we saw, I believe, Los Duros play the Buzzwole in that previous game, so excited to see MTZ with it. They looked really great when they played that Machamp in game 1, and kind of similar vibes to the Buzzwole, right? Some brawly CC type stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I do love that MTZ just play their game, no matter what is available, no matter what they're gonna go for. Like, Mega Lucario could have been a first pick there, Bridget, but they're just gonna stick with the Buzzwole. They do now pull out that Mega Charizard Y, but I've always respected MTZ to just playing the picks that they like to play despite what the meta says. So I'm glad they're sticking with that here. Phantom Forces gonna pull out a Talonflame and a Mew here. I love the Talonflame, but right now there's not a clear target for it. Just expecting MDR to pick out that range attacker.
Yeah, which they typically do. It does give them the option to pick what kind of attacker they want to play into this. I feel like maybe ideally you would grab that Mew, but instead gonna lean into this Espeon, which I do like to see in into a speedster composition. It can be a bit annoying with that fly, canceling out some of those sure hit moves like the stored power build, which I would imagine is what we're going to be seeing. Obviously having, or maybe it could be a combination. I just feel like you maybe want a stored power into the Talonflame, but I don't know. I could kind of go either way.
Yeah,
Perhaps like a Psybeam stored power type thing.
yeah, I mean, no matter what, you got to be running the Psybeam. I know Future Sight is, it's not bad, but Psybeam is one of the best secures in the game. You don't even have to hit the target for it, Bridget. You just got to hit someone near it. Like, if you are trying to secure an objective, and I know this because I've done it many times myself, you just need to hit the enemy team that's trying to take it. Like, it's such a good secure, but also on top of that, it's really good for like defenders and stuff because it's to do with like percentage of health remaining and all that kind of stuff. But I'm with you. I think the Side Shock would be really good for ripping the defenders and at least stunning them. But I think stored power has to be the shout here. You've got Mew that's going to be diving around. You've got the Talonflame diving onto you. They've got the Mega Luca that wants to be diving into you. You know it's going to be on Power Up Punch. So I like the stored power here. I think that's a good shout and good adjustment from MDR. That's what I'm expecting. And it could be the game decider here as we kick it off. Will Phantom Forces overcome and top their group? Or will MTZ ensure they don't end with an 0-3 record?
Yeah, I really could go either way based on what I've seen from these teams today. I am definitely interested to see what this Charizard Y is able to do in this kind of post-mega era we are finding ourselves in nowadays, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to expect, but excited to see what these teams are able to do.
Ooh, okay, that's a brutal slam coming out from Amara as they find the first KO of this game, and we do see it down below as well. I was literally about to mention the Espeon Eevee has the best Swift in the game, and it's so good for securing, and they secure the Mew with it.
Yeah, it is so clutch. I am such an Espeon enjoyer personally, so really fun to see it in this setting. We're actually going to see, it looks like members of MTZ rotate up, at least rotate middle for those Natus. I did see the stored power coming out of that Espeon, which I think is good. Still really solid damage despite not getting the CC of Psyshock. Still really solid, but man, MDR caught out by that Talonflame, has to get out quick, and they are going to be chased down. I don't think they're going to be able to get that berry in time. I think that red buff slow got them in the end.
Huge difference with that red buff on, and that's so good for Talonflame here. They do dive into a Pillar Swine, looking to grab these citrus berries because that Ice Fang's a little bit too much for them to deal with, and they end up in the arms of it once more. They do manage to get out of this position, but MDR is back. Looking for the KO. It's going to be none other than Haru that takes it.
Yeah, Haru looking nasty on this Pillow Swine already. Honestly, so impressive they were able to remain standing when they were holding down that goal zone, and getting a KO to top it off just feels so good. Knight gonna begin ripping this Regidrago in the central area. Some members of Phantom Forces are coming into the fold as well, but with 4 members there from MTZ, I think Phantom Forces just a little bit late to the party. They're gonna be backing off. MTZ looking for some KOs, but ultimately heading upward into the top path.
So it is actually going to be a future sight from MDR here as well, which does give them those resets that are so good for secure on the side of these squishy Pokemon. That looks to be their main job here on that Espeon. Flying in is going to be Paggy as he tries to take a lot of this experience away from MTZ, but they just control it way too effectively. Charizard is on the field, not close to that Unite move just yet, but at least able to do a good amount of damage.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, MTZ with these Hoopa portals has so much flexibility in where they can send their team. So right now, they're pretty split up, but in a moment's notice, they could be in the same lane rather quickly. Buzzwole ripping down this Reggie Rock. There is a Vaporeon looming in the mix, but I guess they're not too worried about it. And they luckily shouldn't be, as both objectives secured almost simultaneously by MTZ.
That's clean. That's a way to get yourself back in this game, as we do have that Charizard Unite move just under the 630 mark. Massive for MTZ here as they get back on the board, take the lead in this game, not only with the points, but these levels as well.
Yeah, huge momentum swing for the side of MTZ, and I mean, this is exactly what they want to see. Their Charizard hitting level 10 already before anyone on Phantom Forces has even hit level 9 is horrible, honestly, scary, terrifying. I'm reminded of what the Megas are all about, and they really are like a feast or famine more than just the typical all-rounders are.
Yeah, they really, that's a really good way of putting them, to be honest. That is exactly how they play. They don't have any Unite moves yet on the board for Phantom Forces. They've just managed to find the Mew one as they hit level 8. This Future Sight is working well for MDR, but they just weren't able to get in close enough to find the Talonflame KO. Pidgey's trying to see if they can escape, but the issue with Fly is it has such a long cooldown, and as soon as you land, you gotta be out of range of MTZ.
Yeah, it can be hard to time in position for sure, but Phantom Forces definitely not out of this yet. Did have a bit of a rough time towards the end of that early game, but Snorlax trying to kidnap that Mamoswine, but breaks its Unite move out. We see a Lucario breaking the Unite move out as well. Phantom Forces making a really dedicated push on the bottom side of this map. Oh my gosh, I thought the Talon was going to catch out that Espeon with the Fly, but Charizard going to utilize a Unite move of their own and go Mega.
And trying to pair that is going to be the Mega Lucario. Psychic Solaire used by Paggy here as they, MDR, sorry, as they do find Paggy with the KO, and they have just aced the entirety of Phantom Forces. MTZ Esports now putting a stop on this game. They've got the point lead, they've got the level lead. They're now going to take the Regieleki.
Man, I just feel like Phantom Forces is struggling with this Charizard Y. Level 12 has basically kept like a 2-level lead for this whole mid game as well, and it's gonna be tough for Phantom Forces to like bait out the Unite move and then deal with it once the Charizard is in Mega. They just don't really have any kind of shutdown Unite move, and when I'm looking at the Unite moves on the side of MTZ, they just feel like much more impactful than those on Phantom Forces, so this might be a tough final fight for Phantom Forces.
Gotta grab more experience here, does Phantom Forces. That's what they're looking to do by taking the fight, looking to find some KOs as Amara is just gonna manhandle Lou here as they do end up in the Ultra Swole Slam, sent back to Nurse Joy. Big Beam comes through, finds the Mamoswine. Phantom Forces getting a couple of KOs, but MTZ getting too many more. Seismic Slam will be used as the final moment before no Unite moves can be used, and it's gonna allow them to rip down that Regidrago. Phantom Forces are massively on the back foot here. They gotta come out with something.
Yeah, MDR a bit caught out, but Hoopa is there to rescue their ally. Make sure they get out of dodge. Talonflame is unhappy with that result, running it all the way down to make sure that Espeon is KO'd. Honestly, I respect it, and that's good experience for the Talonflame, which Phantom Forces needs to lock in on hitting these level spikes.
45 seconds before we say hello to this final objective of the day. Groudon is waiting in the wings as Phantom Forces are looking to grab what experience they can to really cut down this level lead. Not sure they can though, Bridget, because they have a level 14 on the side of MTZ Esports, and it is a Mega Charizard Y. Espeon hitting 13 as well, both plus moves ready to go on that Pokemon. MTZ have got everything working for them here.
Yeah, their game to lose. They're kind of taking some interesting positioning down in this bottom path, much lower than where the pit is, maybe for some surprise ganks. The tanks seem to have found one another. Meanwhile, Mara getting in a cheeky little back cap just to make sure MTZ is even further in the league. But Snorlax is going to go in deep. Honestly, catches quite a few of them out in that engage, but now Unite moves are coming out left and right. No one has fallen just yet. Members of Phantom Forces are getting dangerously close, though. There goes the Vaporeon. There goes the Mew. But members of NTZ are falling as well. All of the tank and supports are out of there. Mega Lucario on 1 HP and a Dream. This Mega Charizard is just so annoying. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he went in.
I can't believe he went in either, Bridget. I was like, surely you're going to go home and get your HP back, but they were hoping to get it off the back of the close combat. Luckily, Talonflame was there. Must have been some communication that they could land and get that KO. But right now, still needing more points is Phantom Forces. They had the goal going on the side of the buzz wall, but they didn't capitalize on them not being in that fight. A minute left in this game, and they need to score points. Looking for a 15 dunk here. That's 30 in for Phantom Forces. Cuts it down, but they need more. They're not even going for the objective here.
Yeah, they're just kind of playing around it, biding their time. It's not like Phantom Forces really has the most rip in the world either. They're taking so much damage. Snorlax out of the picture. This level 15 Charizard double jungle buffed is just obnoxious, man. Oh my gosh. It is looking like MTZ just has their foot on the gas, and they're going to be able to get a dunk off perhaps. Oh no, really good landing there from the Mew, but unfortunately in the 1v5 situation, they are KO'd. MTZ reining in these points. Our final objective not even secured, but MTZ is going to secure this dub.
Damn, Phantom Forces were so close to glory, but MTZ are going to cut them down at the final few steps and make sure that they end here with a 2-1 record, which they can still be incredibly proud of. They came into this as the lowest seeded team in the league. They're going to get through groups here with a 2-1 record, which is the same as Rework Gear in their group, Bridget. So that is a huge thing to be proud of. But MTZ have just took them down on such an incredible run that they were doing.
Yeah, honestly, huge congrats to MTZ. They just looked so nasty in that last game. I feel like that Espeon pick was like so inspired. I mean, I feel like once Phantom Forces got into the game, they realized like we don't have a Charizard counter. Like, what do we do to the Charizard? Like, it's so difficult, especially with that Espeon aiding them. Knight on that Charizard Y, getting the most KOs this game with 9.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what an effort from both teams there. And I mean, it's a shame for MTZ Esports because every single game we've seen them compete in has been an absolute joy. They stick with their guns. They know what they want to play, but they are not going to make it through out of the groups here. They do manage to get a set win under their belt at least, but it is Phantom Forces that are going to be the talk about town as they come out of their group. Knight drops 85k damage, which is actually 30% of the team's damage there. But looking at the healing again, just a little bit less on the side of Meggy, although definitely squishier Pokemon.
Yeah, 100%. It's a little situational, especially when you're dealing with so much burst damage, like the Mega Charizard, notably. I mean, it's just so hard to heal through that. But yeah, I mean, really big shout out to both these teams who kind of had like either a hard time in the league or a hard day today in groups and still like made some huge upsets. Phantom Forces with their entire run today. I mean, upsetting their entire group. I mean, taking this game to a game 3 looking so strong. I think maybe just if they have a little bit of a different draft, even this game goes a different way. But MTZ having a rough day today, came into the set still like passionate and wanting to prove themselves, which I just have to respect. And yeah, they played amazing.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, the thing is, like, you've got to look at Phantom Forces as the team of the day. Like, they have literally come into this and exploded all expectations for this team. This is their first loss of the day, and it's a 2-1 that MTZ managed to take away. Really made them work for it. Could have gone either way. So, brilliant effort from these squads as we have a look at the rest of this game just shaping out. It's just non-stop brawling here, Bridget. But the second the seismic slam lands, that's when Phantom Forces just end up on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, even when I see Mega Charizard Y, like, now I'm just like, this thing is so... I see, like, the Fire Blast size, and I'm like, are we for real? is this real life? It still blows me away, but obviously it has to be in the hands of a player who feels really comfortable and confident in it, especially now that it's, like, in its more nerfed state of things. So big shout out to Knight for knowing how to pilot that thing so beautifully. And I mean, it just was diabolical. Really. Yeah. I'm watching it on my screen.
Get it off my screen. It just works. It works so well for MTZ here. And I mean, Knight has been impressive themselves. Their Glaceon was just a thing of beauty that we saw them consistently play. And yeah, I mean, great effort for MTZ. Of course, it wasn't going to be enough for them to be able to make it through to the semi-finals. So that's tough for them. They're not in the playoffs, but I'm glad that they stuck to their guns and they made sure that every single game they were in was a competitive one.
Yeah, same. I feel like it's so easy to kind of like, I mean, my mental would be boomed. Like, I would not be able to lock in the way we just saw MTC lock in for not only this set, but the previous set. I mean, they took Los Duros to a game 3 as well. That one didn't go in their favor ultimately, but they've still been playing like crazy. I mean, even like, look how much damage this Buzzwole and this Mamo take, and Charizard is just cleaning up shop so well. It's just absolute cinema. This was, I can't believe Lou goes for this here. That is just diabolical, but I like the passion. I don't think he must have not realized the Buzzwole was as close as they were. I don't think they would have gone for that otherwise, but I respect the hustle. I see the vision.
It's the desperate close combat the second they see the Buzzwole onto the Buzzwole, like, no, let me get some healing. It was just so funny. But, I mean, fair play to them, and they continue to brawl it out. It was a clean fight from MTZ Esports, to be fair, as they did manage to isolate a couple of members of Phantom Forces. Right now, I mean, they're up against the world. They're on that Mega Lucario. Nothing more that you can possibly do. So it does mean that our semi-finals are going to be Rework Gear versus Supernova and Rework Core versus Phantom Forces. So 3-0 is Core. They were undefeated today. Gear did drop a game, but Phantom Forces have to take on the undefeated Core.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough one. It would have been pretty funny, maybe in like a dark humor sense of way, if the Rework teams had to play each other in semifinals. But they have earned their spots in these groups and throughout the rest of the league as well. So they will perhaps face off in the finals, but obviously Phantom Forces and Supernova are gonna be locking in to make sure that does not happen.
I can't believe it's nearly over, to be honest with you, Bridget. We've been here covering this stuff. I mean, me and Siobhan were talking about the plans all the way back in like January. It's been going on since, and we're finally at the semi-finals. They will be on the 28th of March, chat, 7 p.m. CET. Make sure you don't miss it, because honestly, the Rework teams have been incredible in this league, but the runs that Supernova and Phantom Forces have been on here, it is not guaranteed at all that they will be making it through to the finals. So it's going to be some intense matchups. I think we know who Bridget's rooting for, right?
I love an underdog. Come on. How could you not? I mean, I was saying yesterday, I just feel like even looking at like the regional league, like leaderboards, like these teams are all so much closer in skill than even these numbers like exemplify. Like if you watch these games, like literally when I was watching the Phantom Forces game yesterday, I'm like, how have they not won a set? Like they're playing like out of their minds, I feel like. So, I feel like that was clearly demonstrated today, where it just feels like everything was shaken up. Obviously, we're in a fresh patch, like, things ebb and flow as they do, but that's what makes these league formats so much fun. So the finals are going to be lit. I'm excited to see how the meta develops even over the next week and what they cook up.
Yeah, they're all going to be best of fives as well, chat. So a huge amount of action to be bringing you there. Make sure you do not miss it. Huge shout out to everybody that has come and viewed the EUL Masters. It has been the most intense league that Unity Clash has thrown on yet. It's been crazy action. We've absolutely loved it. A huge shout out to all of the people that are working production in the background, that are observers, the amazing Shabam, also working all of production, because that is just an incredible person that does everything. Rosander, huge shout out to them as well, as they were working the cameras for us with their brilliant camera work. And of course, we've got to shout out Paulette, who was covering everything on that second stream as well. All the games that weren't on here were on over there. So really appreciate that. Night Terror and Lobo were here before us, bringing you all the action for those first few sets. A huge shout out to those legends. And I got to give a special shout out to the legend across from me here, Bridget, all the way from NA, casting on the mic for us. We appreciate you so much.
Oh, of course. And shout out to Tano, of course, who is like EU's strongest soldier. Maybe Lobo would fight you for that, but you do so much for Grassroots, and it's always a joy to get to cast and hang out with you.
We love you all. We will be back on the 28th of March. Do not miss it. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, chat, and we will see you then. Bye.